crackle and my sleepy friends. We're travelling back 600 years to a time when Christmas meant something quite different than it does today. That's right. Tonight, you'll experience the 12 days of Christmas in a medieval manner, where the air smells of wood smoke and roasting meat, where the darkness of winter is held at bay by rushlight and hearthfire, and where the celebration of Christ's birth mingles with older traditions that stretch back before memory. This is your Christmas in the year 1424, and you are home. If you're new here as always, joining the community is super cool and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now find your sweet spot for sleeping, and let's begin. You stand at the narrow window of the manor house, watching November fade into December, with that peculiar quality of late autumn light that seems to drain colour from the world. The landscape beyond the thick glass, expensive glass, a point of pride for your household, has transformed into something spare and honest. The fields that were gold with harvest 2 months ago now lie dark and furrowed, waiting for spring like a held breath. This is the time of year when your ancestors believed the boundary between worlds grew thin, when the old gods, though you'd never speak such thoughts aloud with the priest nearby, walked the frozen earth alongside Christian saints. The trees stand bare against the sky, their branches making patterns like the veins in an oak leaf pressed flat in a manuscript. You know each of those trees by sight, the ancient oak that marks the boundary between your lord's land and the common fields, the line of beeches that shelter the road to the village, and the twisted hawthorn where May Day celebrations happen in a season that feels impossibly distant now. The cold has been building for weeks, that peculiar medieval cold that seems to seep through stone walls as if they were made of wool rather than masonry. You've learned to dress in layers, a linen shift against your skin, a woolen kirtle over that, and today an additional surcoat lined with rabbit fur that your grandmother made before she died. The fur still smells faintly of the herbs she used to store it, a mixture of lavender and tansy that brings her back to you across the years with a clarity that sometimes catches your breath. The manor's preparations for winter began at Michaelmas. Back when the last warm days of September still held the memory of summer, you helped bring in the final harvest, working alongside villagers whose families have been tied to this land for generations beyond counting. The wheat and barley were stored in the granary, rats be damned, though the barn cats do their best to keep that particular problem manageable. Apples were laid carefully in straw in the undercroft, each one checked for bruises that might spread rot through the entire store. The autumn pigs were slaughtered after St. Martin's Day, a process you've grown accustomed to over the years, though you never quite learned to enjoy it. Salted pork now hangs from the rafters of the larder, alongside dried fish from the summer's catch and the smoked eel that taste like the river mud where they were caught. Your household has stored enough food to see you through to spring, or so everyone hopes, with that particular combination of faith and anxiety that characterises medieval winter planning. Crop failures happen. Stores go bad. Winter can be a season of slow starvation if preparations were insufficient or luck proves cruel. But this year looks promising. The harvest was good, the weather has been harsh but not catastrophic, and your lord's household has both the resources and the will to celebrate Christmas properly. This matters more than you might initially think, because Christmas in the medieval world isn't just a day, it's a season, a statement, and sometimes a battlefield where social hierarchies are simultaneously reinforced and momentarily suspended. The Advent season has been observed with the proper solemnity. For the past 4 weeks you've been fasting, or at least what passes for fasting when you're not a monk sworn to extreme piety. No meat on Wednesdays, Fridays or Saturdays, no rich foods, no excessive celebration. The Church calls this a time of penitence and preparation, a spiritual winter before the birth of Christ brings light back to the world. You've noticed that this enforced austerity makes the upcoming feast seem even more glorious, which may or may not be the Church's actual intention. The manor itself has been gradually transforming. Fresh rushes have been laid on the floors of the Great Hall, mixed with herbs that release their scent when crushed underfoot. The smell reminds you of summer meadows, which is probably the point, an olfactory defiance of winter's barrenness. The walls have been cleaned of the year's accumulation of soot and grime, a job that fell to you and the other household members over several days of hard labour that left everyone's hands raw and their backs aching. Outside you can see the first real snow of the season beginning to fall, not the wet, brief flurries that came and melted last week, but proper snow that means business. The flakes are small and determined, the kind that will accumulate into drifts that might cut off the manna from the village for days. Part of you feels a flutter of anxiety at this isolation, but another part, perhaps the part that remembers older ways of thinking, feels a peculiar comfort in being snowed in, as if winter itself has decided to hold you safe in a white cocoon until spring comes to wake you. The shortest day of the year has just passed, and you noticed its arrival with the attention that medieval people pay to such markers. At the winter solstice, darkness claims nearly 16 hours of every day here in England, leaving only a brief window of grey light that barely qualifies as day at all. Your ancestors, the truly ancient ones before Christianity came to these islands, lit great fires at the solstice to encourage the sun to return. The church calls such practices pagan superstition, but you notice that the Advent wreath with its progressive lighting of candles follows a suspiciously similar pattern. The village church bell rings, marking the hour of none, what we would call 3 in the afternoon, though the medieval reckoning of time is less precise than you might prefer. The sound carries clearly through the cold air, that particular quality of bell tone in winter that seems to travel further and ring longer than it does in summer. You recognise the bell's voice the way you might recognise a neighbour's knock, having heard it mark the hours and call to prayer for your entire life. Christmas Eve is tomorrow, and the manor has reached that state of barely contained energy that precedes any major event. There's still work to be done. There's always work to be done in a medieval household. But the essential preparations are complete. The ale has been brewed and is properly strong, which you confirmed through the time-honoured method of sampling it, possibly more often than strictly necessary for quality control purposes. The bread has been baked in quantities that seem excessive until you remember how many people will need to be fed over the coming days. Your role in tomorrow's festivities is both simple and complex. You are neither nobility nor servant, but something in between, what later centuries will call yeoman or franklin, a person of some substance who belongs to the manor household without being of the aristocratic class. This means you'll eat at the great feast, but not at the high table. You'll participate in the celebrations, but not lead them. You'll observe the social theatre of medieval Christmas from a position that's simultaneously inside and outside the performance. The light is failing now, that early winter dusk that makes you feel the day has been stolen from you. Candles will need to be lit soon, carefully rationed because beeswax is expensive, and tallow candles smell like rendered fat, which is exactly what they are. You've grown accustomed to doing as much as possible by daylight, planning your activities around the sun's brief appearance like a farmer planning around rain. But tomorrow the Christmas season truly begins, and with it comes a temporary suspension of the normal order of things. The darkness of winter will be pushed back by fire and celebration. The usual hierarchies will be playfully inverted. For 12 days the manor will exist in a kind of sanctioned carnival, where the rules that govern the rest of the year become flexible, negotiable, and almost dreamlike. You turn from the window and head toward the great hall where the evening meal is being prepared. The smell of pottage, that eternal medieval stew that contains whatever vegetables and grains are available, drifts up from the kitchen. It's a humble meal, this last supper before the feast, but it tastes of comfort and anticipation. Tomorrow, you think, smiling to yourself. Tomorrow the celebration begins. Christmas Eve morning arrives with the kind of cold that makes the water in the wash basin develop a thin skin of ice overnight. You break through it with your fingers, the shock of cold water on your face serving as a more effective wake-up than any amount of coffee could provide. Not that you have coffee anyway, since it won't be common in England for another 200 years. You make do with weak ale, which is safer to drink than water, and has the additional benefit of making early morning chores seem slightly less miserable. The manor is already awake and working when you emerge from your chamber. The household operates on a schedule that treats dawn as already late morning, a function of winter's short days and the amount of work that needs to be accomplished before the evening's festivities. In the kitchen, a separate building because of fire danger, connected to the main hall by a covered walkway that never quite keeps the food as hot as the cooks would like, preparations began before first light. You make your way there now, partly to see if you can help, and partly because the kitchen is reliably the warmest place in the entire manor. The great hearth dominates one wall, large enough that you could stand upright inside it if the fire wasn't currently roaring at a temperature that would melt lead. The cook, a woman of indeterminate age whose face has been reddened by years of working over flames, directs the controlled chaos with the authority of a military commander. The Christmas feast requires days of preparation, and today represents the culmination of planning that began weeks ago. A wild boar, brought down by your lord's hunting party 3 days previous, hangs in the cold room, ready for roasting. You saw the hunt, participated in it actually, and remember the precise moment when the boar turned at bay, its tusks catching the winter light before the spears found their mark. Medieval hunting is less sport and more dangerous necessity, a fact that the boar made emphatically clear before it died. The boar will be the feast's centrepiece, roasted whole and brought into the hall with appropriate ceremony. But it's only one element of a meal that will include dishes both familiar and strange to modern sensibilities. You watch as kitchen servants prepare peacock. Yes, peacock, which will be roasted and then carefully reassembled with its iridescent feathers to create a display that values spectacle as much as flavour. Medieval feasting is performance art that happens to be edible. Pies are being assembled, but not the sweet desserts that later centuries will associate with the word. Medieval pies are massive affairs, some large enough that you need both arms to carry them, filled with combinations that would puzzle modern cooks. Venison and dried fruits, pork and apples, fish and spices that came all the way from the Orient via Venetian traders who charged prices that made your lord wince even as he paid them. These pies serve partly as food and partly as storage containers. Their thick pastry crusts more structural engineering than cuisine. The spices themselves represent wealth in a form that later ages will find hard to comprehend. The pepper, cinnamon, ginger, and cloves that the cook uses with what seems like abandon actually cost more per pound than some of the servants earn in a year. But Christmas demands lavish display, and properly spiced dishes announce to everyone present that this household has both prosperity and access to the far-reaching trade networks that connect medieval England to the wider world. You're assigned to help with the marchpane, that medieval precursor to marzipan that combines ground almonds with sugar and rosewater into something that's shaped into elaborate decorations. The almonds came from Spain, the sugar from Cyprus, and the rosewater from someone's careful distillation of this summer's roses. You're shaping the sweet paste into forms, flowers and animals and geometric patterns that would make a mathematician happy. While around you the kitchen's work continues at a pace that would exhaust a modern caterer. Bread baking happens in waves, with loaves emerging from the clay oven in the bakehouse at intervals timed by experience rather than clocks. The finest white bread, made from wheat flour that's been sieved multiple times, will grace the high table where your lord and his family will sit. The coarser brown bread, still perfectly good but made from less refined flour, will feed the rest of the household. The hierarchy of medieval society is reflected even in gluten content. The ale supplies are checked and rechecked. Multiple barrels stand ready, each marked with symbols that indicate its strength and brewing date. Medieval people drink ale the way modern people drink water, not because they're all functioning alcoholics, but because fermentation makes water safe. The alcohol content is typically lower than modern beer, but the quantities consumed would still make designated driving an interesting concept if cars existed. Wine is reserved for the high table, and for mixing into spiced drinks that will be heated and served throughout the evening. You helped prepare the hippocras yesterday, wine mixed with honey and spices, strained through cloth until it runs clear and sweet. It tastes like Christmas distilled into liquid form, warming you from the inside out in a way that the hearth fire never quite manages. The Great Hall itself is being transformed from its everyday functionality into something approaching splendour. The usual trestle tables have been joined by additional surfaces borrowed from neighbouring rooms, creating a U-shape that will seat everyone from highest to lowest according to their station. Fresh tablecloths, actual linen, not the rough hemp used for everyday meals, cover the boards, their whiteness a statement of cleanliness and status that guests will notice and appreciate. Decorations are appearing as you watch, transforming the stone hall into something warmer and more alive. Garlands of holly and ivy are draped along the walls, their green a defiance of winter's barrenness that carries meaning older than Christianity. The holly with its red berries and sharp leaves represents masculine energy in the old ways of thinking, while ivy with its clinging softness represents the feminine. Bringing them together at Christmas symbolises the hope that opposites can unite and create something harmonious, which makes them perfect decorations for a season dedicated to peace and goodwill. Mistletoe hangs in the doorway, another tradition that the church tolerates without quite approving. The white berries and the fact that mistletoe grows on oak trees without touching earth made it sacred to the Druids, who haven't existed for centuries but whose influence lingers in ways that surface during winter celebrations. You notice that people pause slightly when passing beneath it, aware of its presence even if they pretend not to be. The lord of the manor has invited guests from neighbouring estates, which means chambers are being prepared for overnight visitors. Fresh straw is being laid in the pallets, linens are being aired, and the household's best pottery is being brought out from storage. Medieval hospitality is both genuine kindness and social necessity. You never know when you might need to show up at someone else's door, so treating visitors well is essentially an investment in your own future comfort. You take a moment to step outside, needing air that doesn't smell of cooking and smoke. The courtyard is busy with arriving provisions. A cart has just delivered fish from the coast, packed in salt for the journey. Another brings wine from Bristol, the barrels marked with seals that testify to their origin. A third cart carries what appears to be nothing but firewood, which seems excessive until you remember that keeping the Great Hall warm enough for feasting requires roughly the equivalent of burning a small forest. The village folk are arriving now, those who will help serve the feast or provide entertainment. You see the minstrel who comes every year, his small stringed instrument wrapped carefully against the cold. There's the storyteller who can recite romances about King Arthur and his knights with a dramatic flair that makes even familiar tales seem fresh. A group of young men carry instruments for dancing, drums and pipes and something that might be a primitive fiddle. Children are everywhere, underfoot and overexcited, getting in the way with that particular genius that children have perfected across all time periods. They're supposed to be helping with preparations, but mostly they're building anticipation to levels that make them practically vibrate with energy. Christmas for medieval children means the rare treat of plenty, more food than they usually see, sweet things they taste only a few times a year, and a general atmosphere of celebration that makes adults temporarily less strict about behaviour. The church bell rings for sext, the noon service, reminding everyone that beneath all the feasting and celebration, Christmas is ultimately a religious observance. A group heads toward the village church for prayers, their breathmaking clouds in the cold air. You consider joining them, but decide your time is better spent continuing with preparations. God, you figure, probably understands the practical necessities of feeding a household of 40 people plus guests. Back in the kitchen, the controlled chaos has evolved into something more intense. The boar is on the spit now, slowly rotating over the fire, its fat dripping and sizzling in a way that makes your mouth water despite the substantial breakfast you ate earlier. The cook is basting it with a mixture that smells of honey, herbs and something sharp that might be vinegar. Medieval cooking often combines flavours in ways that later centuries will forget. Sweet and sour together, fruit with meat, and spices used with a heavy hand that modern palates might find overwhelming. You help carry dishes from kitchen to hall, part of the human chain that moves food across the gap between where it's cooked and where it will be served. The serving dishes themselves are statements of wealth: pewter for the household, silver for the high table. Your lord owns exactly 3 pieces of actual gold plate, which will be displayed prominently even though they're decorative rather than functional. Medieval status is performed through material goods, and Christmas is the biggest performance of the year. The afternoon passes in a blur of activity punctuated by small moments of connection. You share a joke with the cook's assistant about the peacock, which looks considerably more dignified alive than it does halfway plucked. You help a kitchen boy who's nearly in tears because he dropped a bowl of expensive spices. You tell him accidents happen, sweep up the loss, and don't mention it to anyone who might punish him. You steal a moment to sample the marchpane purely for quality control purposes and find it perfectly sweet with just enough rosewater to make it interesting. As darkness begins to fall, which happens appallingly early in an English December, the final preparations reach their crescendo. Candles are lit throughout the hall, their light reflecting off the silver and pewter to create an atmosphere that transforms the everyday space into something approaching magical. The fire in the great hearth has been built up until it roars like a living thing, pushing heat into the hall with an enthusiasm that makes the far end almost comfortable. You take a moment to stand in the hall, watching the transformation from workspace to feast hall reach completion. The tables are set, the decorations are in place, the food is nearly ready, and the guests are beginning to arrive. In a few hours, this space will be filled with people, music, food, and celebration. But right now, in this quiet moment before the festivities begin, you can appreciate the work that went into creating this medieval Christmas. The cooperation, the tradition, the small acts of preparation that connect you to centuries of people who celebrated this same season in similar ways. Tomorrow is Christmas Day, but tonight is Christmas Eve, when the anticipation might actually be better than the fulfillment. You head toward your chamber to change into your best clothes, the ones saved for special occasions. The feast will begin soon, and you want to be ready to experience it properly, with all the attention and appreciation that such careful preparation deserves. Evening arrives with the kind of cold that makes you grateful for every piece of wool you own. You dress for the feast in your finest garments, a deep blue tunic that your mother made, dyed with woad that cost more than you like to remember, and a surcoat embroidered with a pattern that tries hard to look like noble decoration, while remaining just humble enough to avoid accusations of social climbing. Medieval fashion is a careful navigation between displaying your prosperity and not appearing to rise above your station. The Great Hall has reached that perfect moment when all preparation is complete and the celebration is about to begin. Guests have arrived from neighbouring manors, their horses stamping in the stables while their owners warm themselves by the fire. The social geography of the hall reflects the strict hierarchy of medieval life. The high table on its raised platform at one end, the household tables arranged perpendicular to it, and space at the lower end for entertainers and servants who will eat after they've finished serving. Your lord enters with the ceremony appropriate to his position, accompanied by his lady wife and their children. Everyone stands, not because there's a formal rule requiring it, but because some forms of respect are so deeply ingrained they feel like natural law. He takes his place at the centre of the high table, and only when he's seated does everyone else follow suit. A choreography of medieval manners that no one has to think about because it's been drilled in since childhood. The feast begins with a ceremony that predates Christianity by centuries. A servant enters carrying the wassail bowl, an enormous wooden vessel filled with spiced ale, decorated with ribbons, and containing what appear to be small roasted apples floating on top. Your lord raises the bowl and speaks the traditional words, "Waes hael," be whole, or be healthy, and everyone responds, "Drink hael." The bowl is passed around the hall, each person taking a drink, a communal sharing that binds everyone present into temporary fellowship. Then the food begins to arrive, course after course, in a display that makes your earlier sampling seem ridiculously inadequate. The boar enters first, carried on a massive wooden platter by 4 strong servants, garnished with bay leaves, and accompanied by musicians playing a triumphant fanfare on instruments that sound vaguely like very aggressive kazoos. Medieval music is an acquired taste, but you've acquired it over years of exposure. The boar's head is removed and set before your lord, who carves the first portions with the knife he wears at his belt, that everyday tool that serves for eating, working, and occasional self-defence depending on circumstances. The meat is distributed according to rank, with the choicest portions going to the high table and progressively less prestigious cuts moving down the social scale. You receive a serving that's perfectly respectable, tender and rich with fat, and seasoned with herbs you helped gather last summer. More dishes follow in waves that test your capacity. The peacock, reassembled into something approximating life, gets admired more than eaten. Its meat is tough, and the feathers are mostly for show. The pies arrive, their crusts golden and their contents steaming. Fish dishes appear, required by church law even during feast days, prepared in ways that disguise their origin under layers of spices and sauces. Vegetables cooked with butter and herbs, eggs prepared in combinations that seem designed to use as many eggs as possible, cheese from the summer's production, aged just right, bread in quantities that would normally feed you for a week. The meal happens in that peculiar medieval rhythm, where eating is punctuated by entertainment, conversation, and periodic breaks for your stomach to catch up with your ambition. Servants circulate with pitchers of ale and wine, keeping cups filled with the efficiency of long practice. The hall grows warmer from the press of bodies and the roaring fire, until you find yourself pushing back from the table slightly, loosening your belt and wondering how anyone could possibly eat more. But of course, there's always more. The marchpane you helped prepare arrives in elaborate forms, alongside other sweets that involve combinations of honey, fruit and nuts. Spiced wine is served hot, warming you from the inside while simultaneously making you slightly dizzy. The conversation around you grows louder as inhibitions lower, and the evening progresses toward the moment everyone is actually waiting for: midnight mass. The church bell begins ringing while the feast is still in full swing, its tone cutting through the noise to remind everyone that beneath the celebration, this is a holy night. The birth of Christ, the theological reason for this entire season, will be commemorated at midnight in a ceremony that's remained essentially unchanged for centuries. The transformation from feast hall to worshippers is gradual but inevitable, as people begin to set down their cups and prepare to make their way to the church. You bundle yourself back into your warmest clothes, adding an additional cloak because the walk to the church is short, but the building itself has no heating beyond body warmth and a few candles. The procession from manor to church happens by torchlight, a line of illuminated figures moving through darkness, in a scene that could be from any Christmas Eve for the past 500 years. The village church sits apart from the manor, serving both the household and the village in that uneasy partnership that characterises medieval religious life. It's a stone building that was already old when your grandparents were young, its architecture simple but solid, designed to last centuries rather than decades. The bell in its tower continues ringing, calling the faithful to worship, with a voice that carries across the frozen fields. Inside, the church has been transformed by candlelight and evergreen decorations. The normal austerity of stone walls and plain surfaces has been softened by garlands of holly and ivy, while banks of candles create pools of warm light that push back against the vast darkness outside. The smell is distinctive: beeswax and incense, cold stone and wool clothing, that particular scent of a medieval church that combines devotion with practical reality. The priest stands ready in vestments that are the finest possessions this poor church owns. The silk and embroidery were gifts from your lord's family generations ago, passed down and carefully maintained, brought out only for the highest holy days. In the candlelight they shine with a richness that transforms the humble village priest into something approaching magnificent. The Mass begins in Latin, that sacred language that most people present don't actually understand, but which carries the weight of tradition and divine authority. The priest's voice rises and falls in the ancient cadences, speaking words that were already old when England became England. You follow along not through understanding but through familiarity, knowing when to stand, kneel, and make responses that are more muscle memory than conscious thought. There's something profound about participating in a ceremony you don't fully comprehend, trusting that the ritual itself carries meaning beyond your individual grasp of its words. The Latin phrases wash over you like a river, ancient and powerful, connecting you to centuries of believers who stood in churches throughout Christendom, speaking these same words at this same hour. The Christmas liturgy has particular beauty, a joy that breaks through even when mediated by a language you don't speak. The priest reads the nativity story, in Latin of course, but you know it well enough to follow along in your mind. The journey to Bethlehem, the inn with no room, the stable and the manger. The angels appear to shepherds in fields that probably looked a lot like the ones surrounding your village. There's a moment during the Mass when the priest elevates the consecrated host, and the entire congregation drops to its knees in unison. The bell rings, a small handbell, not the tower bell, and in the candlelit darkness of a medieval church on Christmas Eve, you feel the presence of something larger than yourself. Whether it's the divine, the weight of tradition, or simply the human need to mark this darkest season with light and hope, you're not sure. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe all three are aspects of the same truth. The carols begin after the consecration. These aren't the refined hymns that later centuries will create, but rougher older songs that blend Christian themes with folk melodies that probably predate Christianity. The tunes are simple enough that everyone can join in, creating a sound that's more enthusiastic than technically proficient. Medieval congregational singing operates on the principle that volume compensates for any lack of skill. You sing along, your voice joining dozens of others in the cold air. The song tells of angels and shepherds, of a star leading wise men from the east, and of a baby born in circumstances of poverty, who nonetheless represents salvation for all humanity. The theology is heavy, but the melody is bright. That particularly medieval combination of profound religious meaning delivered through approachable, even cheerful music. The Mass concludes in the small hours of the morning, Christmas Day now technically, though it still feels like night. The priest gives his final blessing, and the congregation begins to stir, preparing to head back out into the cold. But there's a reluctance to leave, a desire to extend this moment when the entire community stands together in shared purpose and shared belief. Outside, the snow has begun again, soft flakes that catch the torchlight as the procession reforms for the walk back to the manor. Your breath makes clouds in the frigid air, and your toes have lost most of their feeling despite your woolen stockings and leather boots. But there's a warmth inside you that has nothing to do with temperature. The satisfaction of having marked this night properly, of having participated in a tradition that connects you to believers across time and space. The manor house appears ahead, its windows glowing with firelight, promising warmth and the continuation of celebration. Because while midnight Mass represents the spiritual heart of Christmas Eve, the night is far from over. Food still waits, ale still flows, and the celebration of Christ's birth will continue until exhaustion and dawn finally send everyone to bed. You enter the great hall to find that servants have kept the fires burning and the food warm. A smaller group remains now, those hardy souls who have the stamina to continue celebrating after a feast and a midnight Mass. You join them, accepting a cup of hot spiced wine, settling by the fire to let its warmth seep back into your frozen extremities. Christmas Day has begun, and with it comes the promise of 12 more days of celebration, of fellowship, of temporary suspension of the normal order. You're exactly where you belong, surrounded by community, wrapped in tradition, marking the turn of the year in ways that your ancestors would recognise. It's a good feeling, this sense of connection and continuity. It's what Christmas means. Underneath all the theology and ceremony, the simple human need to push back darkness with light, to combat winter with warmth, and to face the cold season together rather than alone. Christmas morning arrives later than usual, a concession to the previous night's festivities that leaves you grateful for the heavy curtains around your bed and the extra blanket you remember to add before collapsing into sleep. The manor house is quiet, with the particular silence that follows significant celebration. Not the active hush of people sleeping, but the exhausted stillness of people who have thoroughly worn themselves out and are taking their time recovering. You rise eventually, drawn by the smell of fresh bread and the recognition that however much you ate last night, hunger has a way of returning with the morning. The great hall shows signs of last night's feast. The tables haven't been fully cleared, though servants have made initial progress. Someone has kept the fire going, for which you're grateful, because the stone walls hold cold like they hold memories, stubbornly and for a long time. The breakfast laid out is generous, even by feast day standards. Fresh bread still warm from the bakehouse, butter that tastes of summer grass despite the winter season, and cheese aged to that perfect point where it's sharp without being overwhelming. Cold meats left from yesterday's feast, including slices of that boar that taste even better cold than they did hot. Porridge made rich with honey and nuts. Small beer to drink, because starting the day with ale is perfectly normal when clean water is suspect and coffee hasn't been invented yet. People drift in gradually, responding to their own internal schedules and varying levels of recovery from last night's revelries. Your lord arrives looking surprisingly well rested, which either speaks to a noble constitution or to having servants who ensure that lords get proper sleep regardless of feast schedules. His children trail behind him, still dressed in their Christmas finest from yesterday, apparently having slept in their good clothes rather than changing. A very medieval approach to laundry conservation. The plan for today involves more eating, naturally, because the Christmas feast spans multiple days and yesterday's offerings were merely the beginning. But first, there's the morning gift-giving ceremony, a tradition that sits somewhere between religious observance and social performance. Medieval Christmas gifts aren't what later centuries will make of the tradition. There are no wrapped packages with bows, no surprises concealed until the moment of opening. Instead, gifts are practical, often expected, and carefully calibrated to reflect and reinforce social relationships. Your lord will give gifts to his household, money to servants, cloth to craftsmen, perhaps a new knife to someone whose service deserves recognition. In return, he'll receive gifts that acknowledge his position. Gloves, handkerchiefs, spices, and things that flatter without presuming equality. You've prepared your own modest gifts, a jar of honey from your hives to the cook who's made your meals all year, a carved wooden toy for the lord's youngest child, and a length of ribbon for the lady of the manor that you purchased from a peddler who passed through in autumn. These aren't extravagant presents, but they're appropriate to your station and to the relationships they acknowledge. The gift-giving happens in the Great Hall, with everyone present to witness the exchanges. There's a ritualistic quality to it, each presentation accompanied by words of thanks and reciprocal good wishes. When your lord gives you a small purse containing coins, you know the exact amount without counting it. 3 days' wages, the standard Christmas gift of valued household members. It's enough to feel generous without being so much as to disrupt the social order. The children receive their gifts with an enthusiasm that makes the adults smile. Toys carved from wood, a small horse, a ball, and a doll made of cloth and stuffing. These are precious items in a world where childhood is shorter, and toys are rarer than later generations will consider normal. You watch a boy of perhaps 7 receive his wooden sword with a joy so pure it makes you remember your own childhood, when such simple things could contain entire worlds of imagination. Once the gifts have been exchanged, the serious business of continuing the feast begins. Fresh tables are set, the servants having cleared last night's remains while you were distracted by gift-giving, and new dishes begin to appear. Today's offerings are somewhat lighter than yesterday's, a recognition that there are still 11 more days of feasting ahead, and pacing is essential to survival. Pies appear, smaller than last night's massive constructions, but no less elaborate. One contains dried cherries and spices that taste like concentrated summer. Another holds a mixture of meats that have been cooked down into something rich and satisfying. There are pastries filled with cheese and herbs, small enough to eat with your hands, which you do despite the grease that accumulates on your fingers. The truly magnificent offering is the subtlety, that peculiar medieval creation that's part food, part art project, and entirely concerned with impressing guests. Today's version is a castle made entirely of marchpane, complete with tiny sugar towers and walls detailed with such care you feel almost guilty eating it. Almost. The sweetness is intense, the almond flavour pronounced, and the entire creation represents hours of someone's careful work that will be consumed in minutes. Medieval feasting has always been partly about conspicuous consumption, and this sugary castle delivers that message with clarity. Entertainment accompanies the meal because eating for hours would be tedious without distraction. The minstrel from yesterday reappears, this time performing songs that range from religious hymns to stories of courtly love to ballads about Robin Hood that are probably treasonous if anyone bothered to think too hard about them. The tunes are catchy in that way medieval music has, modal scales that sound simultaneously familiar and strange to ears trained on later harmonies. Between courses, a juggler performs, keeping 6 wooden balls in the air with a skill that looks effortless but represents years of practice. When someone from the audience calls out a challenge, he adds knives to the rotation, their blades catching the firelight as they spin. It's the kind of performance that makes you hold your breath, partly from admiration, and partly from the very real possibility that someone might need bandages soon. Medieval entertainments doesn't include safety nets, literal or figurative. The storyteller takes his turn, settling onto a stool near the fire and launching into a romance about Sir Gawain and his various adventures. His voice rises and falls with the drama, describing battles with giants, encounters with temptresses, and moral dilemmas that somehow always resolve in ways that reinforce the importance of Christian virtue and feudal loyalty. You've heard this story before, probably several times, but the telling matters as much as the tale. The storyteller's art is in bringing familiar narratives to life, in making audiences feel emotions they already know are coming. The meal stretches through the afternoon in that timeless way that medieval feasts have, where you lose track of whether you're eating lunch or dinner or something in between. Servants keep bringing food and people keep eating it, though the pace has slowed considerably from last night's enthusiasm. There's a limit to how much roast meat and spiced wine any human system can process, and you're approaching yours with the certainty of someone who's done this before and should know better, but somehow never learns. As the winter afternoon fades, which it does appallingly early, leaving you feeling cheated of daylight, someone suggests games. This is met with enthusiasm by those young enough to still have energy, and groans from those of us who've eaten too much to move with any grace. But the suggestion carries the day, and tables are pushed back to create space in the Great Hall. The games that follow are the traditional Christmas diversions, some religious in origin, others considerably older and more pagan than the Church would prefer to acknowledge. Hoodman Blind is played first, a medieval version of Blind Man's Bluff where someone is hooded and must catch other players by sound and touch alone. The game quickly descends into cheerful chaos, with hooded players stumbling into furniture while everyone else shrieks with laughter and offers misleading directions. Hot Cockles comes next, a game that seems designed to test both physical endurance and social bonds. One person kneels blindfolded while others take turns striking their back, and the kneeling person must guess who hit them. It's rougher than it sounds, and watching it makes you grateful that medieval society has some concept of rank-appropriate play. The servants participate enthusiastically, apparently viewing this as an opportunity for socially sanctioned revenge against authority figures who've annoyed them throughout the year. Someone produces a ball, leather stuffed with rags, and an impromptu game of catch develops that rapidly becomes competitive. Medieval people take their games seriously, even informal ones. The ball flies back and forth with increasing velocity until someone makes an errant throw that sends it directly into the remnants of the feast, scattering pastries and sloshing wine. The resulting laughter suggests this might have been intentional. Music starts up again, this time for dancing. The dances are communal rather than partnered, with long lines of people moving through patterns that everyone knows by heart. The steps are simple, but the combinations are complex, requiring attention and coordination that's challenging after several cups of wine. You join in, partly because refusing would be antisocial, and partly because the movement feels good after hours of sitting and eating. The carol dances are particularly enjoyable, combining song with movement in patterns that circle the hall. These dances are old, probably predating Christianity, their circular forms echoing the wheel of the year and the cycles of seasons. The church has Christianized them, adding religious lyrics to pagan forms, creating that typical medieval blend of old and new beliefs that characterizes so much of the holiday. As you move through the dance, you become aware of the community you're part of. These are people you've known your entire life, whose families have been connected to yours for generations. The Lord's grandfather knew your grandfather. The cook's mother taught your mother how to brew proper ale. The children playing in the corner will grow up to work alongside your own children, continuing patterns of relationship that stretch back beyond memory. This interconnection is what medieval life actually means, underneath all the historical discussion of feudalism and hierarchy. You're not isolated individuals pursuing separate paths, but threads in a fabric that's been weaving itself for centuries. The Christmas feast is partly about celebrating Christ's birth, yes, but it's also about reinforcing these social bonds, about reminding everyone of their place in the larger pattern. The dancing continues until people are genuinely exhausted, flushed with exertion and dizzy from spinning. Someone calls for more wine and servants appear with pitchers, because apparently there's no upper limit to how much liquid a medieval feast can produce and consume. You accept one more cup more from habit than desire, holding it while you catch your breath and let your heart rate return to something approaching normal. The fire in the great hearth is built up again, with massive logs added that will burn through the night. The Yule log tradition, that enormous piece of wood that's supposed to burn throughout the Christmas season, sits at the hearth's heart, glowing with heat that pushes back against the winter cold. This log was cut from an oak tree with ceremony, dragged to the manor with celebration, and lit with embers saved from last year's Yule log. It's a tradition that predates Christianity by centuries, a fire-worshipping ritual that the church tolerates because traditions this old are impossible to eradicate. Evening settles over the manor, though calling it evening feels wrong when darkness arrived hours ago. Time during the Christmas season operates differently, measured not by clocks, which are rare and temperamental anyway, but by the rhythm of feasts, entertainments, and rest periods that flow into one another without clear boundaries. The Great Hall has reached that perfect state of comfortable exhaustion where everyone is content to simply exist together. Some people are still eating, working through the seemingly infinite supplies of food. Others are talking, their conversations animated by wine and fellowship. Children are sprawled near the fire, not quite asleep but clearly heading that direction. Dogs that have been begging scraps all day now lie contentedly under tables, their bellies full and their loyalty temporarily purchased with roast meat. You find yourself a spot near the fire, not too close to be uncomfortably hot, but close enough to benefit from its warmth. The heat makes you drowsy, that pleasant heaviness that comes from physical satisfaction and the knowledge that you have nowhere else to be and nothing else you must do. Christmas, you realise, is partly about this, about permission to simply exist without the constant pressure of work and obligation. The minstrel plays quietly now, soft tunes that underscore rather than dominate the hall's atmosphere. Someone is telling a story in one corner, their voice rising and falling while listeners respond with occasional laughter. A group near the far end is singing, not a performance but the casual music making that happens when people who've known each other forever harmonise without thinking about it. You let your eyes drift closed for a moment, just resting them. And when you open them again, some undefined amount of time has passed and the fire has burned lower. The hall is quieter now, people having gradually migrated to their beds, or simply fallen asleep where they sat. This is normal for Christmas celebrations. Sleep happens when it happens, in whatever location you happen to occupy when exhaustion finally wins. Tomorrow, or today, depending on how you count time after midnight, the feast will continue. More food, more entertainment, more fellowship. The 12 days of Christmas stretch ahead, each day bringing similar patterns of celebration. each night blending into the next until the season becomes a single extended experience rather than discrete days. But for now, in this moment, you're content to sit by the fire, surrounded by community, warm and fed and safe. Winter rages outside, but inside the manor walls, Christmas holds darkness at bay with light, cold with warmth, and isolation with fellowship. It's enough. It's everything, really. The second day of Christmas arrives with your body's insistent reminder that you're not as young as you once were, and that medieval feasting takes a physical toll that would benefit from modern pain relievers. You extract yourself from wherever you ended up sleeping. It appears to be a pile of cushions near the hearth, which explains why one side of your body feels roasted while the other feels frozen, and survey the great hall in morning light. The space looks like the aftermath of a very successful party, which is exactly what it is. Servants are already moving through, clearing the detritus of yesterday's celebrations with the efficient resignation of people who know they'll be doing this same work for 11 more days. You help where you can, carrying dishes to the kitchen, straightening benches and trying to find where your shoes ended up. After last night's dancing removed them from your feet. Breakfast is a quieter affair than yesterday, partly because several people are still asleep, and partly because everyone's ambition for food has been temporarily satisfied. You settle for bread and cheese, small beer, and an apple from the autumn storage that's gone slightly soft but tastes sweet enough to forgive its texture. Medieval mornings after feast days are exercises in gentle recovery, allowing your body to catch up with what your enthusiasm inflicted upon it. The day unfolds with less structure than yesterday's ceremony. This is Boxing Day, though it won't be called that for several more centuries. The tradition of giving gifts to servants and the poor has already happened. Yesterday's presents covered that obligation. Today is for continuing the celebration in whatever form appeals to people's current energy levels. Some choose to hunt, bundling into warm clothes and heading out with dogs and weapons to pursue winter game through snowy fields. Hunting during Christmas is partly sport, partly necessity, and partly an excuse to escape the manor house's increasingly crowded and aromatic interior. You consider joining them but decide that standing in frozen fields waiting for deer sounds less appealing than staying by the fire. Instead, you participate in the games that develop organically throughout the day. Someone has produced a set of dice carved from bone, and gambling begins with the enthusiastic disregard for church prohibitions that characterizes medieval attitudes toward gaming. You wager small amounts, a few coins, a knife that's seen better days, a promise to do someone's share of work next week. The dice clatter across the table, and fortunes rise and fall with each throw. Medieval dice games are wonderfully simple compared to what later centuries will devise. The rules are straightforward, the outcomes depend entirely on chance, and the entertainment value comes from the social interaction more than the game itself. You win some, lose more, and don't particularly care about either outcome. The point is the participation, the fellowship, and the shared experience of trying your luck against fate and your friends. Cards haven't been invented yet, or at least haven't reached England, so you're spared the complexity that playing cards will eventually bring to gaming. Instead, there are board games carved into wooden surfaces, games involving moving pieces according to dice throws, and games that require strategy and planning. Someone produces a chess set and you watch a match between two players who take the game seriously enough that spectators fall silent during crucial moments. The children have their own games happening in corners and corridors. They play with the wooden toys from yesterday's gifts, creating elaborate scenarios that seem to involve knights, dragons, and a surprising amount of falling over dramatically. Their energy is boundless in that way that makes adults simultaneously envious and exhausted. You remember having that much vitality once, though it feels like a previous lifetime rather than a previous decade. Midday brings another meal, because of course it does. The feast continues with offerings that aim for variety rather than volume. At least that seems to be the intention, though the actual quantities remain substantial. Roasted fowl today, smaller birds that cook faster than yesterday's massive boar. Fish prepared with enough spices to disguise its origin, a concession to religious rules about when meat can be eaten. vegetable dishes that actually taste of their ingredients rather than the sauces covering them. There's a meat pie that turns out to contain lamprey, that peculiar eel-like fish that wealthy people consider a delicacy, despite its appearance suggesting otherwise. You try it because refusing would be rude, discover it tastes like river mud and regret it, and quietly feed the rest to a dog under the table. The dog appears equally unimpressed, but eats it anyway, because dogs have different standards than humans when it comes to food evaluation. The afternoon entertainment comes from an unexpected source. Visitors arrive from a neighbouring manor, their lord having decided to make a Christmas call that combines social obligation with genuine friendliness. Medieval visiting during Christmas is expected. Staying isolated during the season of fellowship would be considered antisocial, bordering on hostile. The visitors bring gifts for their hosts, a barrel of wine, a haunch of venison, some expensive candles, and are welcomed with the enthusiasm that such generosity deserves. With new guests come new stories, fresh gossip, and different perspectives on shared acquaintances. Medieval people are tremendous gossips, treating news about neighbours with the attention that later ages will reserve for celebrity scandals. You learn about marriages being arranged, lands being disputed, and priests behaving in ways that suggest their vows of celibacy are more aspirational than actual. The specifics would probably sound tedious to outsiders, but for you, these are the stories that make up the fabric of your world. The visitors bring their own entertainment as well. One of them is apparently known for his riddles, and he proceeds to pose questions that range from clever to groan-inducing. What has hands but cannot clap? A clock, except that hardly anyone present has seen an actual clock, so the answer falls flat. What gets wetter as it dries? A towel, which works better and produces satisfied nods from those who guess correctly. Evening brings music and more dancing, because apparently yesterday's dancing wasn't sufficient to exhaust everyone's enthusiasm for spinning in circles to medieval tunes. The dances tonight are more elaborate, with patterns that require instruction for those unfamiliar with them. You watch your lord attempt a particularly complex step, stumble, recover with dignity mostly intact, and continue as if nothing happened. Medieval aristocrats are very good at pretending that public mishaps are intentional choices. Someone suggests a Christmas play, and a group of the more theatrical household members begin organising a performance. These aren't elaborate productions with scripts and rehearsals, but improvised entertainments based on familiar stories. Tonight's offering appears to be the Nativity, with servants and minor nobles volunteering for roles that include shepherds, angels, and what appears to be a very reluctant donkey played by someone wearing a blanket and making half-hearted braying sounds. The play is charming in its amateurishness, with actors forgetting their lines, angels' wings falling off mid-scene, and the baby Jesus represented by a wooden doll that looks nothing like an infant, and everything like a carved log with a face painted on it. But the audience loves it, responding with cheers and laughter and genuine appreciation for the effort. Medieval entertainment values participation over perfection, the attempt over the achievement. As night deepens, the celebration settles into the now familiar pattern of eating, drinking, talking, and generally existing together in that comfortable way that happens when people have shared several days of continuous celebration. The wine flows, loosening tongues and lowering inhibitions in ways that tomorrow might bring regrets, but tonight produces only warmth and fellowship. You find yourself in a conversation with one of the visiting nobles, discussing topics that range from the weather, always a safe subject, to the political situation with France, less safe but interesting, to speculation about what the new year might bring. Medieval people are both fatalistic about the future, believing that God's will ultimately determines everything, and actively engaged in trying to shape circumstances to their advantage. The contradiction doesn't bother anyone. The conversation drifts to memories of previous Christmases, and stories emerge about celebrations in years past. The Christmas when snow fell so heavily that the manor was isolated for a week. The Christmas when the boar escaped before it could be roasted and had to be recaptured in an adventure that apparently involved 3 servants, 2 dogs, and considerable property damage. The The Christmas when the priest had drunk too much was Sale, and delivered midnight mass in Latin that was creatively interpreted at best. These stories connect you to the history of the place and people around you, creating a sense of continuity that stretches beyond individual lifetimes. You're not just celebrating this Christmas, you're participating in a tradition that your grandparents knew, that your grandchildren will know, that creates a thread of shared experience running through time. The fire burns low again, and again it's built up with fresh logs that will carry warmth through the night. The Yule log continues its slow combustion, a constant presence that anchors the celebration to something older than Christianity, older than Rome, as old as humans gathering round fire to push back darkness and cold. Sleep comes gradually, people drifting away or simply settling where they sit, wrapped in cloaks and blankets, content to rest in the great hall's communal warmth. You find your own sleeping spot somewhere between the fire and the wall, where warmth and stone create a balance that feels just right. Tomorrow will bring another day of celebration, and the day after that, and the day after that, until the 12 days have passed and Epiphany arrives to mark the end of the Christmas season. But that's a future concern. For now, surrounded by community, warm and fed and safe, you let sleep take you. Your last conscious thought, a vague sense of contentment that this is what Christmas means. Not the presents, or the food, or any single element, but the whole experience of living within community, of marking time's passage together, of creating shared memories that will warm you through winters yet to come. The middle days of Christmas blur together with that pleasant indistinctness that comes from continuous celebration without the anchoring routine of normal work. You've lost track of whether this is the third, fourth or fifth day. Not because you're drunk, though the steady consumption of ale and wine certainly isn't helping temporal clarity, but because the days themselves have merged into one extended present tense, where time is measured by meals and entertainment rather than by any more conventional metric. This morning, or possibly afternoon, the winter light makes it hard to tell, you find yourself with unexpected free time. The servants have the great hall well in hand, the kitchen is managing without your help, and the current entertainment doesn't require audience participation. You take advantage of this rare solitude to claim a chair near the fire, wrapped in a blanket that smells of wood smoke and wool, content to simply sit and watch the flames. Medieval fires are mesmerizing in ways that modern heating can't replicate. The flames move with unpredictable beauty, finding shapes in the burning wood that seem almost meaningful. Your ancestors saw spirits in such flames, read futures in their flickering, and believed that fire was a living thing with intelligence and intention. The church disapproves of such thinking, but sitting here alone with the fire, you can understand the impulse. The flames do seem alive, dancing and breathing and consuming the wood with what looks remarkably like hunger. The great hall is quieter than it's been since Christmas Eve. Most people are elsewhere, hunting, sleeping off last night's feast, or participating in some entertainment happening in another part of the manor. The quiet feels precious after days of constant noise and activity. You're not antisocial, you've thoroughly enjoyed the celebration, but everyone needs occasional solitude to process experience and simply exist without performing for others. Your thoughts drift to Christmases past, memories rising like the sparks from the fire. You remember childhood Christmases when the feast seemed impossibly grand, and you believed without question that the season was magical. You remember the first Christmas after your father died, when the celebration felt hollow despite everyone's efforts to maintain traditions. You remember last year's Christmas, which seemed unremarkable at the time, but now carries a poignancy it lacked then, because you understand how each celebration is unique even when following familiar patterns. Medieval life encourages this kind of reflection, this awareness of time's passage and the cycles that structure human existence. The agricultural year creates a rhythm of planting and harvest, growth and dormancy. The church year marks time with saints' days and holy seasons. The human life cycle moves from birth through childhood, adulthood, old age, and death, with a visibility that later ages will try to hide but that medieval people accept as natural. Christmas sits at the intersection of these cycles. the darkest time of the natural year, the celebration of Christ's birth in the religious year, and for you personally, a moment to reflect on your own journey through time. You think about the people who've passed away since last Christmas. Your neighbour's wife died in childbirth. Both mother and infant were lost despite the midwife's best efforts. An old man from the village whose name you're ashamed to realise you've forgotten, though you remember his face and his kindness. A child who fell through ice on the mill pond, gone before anyone could reach him. Medieval death is commonplace in ways that later centuries will forget. A constant presence that makes the celebration of life all the more important. But you also think about new arrivals. Babies born in the past year who are experiencing their first Christmas, though they're too young to remember it. Marriages that joined families in bonds that will ripple through generations. New households established, new positions filled. The constant renewal that balances death's persistence. Life continues, patterns repeat, and Christmas marks the turn of the year with acknowledgement that both endings and beginnings are part of the same cycle. The fire pops loudly, sending sparks up the chimney and startling you from your reverie. You add another log, watching it catch and begin its own transformation from solid wood to flame and heat and eventually ash. The cycle of consumption and transformation seems like it should mean something, should carry some deeper significance that you can almost grasp but not quite articulate. Medieval people are comfortable with this kind of incomplete understanding, with truths that feel real even when they can't be fully explained. A servant appears with food, because of course there's more food, there's always more food during Christmas, and you accept a plate without really looking at what's on it. The eating has become almost automatic, a background activity that continues regardless of actual hunger. You chew mechanically while continuing to watch the fire, finding yourself surprisingly content with this moment of solitary existence within the larger celebration. The door opens, admitting cold air and several people returning from some outdoor activity. They're laughing, flushed with exertion and cold, bringing energy that disrupts your quiet contemplation, but that you find yourself welcoming anyway. Solitude is precious, but so is community, and the balance between them is what makes life bearable. Someone settles near you, an older man whose name you know, but whose life story you've never fully heard. In the casual way that happens during Christmas when normal social boundaries relax, he begins talking about his own memories. Christmases from 50 years ago, when the current Lord's grandfather ruled the manor and the world was simultaneously different and exactly the same. His stories are fascinating, not for their drama, but for their ordinariness. He talks about feasts that sound like the one you're currently experiencing, about music and games, and about the particular quality of fellowship that Christmas creates. He mentions people long dead with the casualness of someone who's outlived most of his generation, treating mortality as a fact rather than a tragedy. Medieval old age brings this perspective. If you live long enough, death becomes a familiar companion rather than a terrifying stranger. You listen, asking occasional questions, learning things about the manor's history that no written record captures. These oral histories are how medieval communities remember themselves, stories passed from person to person, each telling adding and subtracting details until the truth becomes less important than the meaning. The old man's memories aren't historically accurate probably, but they're true in a deeper sense. They capture the feeling of those past celebrations, the texture of life lived within this community, and the continuity that connects past to present. More people join your fireside gathering, drawn by the warmth and the conversation. Someone contributes their own memories, and someone else tells a story they heard from their grandmother, and gradually the solitary reflection transforms into communal remembering. This is how medieval people process experience, not through individual introspection, though that happens, but through shared storytelling that creates collective understanding. The afternoon slides toward evening with that winter rapidity that still surprises you, even though you've experienced it every year of your life. The fire needs constant feeding, and you take your turn adding logs, maintaining the warmth that makes the great hall habitable. The Yule log continues its slow burn, smaller now than when it was lit on Christmas Eve, but still substantial, still serving its purpose of carrying fire through the darkest season. Someone suggests mulled wine, and a servant is dispatched to heat some with spices. The drink arrives in wooden cups that warm your hands while the wine warms your insides, creating a double comfort that makes the winter evening feel less threatening. Medieval people are experts at these small comforts, at creating warmth and light and fellowship to combat the cold and dark that surrounds them. The storytelling continues, ranging from personal memories to folk tales to outright fabrications that everyone recognises as such but enjoys anyway. A story about a knight and a dragon. A story about a clever peasant who outwitted a demon. A story about ancient kings and their great deeds that probably never happened, but that capture something true about human ambition and folly. Medieval people don't distinguish sharply between history and legend, between fact and story. They're all ways of understanding the world, all valid in their own terms. You contribute your own story, something that happened to you years ago that's become smoothed by repeated telling, into something almost mythic. The facts have been simplified, the timeline compressed, and the ending made more satisfying than the messy reality probably was. But the story works, drawing laughter and response from your audience, creating connection through shared narrative. The evening meal arrives, more food, always more food, but tonight it feels less like gorging and more like fuel for the storytelling. You eat without paying much attention, focused on the conversation, on the faces around you lit by firelight, and on the sense of being exactly where you belong. As night deepens, the gathering settles into comfortable companionship. The stories slow and eventually stop, replaced by the contented silence of people who've said what needed saying and are now content to simply exist together. The fire crackles, someone shifts position, and a dog sighs in sleep. Small sounds that emphasize rather than break the quiet. You let your mind drift again, this time forward rather than backward. What will next Christmas bring? Will everyone currently present be here to celebrate it? Will new people join the gathering while others depart through death or distance? The future is unknowable, which medieval people accept with a faith that later ages will find either admirable or fatalistic depending on their perspective. But that's a future concern. Tonight, surrounded by community and warmth, with stories told and heard, you're content with the present moment. This is what the Christmas season offers. Not just feasting and entertainment, but these quieter moments of connection and reflection, of understanding your place within the larger patterns of community and time. The fire burns on, eternal in the moment even though you know it will eventually consume its fuel and die. But there will be more wood tomorrow, more fires to warm future nights, and more Christmases to celebrate in years to come. The patterns repeat, the cycles turn, and you're part of something that extends beyond your individual life into past and future alike. It's a comforting thought, this sense of continuity. You're not alone, not really. You're connected to everyone who came before and everyone who will come after, all of you celebrating the same season, marking the same turning of the year, finding meaning in similar rituals of light and warmth and fellowship. Sleep comes easily tonight, your mind settled by reflection and connection, your body warm from fire and wine, your spirit content with its place in the world. Tomorrow will bring another day of celebration, but for now this moment of peace by the fire is enough, more than enough, everything really, everything. The final days of the Christmas season arrive with a feeling that's simultaneously melancholy and relieved. The celebration has been glorious, the fellowship genuine, and the feasting abundant. But even the best parties must eventually end. A medieval stamina has its limits. You wake on what you determine must be somewhere around the 10th or 11th day of Christmas, your body informing you with some emphasis that it would appreciate a return to normal eating patterns and regular sleep schedules. The manor house shows signs of the continuous celebration. The great hall, despite daily cleanings, has accumulated the patina of 12 days of use. The rushes on the floor need replacing. The tables are showing permanent stains from spilled wine and dropped food. Even the decorations, the holly and ivy that seem so fresh on Christmas Eve, are looking tired. their leaves drooping, their branches drying out. But there's still Epiphany ahead, the 12th night, when the Christmas season officially concludes with one final celebration, honouring the arrival of the three kings at Christ's manger. This last feast will mark the transition back to ordinary time, to the regular patterns of work and obligation that structure medieval life outside the holy seasons. You spend the morning helping with preparations, partly from obligation, and partly from the recognition that keeping busy makes time pass more pleasantly. The kitchen is preparing yet another feast, though the cook's enthusiasm seems somewhat diminished by 2 weeks of continuous cooking. You help where you can, chopping vegetables with less precision than the task probably requires, stirring pots, and trying to stay out of the way when actual competent cooks need space to work. The final feast's menu represents a greatest hits collection from the past 12 days. Dishes that were particularly successful reappear, while experiments that didn't work so well are quietly omitted. The boar makes a final appearance, or at least parts of it do, transformed into a pie that combines the remaining meat with so many spices that its original identity is more theoretical than actual. More peacock, because apparently the first peacock wasn't displaying enough. Fish dishes that honour religious tradition while secretly making everyone wish for just a little more meat. The subtlety for tonight's feast is reportedly even more elaborate than previous offerings, though the kitchen is keeping it hidden until the proper moment of revelation. You've caught glimpses, something involving castles and possibly dragons, all made from marchpane and sugarwork that represents someone's heroic effort. But the full effect is being saved for maximum impact. The afternoon brings a reflective quality, a sense of ending that makes you notice details you've been taking for granted. The way firelight plays on the great hall's walls, the sound of familiar voices in conversation, the smell of wood smoke and food, and the accumulated scent of 2 weeks of celebration. These sensory experiences have surrounded you constantly, but now, knowing they're about to end, they suddenly seem precious and worth fixing in memory. Some guests begin departing, needing to return to their own manners and obligations before Epiphany. The farewells are genuine, and promises to visit in the new year are exchanged, with the understanding that such visits may or may not actually happen depending on weather, work, and the 100 other factors that govern medieval life. You participate in the goodbyes, feeling that peculiar medieval blend of formality and warmth that characterises relationships between people who are neither family nor strangers but something in between. As evening approaches, the household gathers for the final feast, with an energy that's different from previous nights. There's still enthusiasm, but it's tempered by fatigue and the knowledge that this is the last such gathering for many months. The next major celebration will be Easter, and that feels impossibly distant from this December evening. The meal begins with the usual ceremony, but proceeds with slightly less gusto than earlier feasts. People are eating because it's expected more than because they're actually hungry, after 12 days of continuous feasting. You work your way through a plate of food that would have excited you immensely 2 weeks ago, but now seems somewhat redundant. How many different ways can one prepare roasted meat? Apparently quite a few, but at this point they're all starting to taste similar regardless of spices and sauces. The subtleties revealed draws appropriate gasps of admiration. It's a marchpane castle even more elaborate than previous attempts, complete with tiny sugar knights, and what appears to be a dragon made from spun sugar that's coloured red with some kind of dye. The artistic achievement is remarkable, and everyone acknowledges it appropriately before the structure is dismantled and consumed. Medieval art is meant to be temporary, beauty created for the moment rather than preserved for posterity. Entertainment for the final night includes the best performances from the past 12 days. The minstrel plays his favourite songs. The storyteller recounts his most successful tale. The juggler performs his most impressive routine, adding even more knives to his rotation, until it seems impossible that he won't accidentally stab someone. Medieval audiences appreciate technical skill, and tonight's performances represent mastery earned through years of practice. There's dancing again, but gentler this time, as if everyone's collectively acknowledged that aggressive celebration would be more than tired bodies can manage. The carols are sung with real feeling. these familiar songs taking on extra meaning as they mark the end of the season. You join the singing, your voice blending with dozens of others in harmonies that are more enthusiastic than perfect, but that create something beautiful nonetheless. As midnight approaches, the gathering takes on a more solemn tone. Epiphany celebrates the arrival of the Magi, those wise men from the east who followed a star to find the Christ child. In medieval thinking, they represent the inclusion of Gentiles in Christianity's promise, the expansion of salvation beyond its Jewish origins to encompass the entire world. It's heady theological stuff, but mostly you think about the journey those men made, travelling vast distances following what they believed was divine guidance, arriving to offer gifts to a baby born in poverty. The story resonates in ways that transcend its religious meaning. The idea of a journey, of following something you believe in even when the path is unclear, of offering what you have to something greater than yourself, these are universal human experiences that medieval people understand viscerally. Your own life has been a journey of sorts, with paths taken and not taken, decisions made with imperfect information, and faith that things will work out combined with effort to make them do so. A blessing is pronounced over the gathering, the priest speaking words that commend everyone to God's care in the coming year. The prayer is in Latin naturally, but the sentiment comes through clearly enough. May you be safe. May you prosper. May you live to celebrate together again next Christmas. Simple wishes that carry weight because medieval life makes none of them guaranteed. The gathering begins to disperse. People seeking their beds with the satisfaction of celebration completed. The great hall will be thoroughly cleaned tomorrow, the decorations removed, and the normal routine resumed. But tonight, for these final hours, the Christmas season still holds, protecting you within its bubble of sanctioned celebration, before releasing you back to the regular patterns of medieval existence. You find yourself, as you have on previous nights, near the fire, watching the flames with thoughts that are too scattered to form coherent patterns. The Yule log has burned down to almost nothing, soon to be extinguished, its remains saved to light next year's log in continuation of tradition. The fire's warmth still surrounds you, but you can sense the cold beyond it, winter still holding the world in its grip despite Christmas's temporary defiance. In the early 19th century, the United States was still refining its identity, grappling with international pressures. Chief among them was the persistent clash with Great Britain, which never fully receded even after the Revolutionary War. By the year 1812, tensions had once again escalated. British warships roamed the Atlantic, seizing American merchant vessels and impressing sailors into the Royal Navy. Britain justified these actions by citing its endless struggle with Napoleonic France, but Americans saw them as blatant infringements on neutral rights. Politicians in Washington, D.C., argued that national honour demanded a resolute stance. Yet not all Americans agreed. New England merchants, dependent on overseas trade, feared that a war would wreck their livelihoods. Frontier farmers from the West and South, meanwhile, were more bellicose. They complained of British influence over native tribes, alleging that British agents provided weaponry to indigenous groups resisting American expansion. Famed orators in Congress, labelled war hawks, pressed for military action, insisting that only force could end maritime harassment and secure national credibility. James Madison, the fourth president, presided over a charged political scene. A quiet, deliberative. He weighed options carefully, but the clamour for war grew. In June 1812, Madison sent a war message to Congress, highlighting impressment, trade restrictions, and alleged British incitement of native violence. A narrow majority in both houses voted for war, marking the first time that the United States formally declared it. The nation's newness and untested military raised questions. Could the young republic muster the unity and resources to challenge the world's leading naval power? On paper, the British hardly viewed the US as a primary threat. Napoleon's armies in Europe had captured their attention. Nonetheless, the British recognised that if the Americans invaded Canada, the region might be lost. After all, Canada was lightly populated, and the British presence there hinged on loyal militias. British leaders believed that, despite the American impetus. The conflict wouldn't supplant Britain's prime focus on the European front, so they stationed smaller garrisons, trusting that the disorganised American approach would yield limited success. Across the Atlantic, in American port cities, many tried to maintain commerce, but with British blockades looming, merchant captains found themselves restricted or forced to sail under constant threat. The administration in Washington saw the conflict as a chance to rid the continent of lingering British power. Some leaders fantasized that capturing Canada might be straightforward. They assumed Canadians would readily join the American cause. However, that assumption proved naive. Canadian loyalty to the Crown, especially among certain pockets, was stronger than Americans had anticipated. Meanwhile, the war's outbreak also reverberated among native nations, particularly in the Great Lakes region. Some tribes formed alliances with the British, considering them to be less harmful than the land-hungry American settlers. Leaders like Tecumseh strove to form a broad indigenous confederation that might halt further American encroachment. For them, this war was another chapter in a long-standing struggle to defend their homelands. The British, short on manpower, readily welcomed indigenous allies, albeit with uncertain commitments once the war ended. Public opinion within the United States remained uneven. Southern and western states tended to favour hostilities. In contrast, many New Englanders, reliant on Atlantic trade, found the conflict ruinous. Some states half-heartedly contributed militia. Political friction within the US threatened to hamper effective prosecution of the war. Nevertheless, the formal declaration spurred initial bursts of patriotism in certain regions. Local militia parades and oratory about defending liberty repeated the rhetoric of the Revolutionary era, though critics derided the war as Mr. Madison's war. As the summer of 1812 progressed, American forces readied invasions across the Canadian border, aiming to quickly seize territory. The War Department, however, was ill-prepared. The regular army was small, officered by a mix of Revolutionary War veterans and political appointees. State militias varied widely in discipline. Supply lines were shaky. Still, generals promised swift victories. Observers from Europe, half attentive while embroiled in Napoleonic campaigns, watched with mild interest, suspecting the conflict would remain localized. The War of 1812 began in this precarious, multifaceted environment. The Americans believed they could avenge maritime wrongs and perhaps expand into Canada. The British, confident but distracted, expected to defend Canada with minimal resources. Indigenous nations, caught in the crossfire, saw an opportunity to resist American expansion. As the war commenced, few realized the transformative effects it would have on North America's diplomatic and cultural landscape. Early in 1813, American strategists believed they could redeem the humiliations of 1812 by launching renewed offensives into Canada. However, the same structural flaws persisted: volunteer militias, uncertain supply lines, and leadership lacking experience in large-scale campaigns. Generals like Henry Dearborn planned coordinated thrusts along Lake Ontario and the Niagara frontier. Yet cooperation between commands remained shaky, and British defenders, aided by local militia and indigenous allies, effectively countered many moves. On Lake Erie, Oliver Hazard Perry supervised a frantic shipbuilding effort at Presque Isle, present-day Pennsylvania. The plan was bold: construct a small fleet to wrest control of the lake from the British, thereby isolating their garrisons in western Upper Canada. In September 1813, Perry's squadron faced the British at the Battle of Lake Erie. Amid chaotic fighting, Perry's flagship took heavy damage, prompting him to row to another vessel and continue the fight. The result was a striking American victory, culminating in his laconic message, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours." This triumph severed Britain's supply route and forced them to abandon Detroit. Simultaneously, William Henry Harrison led an American army into Upper Canada. Bolstered by Lake Erie's strategic advantage, Harrison advanced, culminating in the Battle of the Thames in October 1813. The death of Tecumseh there shattered the indigenous coalition in the region. Although some tribes would continue resistance, the unified front Tecumseh championed is dissipated. American morale soared at these regional successes, mitigating memories of the prior year's catastrophes. Yet not all fronts prospered. Along Lake Ontario, the Americans captured and burned York, future Toronto, angering Canadian locals but failing to achieve a decisive hold. Furthermore, the attempt to hold or take the Niagara region vacillated as leadership changed. The incompetent or quarrelsome interplay among American generals let opportunities slip away. British regulars, though outnumbered, capitalised on interior lines and local knowledge. They also enjoyed better coordination with indigenous forces. On the Atlantic side, the US Navy's larger warships occasionally triumphed in single-ship duels, but Britain's blockade grew tighter. American merchant vessels found it perilous to venture out. Privateers operating from smaller ports tried to slip through, capturing British merchant ships for bounty. Despite being a significant threat to Britain, these privateers were unable to lift the blockade. Coastal towns faced hardship as imported goods became scarce, fueling discontent. In New England, especially, anti-war sentiment solidified. Some Federalists saw the conflict as a Southern war, suspecting expansions in territory only benefited southwestern agrarian interests. Amid these realities, 1814 brought a watershed shift in the global context. Napoleon's defeat in Europe freed British resources to pivot to North America. The British planned major offensives. One, a southern thrust aiming to capture New Orleans. Another, a mid-Atlantic invasion to strike the Chesapeake. They also stepped up attempts to secure control of Lake Champlain, a route to New York's interior. The intensification alarmed the Madison administration, which realized that if these drives succeeded, major US cities could fall or states might bolt from the Union. Also, central in 1814 was a series of negotiations that began in Ghent. Belgium, American delegates, including John Quincy Adams and Henry Clay, faced British counterparts. These talks progressed slowly, shaped by events on the battlefield. Initially, Britain demanded concessions like a recognised indigenous buffer state in the Old Northwest, while the Americans insisted on status quo ante bellum. Each side hoped for a military advantage that would improve bargaining. Throughout the summer, the negotiations seesawed, overshadowed by intensifying hostilities. An overlooked aspect was the southwestern frontier, where Andrew Jackson confronted Creek warriors allied with or influenced by the British. Jackson's Tennessee volunteers waged fierce campaigns in the Creek War, culminating in a decisive victory at Horseshoe Bend. The resulting treaty forced vast land cessions from the Creeks, revealing how the War of 1812 also served American expansion at an indigenous expense. Jackson's reputation soared, positioning him for greater national prominence after the conflict. Thus, by mid-1814, the war was nearing a pivotal moment. The British planned to unleash their superior fleets and veteran troops now freed from European entanglements. The Americans, battered and divided, pinned hopes on local successes and the resilience of militia. Diplomatic channels flickered, but no one was sure how soon or on what terms peace would arrive. The stage was set for dramatic clashes that would shape not just the immediate fortunes of the two countries, but the future map of North America. Observers recognized that the war's outcome might finally clarify whether the United States, after 3 decades of independence, could fully stand among global powers or remain overshadowed by older empires. Late 1814 saw Britain escalate. One prong targeted the Chesapeake. Its success at capturing and burning Washington, D.C. in August shocked Americans. The British sought to quickly follow up by attacking Baltimore, a crucial port. If Baltimore fell, Britain might cripple the region's commerce and break American resolve. Yet Baltimore's defenders prepared vigorously. Citizens erected barricades, sank vessels to block harbour approaches, and reinforced Fort McHenry. British warships commenced bombardment on the night of September 13th, unleashing salvo after salvo into the fort. Despite the onslaught, the fort held. When dawn arrived, the American flag still billowed, witnessed by Francis Scott Key, who penned the Star-Spangled Banner. This morale-boosting outcome forced the British to withdraw, neutralising their Chesapeake campaign. Another British thrust aimed at Lake Champlain. An army advanced from Canada, hoping to slice into upstate New York and isolate New England. On September 11th, 1814, American naval forces under Thomas MacDonough won the pivotal Battle of Plattsburgh Bay, outmanoeuvring the British squadron. With their naval support lost, the British land invasion faltered, forcing a hasty retreat. This second repulse, alongside Baltimore's defence, shattered British hopes for a swift resolution by capturing major towns. Meanwhile, the southwestern frontier remained a separate theatre. Andrew Jackson's victory over the Creeks had freed him to concentrate on potential British moves along the Gulf Coast. British strategists planned a grand assault on New Orleans, imagining that controlling the Mississippi's mouth would hamper American expansion. Jackson, aware of the vital importance of the city, assembled a force of militia, volunteers, freedmen, and even a group of Barataria pirates under Jean Lafitte, forging a makeshift but spirited army. But that confrontation awaited final culmination early the next year. In the midst of these unfolding battles, negotiations in Ghent progressed. Sensing that neither side would gain from prolonged conflict, British diplomats seized earlier demands for territory or indigenous buffer states, while Americans, stung by the burning of their capital, recognised that an indefinite war threatened ruin. By December, a draft treaty emerged, endorsing the principle of status quo ante bellum. Both nations would revert to pre-war boundaries. Outstanding issues like impressment or maritime rights were not addressed, rendering the war's original triggers unsolved. Nonetheless, the desperate weariness on both sides pressed them to sign the Treaty of Ghent on December 24th, 1814. However, word of the treaty needed weeks to traverse the Atlantic. None of the signatories realised a major confrontation loomed on the Mississippi. British forces landed near New Orleans in mid-December 1814. Jackson rushed to fortify the city's approaches, digging entrenchments along the Rodriguez Canal. On January 8, 1815, the British launched a frontal assault, certain their disciplined ranks could overwhelm Jackson's ragtag defenders. Instead, entrenched Americans unleashed devastating volleys of musket and artillery fire, decimating British columns. The attack collapsed. British casualties soared. While American losses were modest, Jackson's victory catapulted him into national stardom. Ironically, this epic battle occurred after the signing of peace. When news of the Treaty of Ghent finally reached North America weeks later, both countries ratified it promptly, halting further bloodshed. For Americans, the war concluded on an emotional high thanks to the improbable success at New Orleans. They hailed the conflict as a second triumph over the Britain, ignoring that the treaty omitted the maritime issues that sparked the war. For Britain, the war had always been a side theatre overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars, so ending it with minimal concessions was acceptable. Only indigenous nations truly lost out. With Tecumseh's confederation broken and no recognised buffer territory, the war thus spurred the unstoppable wave of American expansion westward. In the aftermath, Federalist opposition collapsed, tainted by war-rumoured secession talk at the Hartford Convention. The party withered, ushering in the so-called era of good feelings. The war also stimulated a sense of national identity, forging heroes like Andrew Jackson, William Henry Harrison, and Oliver Hazard Perry. The mythos of the war overshadowed the chaotic mismanagement and half-baked strategies that marked its early phases. Instead, popular memory latched onto the star-spangled defence of Fort McHenry, the ragtag victory at New Orleans, and the notion that the United States had defended its independence once again. From a broader perspective, the War of 1812 significantly shaped North American geopolitics. Canada, having rebuffed invasion, consolidated its distinct identity, reinforcing loyalty to the Crown. The United States, for its part, experienced a surge of nationalism, ironically reinforcing Union sentiments despite the war's rocky start. The conflict also revealed structural weaknesses in American finance and logistics, prompting post-war reforms. Freed from foreign entanglements, the US turned more confidently toward internal development and westward expansion. Indeed, the war's messy conclusion paved the path for subsequent growth that would define much of the 19th century. Historians continue to debate the War of 1812's deeper significance. Some label it a minor war, overshadowed by the Napoleonic giants in Europe, while others see it as a critical second test of American sovereignty. The reality, perhaps, is that both are true. On the grand scale, Britain was more consumed with Napoleon, but for the young United States, the conflict marked a crucial juncture. Did the new republic have the cohesion to withstand external assault, or would it fragment under pressure? One often overlooked outcome was the impetus for American industrialization. British blockades cut off European imports, prompting domestic manufacturers to step in and supply textiles and finished goods previously sourced from abroad. This unintended stimulus laid early foundations for the Industrial Revolution stateside. Once peace resumed, those infant industries demanded tariff protection. spurring sectional debates over free trade versus protective measures, a theme that shaped national politics well into the mid-century. The war also spurred the creation of new symbols of identity: the battered but surviving flag at Fort McHenry, the poem by Francis Scott Key that morphed into a national anthem, and even the iconic image of Dolly Madison rescuing crucial state papers. These narratives turned the War of 1812 into a story of pure strength. For many Americans in subsequent decades, it stood as proof that courage and cunning could offset inferior numbers or resources. That cultural legacy overshadowed the administrative bumbling and the partisan rancour that nearly crippled the war effort. For indigenous nations, the war's end accelerated their dispossession. Tecumseh's dream of a native confederacy collapsed with his death. British forces, no longer needing a bulwark against US expansion, provided limited post-war assistance. Tribes that had allied with Britain faced retribution or land seizures as Americans advanced. In the South, Andrew Jackson's post-war ascendancy led to further treaties pushing native groups west. Thus, the War of 1812 served as a key moment, paving the way for widespread white settlement throughout the Mississippi region and beyond. As for Canada, it developed a sense of shared heritage by resisting American invasions. French and English-speaking Canadians united under the Crown to repel the foreign threat, sowing seeds for a budding national identity distinct from Britain and the US. Figures like Laura Secord, who carried warning of an American raid, or the dead General Isaac Brock, became local heroes. The war's memory underscored that Canada would not be simply swallowed by the larger republic to the south, a dynamic that remains a point of cultural pride. Meanwhile, the returning US soldiers found themselves in varied conditions. Many frontier militias simply melted back into civilian life. Officers like Andrew Jackson or William Henry Harrison parlayed their war reputations into political capital, eventually capturing the White House. The post-war political environment recognized the potency of war heroes as leaders. The Federalist Party, tarred with disloyalty, soon dissolved, leaving the Democratic Republicans dominant, though internal factions would later spin off into new parties. James Madison completed his presidency in 1817, claiming the war had proven the constitutional system could endure an external threat. However, not all scars vanished. New England's economy, battered by blockades, pivoted more strongly toward manufacturing. Southern cotton expanded rapidly, ironically, fueled by the sense of security that no immediate British incursion threatened the coastline. The war's ephemeral alliances with French exiles or Spanish forces in Florida also factored into ongoing jockeying for territory. Within a few years, the US negotiated further expansions, culminating in the acquisition of Florida from Spain in 1819. These expansions, ironically, were partly greased by the sense that the US had won the War of 1812, even if the official treaty indicated no formal victor or concession. Thus, the conflict's legacy blossomed in multiple directions. For some, it was an afterthought overshadowed by the Napoleonic saga. For others, especially Americans, it was a second war of independence that validated the constitutional experiment. For indigenous nations, it triggered sorrowful fragmentation. For Canadians, it stamped a rebellious, proud identity that shaped future confederation. And for the wider Atlantic world, it removed a potential thorn, allowing Britain and the US to gradually pivot from enemies to trading partners. Of course, the complexities of war never vanish neatly. Subsequent decades saw tensions remain, especially in the boundary disputes in the Great Lakes region, eventually resolved by more peaceful diplomacy. The War of 1812 thus quietly ended an era of direct Anglo-American conflict. In the century that followed, both nations found more pressing concerns elsewhere, forging an uneasy but enduring peace. Over time, the war receded into historical memory, overshadowed by other milestones, yet its impact on shaping North American political, cultural, and economic trajectories remains indisputable. From a modern viewpoint, the War of 1812 often suffers from overshadowing by the American Revolution or the Civil War, yet it introduced important transformations in how Americans conceptualize their government's role, how local militias interface with federal authority, and how the broader continent responded to shifting power dynamics. For a generation that came of age after 1776, the war proved their own defining moment. Many states saw newly minted heroes or identified local episodes of valor, forging a tapestry of war stories that fed local pride. Among lesser-known anecdotes, is the role of enslaved men who escaped to British lines, particularly in the Chesapeake region. The British offered freedom to those who joined their cause, akin to certain practices during the Revolution. Many seized the chance, enforcing British logistical efforts or forming labour battalions. Following the war, some relocated to British territories such as Nova Scotia or Trinidad, forming diaspora communities known as Americans. The phenomenon highlighted the contradictory nature of a war fought over liberty, while slavery persisted, adding another dimension to the moral tensions of the era. Another overlooked thread is the role of women on the home front. Dolly Madison's rescue of the White House portrait is famous, but countless unnamed women toiled under blockades, farmed while husbands marched, and nursed wounded militiamen. Some women, with entrepreneurial flair, turned to weaving or local manufacturing to fill voids left by the disrupted import market. Their contributions, though seldom documented, were part of the shift toward a more self-sufficient domestic economy, proving that crises can spur inventive responses in local communities. Meanwhile, the impetus for building infrastructure grew. The war exposed how the poor roads hindered troop movements and supply lines, prompting calls for federal investment in internal improvements, canals, turnpikes, and eventually railroads. Although these developments advanced mostly after the war ended, the War of 1812 experience laid bare the necessity for connectivity. As a result, the federal government gradually leaned into more involvement with the infrastructure, an idea championed by national Republicans who wanted to unify the states through improved trade routes. Diplomatically, the post-war settlements signified a slow thawing in Anglo-American relations. British statesmen, preoccupied with maintaining post-Napoleonic Europe's order, found it pragmatic to reduce friction across the Atlantic. The Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 demilitarized the Great Lakes, a pioneering arms control pact that diffused future tensions. Over time, the Canada-US boundary stabilized, fostering an unusual phenomenon, the world's longest undefended frontier. This shift from hostility to mutual accommodation in North America stands as a direct outgrowth of the war, even if overshadowed by the dramatic episodes of 1812 to 1815. For indigenous peoples, the war's end spelled heartbreak. Britain no longer needed to bolster native confederations, so they withdrew support. The momentum of American expansion resumed, unstoppable. A patchwork of treaties forced tribes onto smaller lands or westward. The war had briefly offered a chance for unity under Tecumseh's leadership, but that vision perished at the Thames. The subsequent displacement of tribes in Ohio and Indiana soared, part of the broader national policy that would eventually culminate in the forced removals of the 1830s. Culturally, the war fed a romantic notion of American pride in adversity. Painters produced works depicting the Constitution's duels at sea or the British retreat from Baltimore. Poetry and ballads commemorated local militia triumphs. Over decades, these popular accounts coalesced into a somewhat sanitized narrative highlighting victory at New Orleans and the heroic stand at Fort McHenry. The fiascos, the bungled invasions of Canada, the burning of Washington slipped into lesser emphasis. This selective memory pattern shaped how textbooks presented the war for generations, culminating in a sense that the US overcame formidable odds to defend its independence once more. Thus, the War of 1812 was not solely about the immediate triggers of maritime rights or frontier tension. Its significance unfolded over decades, influencing economic policy, forging new heroes, weaving new cultural motifs, and setting boundaries for indigenous communities. Even with no territorial gains codified, the intangible results were profound. The conflict established that the US could wage war without fracturing, albeit narrowly. It paved a path for internal expansion and signalled that a truly post-colonial North America was emerging, with the US and Canada forging distinct identities. Looking back, these legacies underscore that wars, even ones overshadowed by larger global events, can reshape continents in subtle but enduring ways. The War of 1812 might seem distant, yet its themes echo in contemporary life: how a young nation handles international bullying, the friction between defending principles and managing everyday commerce, and the tensions of forging unity among disparate regional interests. Observing how that the US then navigated blockades, invasions, and internal disputes can offer perspective on the modern crises, where resource constraints and political divides remain just as real, albeit in different forms. One instructive aspect is the leadership dynamic. President Madison, initially reluctant, found himself backed into a war by vocal congressional voices. The war's early failures exposed the cost of insufficient preparation and partisan bickering. Only by mid-conflict did the administration coordinate effectively with local militias, naval contractors, and privateers. This shift from disorganization to partial synergy teaches how policymaking, once confronted with real adversity, can pivot. Many modern observers glean that advanced planning, while ideal, often collides with political hesitance, yet adversity can spur belated but decisive collaboration. Another dimension is the interplay of personal and strategic agendas. Ambitious generals, such as William Hull or later Jacob Brown, had their reputations at stake. Politicians in Congress angled for local advantage or re-election. The war's path was shaped by these individual aims, sometimes to the detriment of cohesive national strategy. Similarly, in today's environment, personal ambition can sabotage or realign collective efforts, showing that cohesive leadership must harness personal drives rather than deny them. The conflict also underscores how external catalysts can unify an otherwise fractious society. Despite ongoing disputes, the burning of Washington united many who previously criticized the war. The subsequent defense of Baltimore turned despair into resilience, bridging divides, at least temporarily. This phenomenon appears repeatedly in national histories. A tangible external threat can galvanize unity, overshadowing internal differences. However, sustaining that unity after the crisis abates is another matter, a lesson well illustrated by the meltdown of Federalist support post-war and the ephemeral era of good feelings. From a moral vantage, the war showcased how indigenous alliances can be manipulated by great powers. British promises to protect native lands or the American pledge to incorporate friendly tribes often found little fulfillment once strategic ends were met. The ephemeral nature of these alliances led to tragic outcomes for indigenous communities. Modern discussions about the rights of marginalized groups caught in geopolitical crossfires resonate with the story of these nations' exploitation as pawns. While times differ, the principle that real autonomy seldom emerges from foreign patrons remains relevant. In the realm of memory, the War of 1812 reveals how selective retelling can overshadow complexities. Francis Scott Key's rocket's red glare soared in the national consciousness, overshadowing episodes where US invasions failed or inflicted harm on civilians. Today, educational curricula often reduce the war to a handful of famous vignettes: burning of Washington, the Star-Spangled Banner, Andrew Jackson at New Orleans, neglecting the messy intricacies. This phenomenon, common in historical narratives, underscores the importance of seeking more profound perspectives beyond iconic highlights. Another parallel to modern times is the war's reflection on global commerce. Then, as now, major powers tried to control trade routes, imposing blockades or sanctions. The US had to navigate a dual challenge, sustaining internal unity while resisting external economic pressure. The war's outcome hinted that a nation with robust internal markets and flexible production can endure even when cut off from usual trade. This resilience dynamic remains at the core of contemporary discourse around self-sufficiency and global supply chains. Ultimately, the War of 1812's legacy remains multifaceted. It united Americans around a renewed sense of identity, advanced some individuals politically, and inflicted irreparable damage on indigenous confederacies. It highlighted that the young republic, though battered, could stand as an independent entity, shaping a distinct brand of national pride that propelled expansions west and cultural evolutions at home. Yet the moral questions, particularly regarding indigenous and enslaved populations, reveal deeper costs. For midlife readers who are balancing personal ideals with real-world complexities, the War of 1812 emphasizes that every grand enterprise, from commercial policy to warfare, hinges on negotiations of principle, ambition, and compromise. During this delicate balance, societies often uncover their potential for harmony as well as the potential for future strife. When the final guns fell silent and the Treaty of Ghent was ratified, the War of 1812's immediate outcome could be summarized as a military stalemate but a psychological victory for the US. The impetus behind the war, ending British impressment and maritime restrictions, remained largely unresolved in the text of peace, but global shifts, including the final defeat of Napoleon, rendered those maritime issues moot. Britain no longer felt the same compulsion to detain American sailors. Gradually, normal trade resumed. Domestically, the war left behind a changed political and economic landscape. The Federalist Party collapsed, tainted by its near-treasonous Hartford Convention. The Democratic Republicans established a single-party dominance despite the emergence of internal factions. James Monroe succeeded Madison and ushered in the so-called era of good feelings, where partisan bickering lulled temporarily. Simultaneously, the war stoked calls for a more robust national infrastructure, roads, canals, a better banking system to prevent future logistic nightmares. Many of the same states that had balked at federal authority during the war now grudgingly admitted the necessity of coordinated planning. Of the war's personalities, Andrew Jackson emerged as the archetypal hero. His triumph at New Orleans overshadowed earlier fiascos. Popular ballads hailed him as the unstoppable Old Hickory. This catapulted Jackson toward the presidency in the following decade, shaping a new wave of populist politics that departed from the more patrician style of Jefferson or Madison. Another figure, Dolly Madison, remained a cultural icon for her bravery during the White House evacuation, exemplifying how smaller personal acts can become legendary in a war overshadowed by battles and sieges. Meanwhile, the war's end did not bring peace to indigenous nations. With Tecumseh's coalition shattered, American expansion surged west, leading to treaties that often forced tribes off ancestral lands. The war's ephemeral alliances, wherein the British used tribal forces to hamper US invasions, vanished once the conflict concluded, leaving tribes vulnerable. This pattern repeated throughout the 19th century, culminating in a systematic push across the continent that overshadowed earlier illusions of indigenous-led confederations. For Britain, the war was a minor chapter. Most British historical accounts mention it as a side conflict overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars. The eventual forging of an amicable British-American relationship in the 19th century meant that the War of 1812 quietly retreated into the background of British consciousness. The Joint Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 prevented future naval build-ups on the Great Lakes and fostered the concept of a demilitarized boundary that remains remarkable in global terms. For Canada, defending against American invasions underlined a budding sense of distinct identity. Residents of Upper and Lower Canada had, to many Americans' surprise, not welcomed the idea of annexation. This loyalty to the British Crown found fresh impetus after repelling repeated US attacks. Over time, Canadian historians pointed to the War of 1812 as a foundational moment. The volunteer militias, the alliances with Indigenous fighters, and the persevering local leadership formed the nucleus of later Canadian unity. Commemorations throughout the 19th century celebrated heroes like Isaac Brock, forging national myths that shaped the country's future. In the broader context of US military tradition, the war highlighted weaknesses that spurred professionalization. The humiliating collapses of militias taught that raw volunteer forces needed better training and discipline. Naval successes, on the other hand, proved the potential of a well-crafted professional navy. Post-war, the Navy's leadership gradually expanded, adopting new ship designs and forging a tradition that would eventually propel the US to maritime prominence in the next century. The Army, though overshadowed, also instituted reforms in leadership selection and supply management. As the decades passed, the war's memory nestled into national lore. The Star-Spangled Banner, originally penned as a poem, eventually became the national anthem by the early 20th century, immortalizing that moment at Fort McHenry. Veterans of the war, overshadowed by the larger generation of Revolutionary War patriots, formed their associations, though their recollections were less frequently lionized. It wasn't until the war's centennial in 1912 that a wave of commemorative events revived interest. Historians passed diaries and official records, unveiling the war's complexities, how it advanced certain domestic industries, spurred expansions, inflamed Indigenous dispossession, and permanently altered the shape of Canadian identity. For Canada, it reinforced a distinctive path under the Crown. For Britain, it ended an irksome sideshow that proved Americans wouldn't revert to colonial dependence. And for Indigenous peoples, it signalled the lethal truth of an expanding American republic. The war's finale, overshadowed by the surreal timing of news, delivered no single glorious victor, but shaped the next century's cross-border realities in ways subtle yet enduring. Elizabeth Schuyler came into the world on August 9th, 1757, cradled by the rolling vistas of the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and landowner in the colony of New York, and her mother, Catherine van Rensselaer, hailed from one of the most influential families in the region. Growing up amid such privilege might have nurtured a sense of arrogance in some, but Eliza, as she was often called, had a natural warmth that set her apart from many of her peers. Nestled in the Schuyler mansion in Albany, Eliza spent her earliest years as part of a large clan that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet force of tradition. The estate hummed with activity. Soldiers sometimes shared camp stories by the hearth. Travelling merchants arrived to do business, and politicians stopped by on their way to legislative sessions. In this swirl of visitors, Eliza learned to mingle with all sorts: haughty aristocrats, weary militia officers, and even the occasional foreign envoy. Yet her home life had its share of complexities. The Schuyler family, though wealthy, carried the anxieties of living in a colony hovering on the brink of conflict. The tensions between Britain and its American subjects simmered. As a child, Eliza observed how her father weighed the possibility of war. General Philip Schuyler eventually became a key figure in the Continental Army, and dinner-table conversations often circled back to strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These discussions shaped Eliza's understanding of politics as something more than an abstract game. It was about forging a future from uncertain times. Despite such concerns, her childhood retained a sense of magic. She roamed the gardens overlooking the Hudson, daydreaming about distant places she only knew from travellers' tales. She and her sisters, Angelica and Peggy, shared a bond forged by laughter and mischief, pranks on unsuspecting cousins, midnight raids on the kitchen to pilfer sugar biscuits. Eliza was neither the bookish child Angelica was, nor as vivacious as Peggy, but she combined a quiet determination with a thoughtful curiosity. As she approached her teenage years, Eliza's mother introduced her to the more formal aspects of womanhood. Sewing circles, polite dances, and lessons in hospitality were considered essential to any young lady's future. For some, these rituals were rote, but Eliza took to them with a sense of genuine kindness. She discovered she could put people at ease, a smile here, a well-timed joke there. It was less about social climbing and more about forging a real connection. Sometime around her adolescence, the American Revolution moved from hushed speculation to living reality. Soldiers set up camp on the Schuyler grounds, forged alliances in the drawing room, and apprehension about the future permeated daily life. Eliza's father was dispatched on missions across the region, leaving her mother to manage the estate's day-to-day operations. In this environment, Eliza developed resourcefulness, noticing how the women of her family stepped up when men were off waging war. Her father's increased involvement in the war in 1777 marked a significant shift in the situation. That year, British forces threatened the Hudson Corridor, and Albany itself seemed vulnerable. While many families fled south for safety, the Schuylers remained steadfast, trusting in Philip's strategic mind. Eliza watched as her once calm household transformed into a nerve centre of patriot supporters. Maps on tables, correspondences carried in and out by exhausted couriers, and the muffled clang of armaments stacked in the yard. Amid this upheaval, Eliza grew keenly aware of her position in the swirling drama of a young nation's birth. With Angelica off forging social alliances in other colonies and Peggy bouncing between acquaintances, Eliza found herself called upon to maintain a semblance of normalcy. She visited the wounded in makeshift infirmaries and prepared care packages for soldiers. Though still unmarried, she was no longer a mere child listening in on adult conversations. She was a participant, embracing the cause of liberty her father championed. As the war raged, each new day seemed to bring a surprise. Shifting alliances, uncertain supplies, and heartbreak over lost battles. In that cauldron of revolution, fate was about to introduce her to a fiery young officer of illegitimate birth and boundless ambition. Elizabeth Schuyler was about to meet Alexander Hamilton, and her life would never be the same. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the Revolution. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingle with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the Revolution. When the Treaty of Paris officially ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Alexander Hamilton found himself in a position to help shape America's future. After his bar admission, he established a thriving legal practice in bustling New York City. Initially, he focused on property disputes left in the war's wake, yet bigger ambitions loomed. He sensed the new nation needed a stable financial structure, a strong central government, and a cohesive framework for unity. Eliza, meanwhile, adapted to city life with the same resilience she had shown amid military camps. The Hamiltons' household was never quiet for long. Their circle of acquaintances ballooned, including statesmen, merchants, and military comrades turned politicians. The Hamilton home became a hub of spirited discourse. Eliza served as both hostess and participant. Her hallmark was a welcoming presence, ensuring everyone felt at ease, from the most polished senator to the rough-hewn frontier representative. Despite sometimes intimidating conversation about economics or legislation, she never shied away from asking pointed questions. Alexander's participation in the Constitutional Convention in 1787 represented a progressive moment. While he was away in Philadelphia, Eliza managed affairs in New York, maintaining correspondence with him. She offered moral support, reading newspapers to gauge public sentiment and relaying her observations. Though not formally educated in political theory, she grasped the importance of a balanced government. She often wrote that the promise of liberty would flounder without practical safeguards. When Hamilton returned with the proposed constitution, debates raged. Federalists championed a robust central government, while anti-federalists feared tyranny. Hamilton, a leading Federalist, penned the majority of the Federalist Papers, explaining the Constitution's merits. Late nights of writing blurred until dawn. Eliza recognized his fervor, doing what she could to ease his workload. She edited drafts lightly, made sure he ate, and even coordinated with his co-authors, John Jay and James Madison. Although her name never appeared on the pamphlets, her unseen labor and emotional support proved invaluable. As the Constitution was ratified, Hamilton stepped into a new role, the nation's first Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington. He tackled the public debt, proposed a national bank, and laid out an economic blueprint that would stir controversy for years. Throughout this whirlwind, Eliza managed a rapidly expanding family. More children arrived, each named with care. She also tended to her father's affairs, as Philip Schuyler had joined the new US Senate. Eliza adeptly juggled her responsibilities, balancing the realms of motherhood, social diplomacy, and philanthropic engagements. One of her quieter achievements involved the creation of an orphanage. In the aftermath of war, many children roamed the streets bereft of parents. Eliza's heart went out to them. She tapped into her connections, rallying other women, from prominent families to organized resources. Though Hamilton's name was more associated with financial policy, it was Eliza who championed charitable efforts, seeing in them a reflection of the new republic's moral obligations. She believed social welfare was not a luxury, but a fundamental sign of civilized values. Meanwhile, the couple's personal life was a tapestry of devotion, intense arguments, and fleeting reconciliations. Hamilton's political enemies targeted him relentlessly. He was accused of favoritism, monarchy-leaning sympathies, and financial improprieties. Eliza stood by him, convinced of his integrity. Yet stress loomed. Long hours at the Treasury, combined with the scorn of detractors, sometimes left Hamilton edgy. Family dinners occasionally turned into strategy sessions, with Eliza offering a calm perspective. At other times, he withdrew into brooding ruminations. Then came scandal. In 1791, Hamilton embarked on a disastrous affair with Maria Reynolds, eventually revealed in 1797. Eliza learned of it in disjointed pieces, the betrayal hitting hard. The affair was no trifling rumour. It was a reality that threatened to unmoor her marriage. And yet, in her heartbreak, she chose not to abandon him. Some historians interpret her reaction as moral fortitude. She believed in redemption, especially for the father of her children. Others see it as a pragmatic move, given her limited options in that era. Regardless, her decision underscored a resolve forged by adversity. She insisted that Hamilton come clean publicly, which he did through the infamous Reynolds pamphlet, revealing private matters in humiliating detail. The scandal tarnished Hamilton's reputation, but Eliza never wavered in supporting him. Their union, tested by the court of public opinion, emerged battered yet intact. She retreated from society's glare, focusing on her children and philanthropic ventures. In private, she and Hamilton worked toward mending the trust between them. Her stance was rooted in a belief that individuals, and the young nation, could be redeemed from failings, provided they confronted their missteps openly. By the end of the 1790s, Hamilton had resigned from the Treasury. Political battles consumed him. Federalists and Democratic Republicans fought bitterly. Eliza, quietly reflective, saw the shape of things to come. A new century beckoned, but personal storms had left scars. Still, she pressed on with her philanthropic dreams and unwavering commitment to her family, convinced that the American experiment and her marriage both warranted every ounce of perseverance she could muster. As the 1800s dawned, Alexander Hamilton's political career entered a contentious phase. He engaged in newspaper feuds, criticised John Adams' presidency, and tried to sway elections behind the scenes. Eliza watched, worried that his relentless ambition might alienate even his allies. She urged moderation, but Hamilton's temperament demanded he push forward, certain that his vision for the nation outweighed short-term unity. Meanwhile, Eliza deepened her involvement in New York's charitable circles. She helped organize relief for impoverished families, often visiting tenements with a small retinue to distribute necessities. Her presence in these rough neighborhoods surprised many. Dressed modestly but unmistakably from a higher social sphere, she approached each household with empathy, inquiring about their hardships and connecting them with local artisans or job possibilities. In her mind, the spirit of the revolution hinged on ensuring that liberty was not purely for the privileged. At home, life was busy. The Hamilton children, by now a lively brood, required guidance and moral grounding. Eliza's father had retired from the Senate, and her sisters were scattered among marriages and estates. Letters flew back and forth among the Schuyler siblings, exchanging gossip and confidence. Angelica, living abroad, lamented the distance, while Peggy struggled with health issues. In these letters, Eliza was a pillar, pragmatic, affectionate, and ever eager to uphold family bonds despite the swirling chaos of politics. Hamilton's disputes escalated. He penned damning critiques of Aaron Burr, once a political ally but now a rival. Burr, equally ambitious, felt slighted by Hamilton's influence and remarks. In 1804, Burr, on the verge of losing New York's governorship, intensified tensions by accusing Hamilton of undermining his campaign. As accusations swirled, Burr issued a challenge, a dawn duel to settle their honour. Eliza, upon learning of the challenge, pleaded for Hamilton to find another resolution. She implored him to consider their children, to think of the scandal that had already tested their marriage, to weigh the heartbreak that another public confrontation would unleash. Hamilton assured her the affair was a matter of principle. He confessed personal reservations about duelling. It contradicted his moral convictions and religious beliefs. Yet the unwritten rules of honour among gentlemen at the time left little room for retreat without being branded a coward. Torn between personal ethics and societal codes, Hamilton resolved to meet Burr across the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. The night before the duel, Hamilton wrote letters to friends and family. Eliza found him in a sombre mood, his usual fiery determination replaced by introspective melancholy. He gave her instructions about the children's education, finances, and even personal regrets. She tried desperately to dissuade him, offering every argument from his political future to their family's stability. But the machinery of the duel was set in motion. In a final gesture of love, they prayed together, tears unspoken but understood. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Hamilton and Burr faced each other at Weehawken. Eliza waited anxiously at home, racked by dread. The details of the duel remained debated, but the outcome was tragically clear. Hamilton was mortally wounded, shot in the lower abdomen, and transported across the river. Eliza rushed to his side, finding him in a friend's house, drifting in and out of consciousness. He lingered for more than 24 hours, enough time for them to exchange final words. He expressed regret for the turmoil he'd caused, and she, through tears, assured him of her unconditional love. Hamilton died on July 12th, leaving Eliza a widow at age 47, with 7 surviving children and another extended family to support. The entire city of New York was shocked. A funeral procession took place, overshadowed by the scandalous nature of the duel. Burr fled, publicly vilified. Eliza's grief was immense, a mixture of sorrow and anger at a code of honor that demanded lethal resolution, at the political climate that spurred such violence, and at the cosmic cruelty of losing her husband just as the nation was stabilizing. In her anguish, she sought solace in faith and family. The immediate aftermath required practical decisions. Hamilton's debts loomed large, some due to his lavish lifestyle and unprofitable investments. Eliza, reluctant though she was, tackled the financial intricacies head-on. Rather than retreat into mourning, she found a clarity of purpose. She would safeguard her husband's legacy, provide for their children, and carry on with the charitable missions that held a special place in her heart. If Alexander Hamilton died ensuring his place in history, Eliza would live on to shape how that history remembered him. In the weeks following Alexander Hamilton's funeral, Eliza confronted a daunting to-do list. She sorted through unpaid bills, discovered unfinished essays and treatises in his study, and faced the prospect of raising her children in a social climate that still buzzed with rumours about the fatal duel. The Schuyler family offered emotional and financial support, but Eliza felt compelled to manage her affairs independently. She liquidated some assets, negotiated with creditors, and carefully planned a modest lifestyle that would preserve dignity yet remain financially feasible. One of her first initiatives was to gather Hamilton's letters and writings. She sensed that his political enemies might attempt to distort his legacy. Determined to present an accurate account of his contributions, she approached friends and colleagues for additional correspondence, anything that could shed light on Hamilton's thought process and character. These efforts planted the seeds of what would eventually become a significant archival trove. Though she had no formal training in historical preservation, all she knew was that the story of his role in founding the new nation needed to be told honestly, free from the rancour that surrounded his final years. Her philanthropic spirit surged as well. She returned to the Orphan Asylum Society of New York, later known as Graham Windham, dedicating more hours to its expansion. The orphanage had grown since its inception, and children of various ages depended on stable funds and guidance. Eliza believed her personal grief could fuel a deeper compassion for those who had lost families under equally harsh circumstances. She organised fundraisers, leaning on acquaintances from Hamilton's Federalist circles and from her father's old networks. Donations trickled in, enough to expand the orphanage's facilities. At home, she took solace in her children's presence. Some older ones, like Philip Jr. and Angelica, stepped into supportive roles, though they too reeled from their father's violent death. Eliza's maternal instincts extended beyond mere comfort. She actively cultivated their education and moral development. Hamilton had always advocated for robust learning, so she ensured her sons and daughters had access to tutors and libraries. The younger children gleaned from her an abiding sense of hope despite life's traumas. Friendship with Dolly Madison, the charismatic wife of President James Madison, rekindled after the duel. Though Madison had once been Hamilton's political rival, Dolly admired Eliza's fortitude and philanthropic drive. The two women exchanged letters on everything from child-rearing to the complexities of shaping national identity. During visits to the capital, Eliza dined among statesmen who revered her husband's intellect yet had once clashed with him. Her presence in these circles underscored that while Hamilton was gone, his ideals and family remained part of America's evolving story. Over time, Eliza found a measure of peace. She read extensively scripture, philosophy, and even Hamilton's essays on finance. She became a discreet mentor to young women, advising them that loss did not have to define one's entire existence. In that process, she uncovered an internal wellspring of power. No longer defined merely as a general's daughter or a statesman's wife, she was forging her identity as a protector of children, a keeper of her husband's legacy, and a quiet, stabilizing figure in a nation still shaping its post-war identity. Yet she confronted constant reminders of the duel's aftermath. Burr's reputation had collapsed, but he lingered on society's fringes, and occasionally rumours of his presence in New York circulated. Some supporters of Hamilton yearned for Eliza's public condemnation of Burr. She responded by emphasising forgiveness, not for Burr's sake alone, but for her own spiritual health. Still, she admitted to close friends that the wound ran deep, and any mention of Burr reopened old pain. In 1806, tragedy revisited her life when her sister Peggy died. Though they had not spent as much time together recently, losing a sibling reignited her sense of mortality. Each family loss spurred reflection. Why does fate entwine sorrow and joy so tightly? She found partial answers in her faith, which had grown more earnest since Hamilton's death. Eliza turned to church communities for comfort, simultaneously offering her organisational skills to parish events. Slowly, the Hamilton household stabilised. Debts were gradually paid off. The children advanced in their studies or commenced livelihoods. Eliza's philanthropic projects flourished, earning her quiet admiration across class lines. Life was by no means carefree, money was tight. Social slights stung, but she navigated each challenge with calm determination. By middle age, she stood as a testament to endurance, weaving heartbreak, duty, and service into a tapestry that gave her a renewed sense of mission. As decades rolled on, Eliza entered a reflective phase of life. She remained in New York, though the city changed around her, evolving from a post-revolutionary port into a bustling metropolis. She occasionally visited her beloved Schuyler mansion in Albany, now quieter and steeped in nostalgia. Each time she walked the garden paths where she once courted Alexander, reminded of both the innocence of youth and the seismic shifts that had sculpted her fate. During the War of 1812, when the US again clashed with Britain, Eliza worried for her sons, some of whom served in the conflict. Memories of the revolution merged with fresh anxieties. She found the national mood reminiscent of her childhood: uncertainty, pride, and the determination to defend independence. Though she was no longer at the forefront of patriotic fervour, she contributed by donating to relief efforts for soldiers' families. The Orphan Asylum Society also expanded its reach, taking in children orphaned by this new war. Family events punctuated her life with both grief and celebration. Her father, Philip Schuyler, passed away in 1804, mere months after Hamilton's death. Her mother, Catherine, died in 1803, so Eliza found herself increasingly the matriarch of a sprawling clan. Grandchildren eventually came into the picture. She watched them with pride, telling stories of their heroic grandfather. These tales often alluded to Hamilton's intellectual prowess, omitting the specifics of his downfall. Eliza believed that preserving his better qualities would inspire younger generations. A notable shift occurred in the 1820s when John Church Hamilton, one of her sons, began collecting material for a biography of his father. Eliza became an essential collaborator, providing letters, anecdotes, and clarifications. Her memory was sharp despite advancing age. She recalled specific conversations, recounted legislative battles, and recalled the exact inflection in Hamilton's voice when he debated a point of law. Many historians would later marvel at her recollections, which filled gaps in the archival record. It was as if she carried a living library of Hamilton's life in her heart. Yet that collaboration was not free of emotional toll. Revisiting the events leading up to the duel forced her to confront old wounds. Tears occasionally halted her storytelling, especially when she recounted the final hours of Hamilton's life. John Church pressed gently, wanting to capture every detail for posterity. Eliza, sensing the greater purpose, persevered. She recognised that telling Hamilton's story might help the nation appreciate the foundations he helped lay, structures like the Treasury Department, the National Bank, and the concept of federal credit. In 1828, she travelled briefly to Washington, D.C., invited by friends who remembered her philanthropic achievements. The capital had grown since her earlier visits. Monuments dotted the landscape, celebrating founding fathers. She experienced a bittersweet pride passing tributes to men Hamilton had worked alongside: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. Some pointed out the conspicuous absence of Hamilton's own monument. She shrugged it off, insisting that the measure of a person's influence lay not in stone effigies, but in living institutions. With the passage of time, she also became more candid about the Reynolds scandal. though still discreet. In private conversations, she admitted the pain had never vanished, but she framed it as a testament to the flawed humanity even brilliant people carry. Her capacity to forgive reflected a deep spirituality. She attended church regularly, praying for unity in a country that seemed perpetually on the brink of new conflicts, nullification crises, debates over slavery, and the push westward. Living well into her golden years, she gathered a tight circle of confidants. Often, they found her mending clothing for orphan children or proofreading a letter for John Church's next manuscript draft. She rarely sought acclaim for her charitable work. If praised, she gently redirected attention to the cause itself. For her, the real triumph lay in ensuring children had a chance at life, just as the nation's founders had tried to secure opportunity for future generations. In 1832, she experienced another heartbreak when her oldest son, Philip Jr., passed away after a struggle with illness. Each loss reminded her of time's relentless march, yet her faith and familial bonds kept her grounded. She wrote that her love for God and for the late General Hamilton fortified her soul against despair. Approaching 80, Elizabeth Schuyler. Hamilton was more than a relic of a revolutionary era. She was a living narrative of strength, weaving personal tragedy and national memory into a single tapestry of compassion and hope. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton lived to see Andrew Jackson's presidency and the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. She watched America morph into a nation both deeply reflective of its revolutionary roots and straining toward modernity. Railroads spread, factories arose, as this political scene erupted with fresh tensions over states' rights and potential expansion. By now, Eliza was considered a venerable figure, one of the last living links to the nation's founding generation. In her final years, she resided in a modest home in Washington, D.C., partly to be nearer some of her children. The city had matured since the muddy, partly built capital she once knew. She took quiet walks with visitors, reflecting on how her husband had helped shape the financial systems that fueled such growth. Political leaders occasionally sought her out for anecdotal insights, hoping to glean from her personal glimpses into Hamilton's strategies and relationships. She obliged politely, though she often reminded them that real progress required fresh ideas, not mere nostalgia. Her commitment to philanthropy never waned. Even in advanced age, she attended Orphan Asylum Society meetings when possible, offering guidance on fundraising and resource management. Younger trustees listened intently, aware that the Society's founding mother was still sharp despite her frailty. In many ways, the orphanage had become a symbol of her life's work, caring for the vulnerable, preserving hope amidst adversity. Ensuring the completeness of John Church Hamilton's father's biography was one of her most cherished final projects. She reviewed the final drafts, contributing details she'd previously withheld or forgotten. She emphasized Hamilton's unwavering dedication to the Union, his progressive stances on federal power, and his unrelenting push for financial stability. Some editorial disagreements arose, particularly around the Reynolds affair, but Eliza insisted on honesty tempered by grace. The published volumes, though not immediate bestsellers, gradually shaped public understanding of Hamilton's legacy. As her health declined, her family closed ranks around her. Letters from grandchildren poured in, stories of their studies, their marriages, their small triumphs. Eliza's once robust figure had become frail, but her mind held firm. She reminisced about ballrooms in Albany, the swirling war councils at her childhood home, and the day she first locked eyes with a brash young officer in revolutionary garb. Occasional visitors found her reading the Federalist Papers by candlelight, as if reacquainting herself with Hamilton's voice. She also kept a well-worn Bible, reflecting a faith that had buoyed her through heartbreak after heartbreak. Prayer, to her, was less about ceremony and more about continuous conversation with a higher power that had guided her from war to widowhood. In these final dialogues with God, she found peace, certain that her labours, both familial and charitable, held meaning beyond mortal life. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton died on November the 9th, 1854, at the age of 97. Her passing marked the end of an era. Obituaries praised her dedication to preserving Alexander Hamilton's legacy and championing charitable causes. Publications recounted her devotion to the Orphan Asylum Society and her unwavering presence during the tumultuous birth of the Republic. While she never held public office, Her influence was palpable in the communities she served and in the narratives of America's founding. She was buried near her husband in the graveyard of Trinity Church in Manhattan, reuniting them in eternal rest beneath the city skyline he had once helped transform. For decades, the memory of her kindness lingered in the stories told by those who knew her, a woman who had endured scandal and duel-driven tragedy, only to emerge as a symbol of grace. In the decades following her death, interest in Hamilton's financial genius grew, spurred by economic expansions and civil conflict. Historians found in Eliza's carefully guarded letters a trove of insight into the man behind the policies. Her philanthropic legacy endured, with the orphanage continuing to serve children well into the modern age. Over time, as the nation wrestled with the complexities of its founding ideals, the figure of Eliza gained renewed appreciation. She was not merely the devoted wife of a founding father, but a quiet architect of social welfare and historical stewardship in her own right. To this day, visitors at Hamilton's gravesite often spare a moment for Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton. Her story underscores how the quieter characters of history can profoundly shape. Picture this. You're about to witness one of history's most famous days, except nobody that morning knew it was going to be famous. July 4th, 1776 started like most summer days in Philadelphia, sticky, humid, and full of men in wigs complaining about the weather. The kind of morning where your shirt sticks to your back before you've even had your coffee, though back then it was more like lukewarm tea and stale bread. You'd find yourself walking through a city that smelled like horses, chamber pots, and the occasional whiff of something that might charitably be called colonial cooking. Philadelphia in 1776 wasn't exactly the city of brotherly love we know today. It was more like the city of brotherly, please don't dump your garbage in the street in front of my house. But inside the Pennsylvania State House, something extraordinary was brewing, and it wasn't just the tension. 56 men from 13 colonies had been gathering for weeks, arguing about something that would have gotten them hanged just for thinking about it a few years earlier. They wanted to tell the most powerful empire in the world to take a long walk off a short pier. Now you might imagine this momentous day began with dramatic speeches and stirring music, but the reality was much more mundane. Most of the delegates probably woke up with the 18th century equivalent of a hangover, not from alcohol necessarily, but from weeks of heated debate, poor sleep on lumpy mattresses, and the constant worry that they were either about to make history or become history themselves. The morning started with the usual colonial breakfast, maybe some cornmeal mush if you were lucky. The delegates shuffled into the State House like any group of middle-aged men heading to a particularly important meeting. Except this meeting was about treason, which does tend to focus the mind wonderfully. You'd notice that nobody was wearing red, white and blue yet. That would come later. Instead, you'd see a lot of brown, beige, and that peculiar shade of green that seemed to be popular with men who spent their time writing strongly worded letters to kings. These were not the marble statues we often see in museums. These were real individuals grappling with real issues, such as John Adams, who was already establishing a reputation for his lack of diplomatic skills. The funny thing about July 4th is that it almost wasn't July 4th at all. The Continental Congress had actually voted for independence on July 2nd, and John Adams was convinced that this would be the day Americans would celebrate forever. He was so confident about this that he wrote to his wife, Abigail, predicting that July 2nd would be celebrated with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires and illuminations. Poor John Adams. He was off by exactly 2 days, which in the grand scheme of history is pretty good, but in the world of national holidays it's like showing up to your birthday party on the wrong day. The weather that morning was typical for Philadelphia in early July. Hot, muggy, and the kind of humid that makes you wonder why anyone thought it was a good idea to build a city in a swamp. Even before the day officially began, the delegates were already perspiring through their wool coats. You can almost picture them fanning themselves with whatever papers they had handy, probably including some early drafts of what would become the Declaration of Independence. As the morning progressed, you'd sense the weight of what was about to happen. These men weren't just having a heated town hall meeting, they were about to sign what amounted to their death warrants if things went badly. King George III, not known for his sense of humour about rebellious colonists, imposed the death penalty for treason. Nobody had remembered to bring the fireworks, setting the stage for a day that would echo through centuries. By mid-morning, you'd find yourself in the midst of what might be history's most consequential editing session. Imagine trying to wordsmith your way out of being subjects of the British Empire. It's like writing the world's most important resignation letter, except your boss has cannons. The Declaration of Independence you know today wasn't just magically perfect on July 4th. It had been through more revisions than a college student's term paper, and Thomas Jefferson, the primary author, was getting increasingly frustrated with all the changes. You would observe him sitting there, likely tapping his fingers on the table, as his meticulously crafted phrases were chopped up, rearranged, and sometimes completely discarded. Jefferson had originally written about 1,800 words, but by the time everyone got done with their edits, suggestions and helpful rewrites, it was down to about 1,300 words. That's roughly a 30% cut, which would make any writer wince. It's like cooking a perfect soufflé only to have everyone in the kitchen suggest improvements until you're left with scrambled eggs. One of the biggest arguments that morning was about slavery. Jefferson had included a passage condemning King George III for the slave trade, calling it piratical warfare and cruel war against human nature. It was a bold statement, especially coming from a man who owned slaves himself. However, the delegates from South Carolina and Georgia protested so loudly that their complaints could likely be heard from a distance of 3 blocks. They weren't about to sign anything that might interfere with their economic interests, even if it meant keeping a glaring contradiction in their Declaration of Human Rights. Everyone was aware of the irony. Here they were, declaring that all men are created equal, while simultaneously refusing to address the fact that about 20% of the colonial population was enslaved. It's like declaring your house a democracy while keeping some family members locked in the basement. Despite the stark cognitive dissonance, they chose to defer solving this particular issue to future generations. You'd notice that the delegates were getting twitchy as the morning wore on. Every time someone walked past the windows, heads would turn. Were those British soldiers? Was that the sound of ships in the harbour? The paranoia was understandable. They were literally in the middle of committing treason, and the penalty for failure was considerably worse than a negative performance review. John Hancock, the president of the Continental Congress, attempted to maintain everyone's focus, but the task proved to be a challenging one. The situation resembled a herd of cats wearing wigs. Lawyers and landowners dressed in wigs held strong views on the use of commas and semicolons. You'd watch grown men argue for 20 minutes about whether to use unalienable or inalienable rights, apparently unaware that they were making the same point either way. The heat was becoming unbearable. Philadelphia in July is nobody's idea of pleasant, and the State House didn't exactly have air conditioning. The windows were open, but that just meant more flies and the occasional horse-drawn cart clattering by to interrupt important discussions about natural rights and the pursuit of happiness. Benjamin Franklin, the oldest delegate at 70, was probably the only one enjoying himself. His ability to find humour in even the most serious situations made watching a group of younger men argue about punctuation while committing treason a delightful experience. You'd see him occasionally make a dry comment that would either diffuse tension or accidentally worsen it, depending on how stressed everyone was feeling. The morning was rapidly passing, and they had yet to finalise the document. Some delegates wondered if they'd ever finish, or if they'd still be arguing over commas when the British Army came to arrest them. The pressure was mounting, and not just from the weather. They didn't know they were making something that would outlive them and their descendants. They were just trying to get through the day without getting hanged. As the afternoon heat settled over Philadelphia like a wool blanket soaked in soup, you'd find yourself witnessing something remarkable. 56 men trying to work up the courage to sign what was essentially a fancy suicide note. The declaration was finally ready, but now came the hard part, actually committing to it. The scene inside the State House was becoming increasingly surreal with each passing hour. These weren't action heroes or mythical figures. They were mostly middle-aged businessmen, lawyers and landowners who were sweating through their formal wear while contemplating treason. You'd see them fidgeting with their quill pens, adjusting their wigs, and probably wondering if it was too late to claim they were just visiting Philadelphia for the cheesesteaks. Despite his attempts to project confidence, John Hancock's nervousness was evident. When the time came to sign, he famously wrote his name large enough that King George can read it without his spectacles. It was a wonderful line, but you'd notice his hand was probably shaking just a little bit as he wrote it. Making jokes about the king while committing treason is the 18th century equivalent of whistling past the graveyard. The afternoon brought a parade of delegates to the signing table, each one probably having a small internal crisis as they approached. You'd watch them take the quill, pause for just a moment too long, then sign their names with varying degrees of flourish. Some signed boldly, others barely managed to scribble. A few looked like they were signing their death warrants, which, let's be honest, they probably were. Charles Carroll of Maryland was particularly nervous because he was the only Catholic signer, and Catholics weren't exactly popular in 1776 America. When someone pointed out that there were other Charles Carrolls in Maryland, he went back and added of Carrollton to his signature. It's like adding your middle name to make sure you get credit for your treason, or blame, depending on how things went. The humidity was making everyone cranky. Wigs were wilting, clothes were sticking, and the smell of 56 stressed men in wool coats was becoming noticeable. You'd see them fanning themselves with whatever papers they could find, probably including some copies of the Declaration itself. The irony of using your revolutionary document as a personal cooling device wasn't lost on anyone. Benjamin Franklin was still managing to find humour in the situation. When someone mentioned that they must hang together, Franklin reportedly quipped, "Most assuredly, or we shall all hang separately." It was funny but also true, which is the worst kind of humour when you're trying to stay optimistic about not getting executed. Some delegates were experiencing lingering doubts. You'd notice hushed conversations in corners, delegates stepping outside for fresh air, and the occasional nervous laugh that was a little too loud. The weight of what they were doing was sinking in. They weren't just making a political statement. They were essentially declaring war on the most powerful military in the world. The afternoon stretched on, and you'd realise that this momentous day was actually pretty tedious. History rarely happens in neat dramatic packages. Instead, it's usually a bunch of people in uncomfortable clothes, making difficult decisions in bad weather, while worrying about whether they're making a terrible mistake. What made it even more awkward was that they couldn't really celebrate yet. Signing the Declaration was one thing, but actually winning independence was going to require a war that many of them weren't sure they could win. It's like throwing a going-away party when you're not sure you're actually going anywhere. As the afternoon wore on, you'd sense the growing realisation that there was no turning back now. They'd crossed their Rubicon, burned their bridges, and any other metaphor for "we're committed now whether we like it or not." They had made their decision and were fully committed to the journey. As evening settled over Philadelphia like a slightly cooler but still uncomfortable blanket, you'd find yourself watching 56 men trying to figure out what to do next. They'd just signed the Declaration of Independence, but there was no manual for what to do after you've committed treason, a practical guide. The immediate question was surprisingly practical. How do you tell people what you've just done? This was 1776, not 2024. There was no Twitter, no CNN, and no way to instantly broadcast news. They'd have to rely on riders on horseback, which was like trying to go viral using carrier pigeons. The news would spread at roughly the speed of a horse, with excellent stamina, weather permitting. You'd notice the delegates were experiencing what we might now call buyer's remorse, except instead of regretting a purchase, they were second-guessing whether they'd just doomed themselves to a particularly unpleasant death. John Adams was pacing around, probably wondering if he should have stuck to being a lawyer. At least when you lose a court case, the worst that happens is your client gets upset, not hanged. The evening brought a strange mix of relief and terror. They felt a sense of relief as they had successfully conveyed their opinions about King George III's taxes and tea policies. They felt terror because they had just informed the King of England about their opinions on his taxes and tea policies, knowing he commanded the world's most powerful navy. Benjamin Franklin was still the calmest person in the room, probably because at 70 he'd already lived longer than most people could expect to in 1776. He was treating the whole thing like an intriguing experiment, which it was, except experiments usually don't end with the participants getting executed if the results aren't favourable. The practical concerns were starting to hit home. How do you fight a war against the British Empire when your army consists mostly of farmers with hunting rifles? What strategies can be employed to finance a revolution in the absence of a treasury? What steps do you take to establish a government after having dismissed the only form of governance you have ever experienced? These weren't theoretical questions anymore. They were Monday morning problems that needed solving. You'd see small groups of delegates clustering together, probably trying to figure out their next steps. Some were discussing military strategy, others were worried about their families, and a few were probably wondering if it was too late to claim they were just visiting Philadelphia and had accidentally signed the wrong document. The food situation was becoming another issue. Philadelphia in July was hot, humid, and not exactly known for its fine dining. The delegates were probably eating whatever they could find, bread, cheese, maybe some questionable meat that had been sitting out too long in the heat. Revolutionary cuisine wasn't exactly a priority when you were trying to overthrow a government. As darkness fell, you'd notice that the celebratory mood was mixed with genuine anxiety. They'd done something unprecedented, created a new nation with words on paper. But words on paper don't stop cannons, and the British had plenty. The gap between declaring independence and actually achieving it was looking rather large and intimidating. Some delegates were already thinking about how to explain the circumstance to their wives. "Honey, I'm home, and by the way, I've just committed treason," isn't exactly the kind of conversation you plan for. The domestic implications of revolution were probably just starting to sink in. The evening was also bringing practical concerns about security. Should they post guards? Were there British spies in Philadelphia? When did King George learn about this, and when did he take action? The paranoia was probably justified, but it wasn't making anyone more comfortable. You'd realise that July 4th, 1776 was ending not with fireworks and celebration, but with a group of exhausted, very worried men trying to figure out how to survive what they'd just started. They'd lit a fuse, but nobody was quite sure how long it was, or what exactly would explode when it reached the end. Now, as Philadelphia passes into the night, you might find yourself in the midst of what could be considered history's most consequential case of insomnia, similar to your situation. The delegates weren't exactly sleeping peacefully after signing what amounted to their death warrants. You'd imagine them tossing and turning on their lumpy colonial mattresses, wondering if they'd just made the biggest mistake of their lives. The taverns of Philadelphia were buzzing with nervous energy. You'd see clusters of delegates nursing ales and trying to convince each other, and themselves, that they'd done the right thing. The conversations probably went something like, "We showed them, didn't we?" This was likely followed by long pauses and nervous sips of whatever colonial beer passed for alcohol in 1776. John Adams was probably lying awake, mentally composing letters to his wife, Abigail, trying to explain how he'd gone from being a respected lawyer to a wanted traitor in the span of a single day. The letter writing was good practice, because if things went badly, his final correspondence might be coming from a prison cell. You'd notice that the reality of what they'd done was slowly sinking in. They'd essentially declared war on the most powerful empire in the world, and their army consisted of whoever George Washington could round up and convince to fight. It's like challenging the high school football team to a game when your team consists of the chess club and a few enthusiastic but uncoordinated volunteers. The night brought practical issues they probably hadn't thought of in the afternoon. How do you run a country when you've never ran one before? How do you collect taxes when you've just rebelled against them? How do you create a military when most of your experience with warfare comes from fighting Native Americans and the occasional border dispute? Benjamin Franklin was probably the only one getting any sleep, but even he was likely wondering if his diplomatic skills would be enough to convince France to help them fight the British. "Please help us fight your traditional enemy, even though we have no money, no real army, and no guarantee we won't lose spectacularly." The weather wasn't helping anyone's mood. Philadelphia in July is humid enough to make you question your life choices even under normal circumstances, and these weren't normal circumstances. You'd picture the delegates lying in their beds, sweating through their nightshirts, listening to every sound outside, and wondering if it might be British soldiers coming to arrest them. Some of the delegates were likely experiencing what we would now refer to as a panic attack. Thomas Jefferson, the primary author of the Declaration, was likely second-guessing every word he'd written. Did he make the case strongly enough? Did he make it too strong? Should he have included more about taxation? Should he have included less about natural rights? The perfectionist within him was likely experiencing a great deal of regret. The night also brought the sobering realization that they'd just made themselves the most wanted men in America. King George III wasn't going to respond to their declaration with a polite note saying, "We understand your concerns and will take them under advisement." King George III was prepared to respond with ships, soldiers, and a strong desire to set an example for colonial troublemakers. You'd sense that the delegates were starting to understand the difference between theory and practice. Sitting around discussing natural rights and the social contract in abstract terms is one thing. It's another thing entirely to stake your life, your fortune, and your sacred honour on those principles, especially when sacred honour doesn't stop bullets. The night was also bringing questions about leadership. Despite their recent declaration of independence, they lacked a president, a cabinet, and a well-defined chain of command. George Washington was off somewhere trying to build an army, but armies need supplies, food, and ammunition, none of which were in abundant supply. As the night wore on, you'd realise that July 4th, 1776 was ending not with triumph, but with uncertainty. They had embarked on a journey that could lead to either freedom or the gallows, and nobody was entirely sure which way it would go. Dawn broke over Philadelphia on July 5th like a hangover, after a particularly unwise night of decision-making. You'd find yourself witnessing the morning after one of history's biggest "what have we done?" moments. The delegates were waking up to the reality that they'd just committed treason, and coffee wasn't going to make this problem go away. The first priority was to print and distribute copies of the Declaration. This event was before Kinko's, so they had to rely on John Dunlap, a local printer who probably had no idea he was about to become a footnote in history. You'd watch him setting type by hand, letter by letter, creating what would become known as the Dunlap broadsides, the first printed copies of the Declaration of Independence. The printing process was painstakingly slow. Each letter required individual placement, and errors necessitated a fresh start. It's like trying to send a tweet, except each character takes 5 minutes to type, and if you make a typo, you have to start the entire message over. Dunlap was probably wondering why these particular customers seemed so anxious about their printing job. Meanwhile, the delegates were dealing with the practical implications of their decision. How do you communicate to your business partners that you've initiated a conflict with your largest trading partner? How do you inform your creditors that the currency they anticipate receiving payment in may not endure for much longer? The economic ramifications of the revolution were beginning to surface. You'd noticed that the mood in Philadelphia was shifting from revolutionary fervour to practical anxiety. The townspeople were beginning to hear rumours about what had happened in the State House, and reactions were mixed. Some were excited about independence, others were scared of war, and many were confused about how it would affect their lives. The news was spreading slowly through the city, carried by word of mouth and the occasional printed broadside. You'd see small groups of people gathering on street corners, discussing what they'd heard and trying to figure out what it all meant. The reactions ranged from enthusiastic support to complete panic, with most people falling somewhere in between. The delegates were also starting to worry about their families. Having your name on a document declaring independence from Britain was fine in theory, but in practice, it made you a target. British loyalists weren't going to be pleased about this development, and colonial justice wasn't exactly known for its gentle treatment of political dissidents. Benjamin Franklin was likely the busiest person in Philadelphia that morning, attempting to determine the best way to inform potential allies in Europe. The Americans were going to need friends, and they were going to need them fast. The diplomatic challenges were enormous. How do you convince other countries to support a revolution that might fail spectacularly? You'd realise that July 5th was when the real work began. Declaring independence was the easy part compared to actually achieving it. They needed to build an army, establish a government, create a treasury, and somehow manage to fight off the British Empire, all while making it up as they went along. The morning brought the first practical test of their new independence. How do you govern a country that doesn't officially exist yet? They were in the awkward position of having declared themselves free from British rule without having established what would replace it. It's like quitting your job before you found a new one, except the stakes were considerably higher. The weather was still hot and humid, which wasn't helping anyone's mood. You'd see the delegates sweating through their formal wear, trying to look dignified while dealing with the growing realization that they'd just taken on the most powerful empire in the world with little more than good intentions and a strongly worded letter. The American Revolution began on July 5th, when the next steps were decided, not when the Declaration was signed. As you look back on that sweltering July day in 1776, you'd realize that what happened in Philadelphia wasn't just the birth of a nation. It was the moment when a group of flawed, frightened, and very human people decided to bet everything on an idea. The concept of self-governance, the consent of the governed as the source of government power, and the necessity of risking all for a better future, all resonated with this idea. The funny thing about July 4th, 1776, is that nobody that day knew they were creating what would become the most powerful nation in the world. They were just trying to survive the next few months without getting hanged. The Declaration of Independence wasn't written by demigods or marble statues. It was written by middle-aged men in wigs who were sweating through their wool coats and arguing about commas. What makes their story so remarkable isn't that they were perfect. They weren't. They compromised on slavery, they argued about everything, and they were terrified of failing. What makes them remarkable is that they did it anyway. Despite the lack of certainty, they bravely took a risk that transformed the world. The real magic of July 4th, 1776 wasn't in the document itself, it was in the decision to take that leap. 56 men decided that the risk of failure was worth the chance of creating something unprecedented. They staked their lives, fortunes and sacred honour on the belief that individuals could surpass kings and subjects. You'd understand that the America they created wasn't the America we know today. They couldn't have imagined a country that would span from coast to coast, land on the moon, or become a haven for immigrants. They were just trying to create a place where people could live free from tyranny and make their own choices. The irony lies in the fact that the Founding Fathers would likely be astonished by the results of their bold decision. They were dealing with 13 colonies hugging the eastern seaboard, not a continental superpower. They were worried about convincing people to join their cause, not about being a global leader. They were just trying to make it through the next day. But that's what makes July 4th, 1776 so inspiring. It reminds us that big changes often start with small groups of people who decide to take a risk. The Declaration of Independence wasn't the result of a perfect plan. It was the result of imperfect people who decided to try something better. As you drift off to sleep thinking about that long ago summer day, you'd realise that the real lesson of July 4th, 1776, isn't about the greatness of the Founding Fathers. It's about the power of ordinary people to do extraordinary things when they decide to take a leap of faith. They gave us not just a country, but an example of what's possible when people decide to risk everything for something better. The men who signed the Declaration of Independence weren't heroes when they woke up that morning. They became heroes by the time they went to sleep that night. And that's a reminder that heroism isn't about being perfect or fearless. It's about doing the right thing even when you're scared, unsure, and the consequences of failure are too terrible to contemplate. Good night. Remember, every great leap forward began with someone willing to take the first step, even when they couldn't see where it would lead. This is akin to the sweaty, nervous men in Philadelphia who transformed the world with just words on paper and the bravery to sign their names. You know how sometimes the most ridiculous moments in history happen when powerful people try to do something perfectly normal? Well, settle in, because you're about to hear about the time Napoleon Bonaparte, conqueror of Europe, emperor of France, the man who redrew the map of the world, got completely overwhelmed by a bunch of fluffy rabbits. Imagine Napoleon in July 1807, when his power was at its peak. He has just signed the Treaty of Tilsit with Russia, which essentially divides Europe between him and Tsar Alexander I as if they are splitting a pizza. The treaty negotiations took place on a raft in the middle of the Niemen River, which sounds uncomfortable, but was apparently the fashionable way to conduct international diplomacy back then. Napoleon is feeling pretty good about himself. He's 37 years old, ruler of an empire that stretches from Spain to Poland, and he's just convinced one of Europe's most powerful rulers to be his friend instead of his enemy. In his mind, the occasion calls for a celebration. This is not just any celebration, but one that is fittingly imperial and manly. So what does the Emperor of France decide to do? He wants to go hunting. Specifically, he wants to go rabbit hunting. Now, this may seem like a perfectly reasonable way for a powerful man to decompress. After all, hunting was the traditional pastime of European nobility. It showed you had leisure time, excellent aim, and weren't afraid to get a little dirt under your fingernails. This is where Napoleon's personality begins to emerge. Napoleon cannot simply go hunting like any other individual. Everything has to be grand, everything has to be perfect, and everything has to make a statement. He doesn't want to wander through the woods hoping to spot a rabbit or two. He desires a hunt that is not only grand but also spectacular, a hunt that will leave a lasting impression. He turns to his chief of staff, Alexandre Berthier, and tells him to organise a rabbit hunt. This is not just any rabbit hunt, but a hunt fit for an emperor. Berthier, who has dealt with Napoleon's grandiose ideas for years, probably sighs internally, but immediately gets to work. After all, if your boss has just conquered most of Europe, you don't argue with him about party planning. The location chosen is the grounds around Malmaison, Napoleon's country estate. It's a beautiful property with rolling hills, scattered woods, and plenty of open space, perfect for a hunting party. The plan is simple. Invite all the important military officers and government officials, release hundreds of rabbits into the countryside, and then have a grand time chasing them down. You can imagine Napoleon's excitement as the plans come together. He's probably pacing around his study, hands clasped behind his back in that famous pose, detailing exactly how he wants everything arranged. The weapons must be cleaned and prepared, the refreshments must be perfect, and there must be many rabbits. This phase is where Berthier starts to earn his reputation as one of history's most competent staff officers. He understands that his emperor doesn't just want a hunting party. He wants a hunting party that will become a legend. Berthier starts the planning process with the same meticulousness he would apply to a military campaign. First, he needs to secure the hunting grounds. The estate must be properly prepared, with beaters positioned to drive the rabbits toward the hunters. Then there's the matter of weapons. Fine hunting rifles for all the guests, properly maintained and sighted. Food and drink should also be provided for the guests, as they will undoubtedly engage in a lengthy day of outdoor activities. They need to arrange transportation to and from the hunting grounds. It's starting to sound less like a casual afternoon and more like a logistical operation. But most importantly, Berthier needs rabbits. Berthier requires an abundance of rabbits. The year is 1807, so it's not like he can just call up a rabbit supplier and place an order. He needs to find someone who can provide hundreds of rabbits on short notice, and they need to be the right kind of rabbits. Healthy, numerous, and suitable for an imperial hunting party. As you drift off tonight, picture Napoleon in his study, completely absorbed in planning what he thinks will be a perfect day of hunting, with no idea that he's about to face one of the most embarrassing moments of his career. So there's Berthier, Napoleon's most trusted organiser, facing what might seem like a simple task: get some rabbits for the emperor's hunting party. But you know how it is when your boss wants something done perfectly. Suddenly even the simplest job becomes complicated. Berthier starts by doing what any sensible person would do. He asks around. Where does one acquire several hundred rabbits for a hunting party? It's not exactly the kind of question that comes up in normal conversation. Oh, by the way, do you know anyone who has a few hundred rabbits lying around, asking for an emperor? The answer, it turns out, is local farmers and rabbit breeders. In early 19th century France, rabbit farming was actually quite common. Rabbits were a reliable source of meat and fur. They reproduced quickly, and they didn't require much space or expensive feed. Your average French farmer probably had a dozen or so rabbits in hutches behind his house. But Berthier doesn't need a dozen rabbits. He needs hundreds. So he starts sending out his assistants to every farm and rabbit breeder within a day's travel of Malmaison. The message is simple. The emperor needs rabbits, and he needs them by a specific date. Money is no object. Now you can imagine the conversations this must have sparked in French farmhouses. The emperor wants our rabbits. Does the emperor want them all? For hunting? Well, if Bonaparte wants rabbits, Bonaparte gets rabbits. It probably seemed like the most patriotic thing a rabbit farmer could do for France. Word spreads quickly through the farming communities. Imperial agents soon contact every rabbit breeder in the region. The demand is so high that people start bringing rabbits from farther and farther away. Carts full of rabbit cages start rolling toward Malmaison from all directions. But here's where things get intriguing, and where Berthier makes what historians now recognise as a crucial error. He's so focused on getting enough rabbits that he doesn't pay close attention to what kind he's getting. You see, there are basically two types of rabbits you might encounter in this situation. There are wild rabbits, the kind that live in the woods and fields, that are naturally wary of humans and will run away the moment they are released. These are the rabbits that would make for proper hunting, skittish, swift, and inclined to scatter in all directions the moment they sense danger. Then there are domestic rabbits, the kind that farmers raise for meat and fur. These rabbits have been bred for generations to be docile, well-fed and comfortable around humans. They're used to being handled and used to being fed by people, and they associate humans with food and safety rather than danger. Berthier, in his rush to fulfill Napoleon's order, ends up with a mix of both types. But here's the problem. The domestic rabbits vastly outnumber the wild ones. Most local farmers and breeders are supplying domestic rabbits because they have a larger quantity of them. And domestic rabbits, it turns out, behave very differently from wild rabbits when released into the countryside. As the day of the hunt approaches, hundreds of rabbits in wooden cages are being transported to Malmaison. The logistics alone are impressive. You've got dozens of carts, each loaded with rabbit cages converging on Napoleon's estate. The rabbits are fed and watered, kept in the shade, and generally treated better than many soldiers in Napoleon's army. The staff at Malmaison is probably a bit bewildered by the whole operation. The stable boys are suddenly dealing with hundreds of rabbits instead of horses. The groundskeepers are being asked to help prepare release points for the rabbits. The kitchen staff is also involved, as they must provide food for all the rabbits until the hunt day. Meanwhile, Napoleon is getting more and more excited about his upcoming hunting party. Napoleon is likely examining his hunting rifle, strategizing with his officers, and envisioning the tales that will unfold from this magnificent hunt. In his mind, it's going to be a perfect day. Good weather, good company, and plenty of rabbits to provide exciting sport. Berthier, meanwhile, is dealing with the practical details. Could you please advise on the optimal location for releasing the rabbits? How many should be released at once? Should they be released all at the same time or in waves to keep the hunting interesting throughout the day? These are the kinds of questions that don't come up in military planning, but they're crucial for a successful hunting party. The decision is made to release all the rabbits at once from several different points around the hunting grounds. The move should provide plenty of targets and ensure that the rabbits scatter in all directions, giving everyone a good chance at some hunting. It seems like a perfectly reasonable plan. As you go to bed, imagine the rabbits in their cages, unaware that they are about to make history in the most unexpected way. The morning of the great rabbit hunt dawns clear and bright, the kind of summer day that makes you want to be outside doing something active. Napoleon wakes up in an excellent mood, probably humming to himself as he gets dressed in his hunting outfit. He's chosen his clothes carefully, elegant but practical, befitting an emperor who's about to demonstrate his prowess in the field. You can picture him standing in front of his mirror, adjusting his coat, making sure everything is perfect. This isn't just a hunting trip, it's a performance. Napoleon wants to present himself as a masterful huntsman to all the important people in his government and military who will be present. The guests start arriving at Malmaison in the late morning. These aren't just casual friends invited for a day of sport. These are the power brokers of the French Empire. Military officers who've helped Napoleon conquer Europe, government officials who run his administration, and diplomats who negotiate his treaties. Everyone's dressed in their finest hunting attire, carrying beautiful rifles, looking forward to a day of imperial entertainment. The atmosphere is festive and relaxed. After years of constant warfare, everyone's ready for a break. The Treaty of Tilsit has brought a temporary peace to Europe, and for the first time in years, Napoleon's inner circle can gather without discussing military campaigns or political crises. It's just going to be a pleasant day of hunting, tasty food, and masculine camaraderie. Berthier, meanwhile, is running around making sure everything is perfect. He's coordinating with the beaters who will drive the rabbits toward the hunters, checking that the refreshment stations are properly stocked, and making sure all the rifles are in excellent working order. He's also supervising the final preparations for the rabbit release. Throughout the hunting grounds, the rabbits themselves are placed in key locations. Hundreds of cages are scattered through the woods and fields, each one containing several rabbits ready to be released on signal. The plan is beautifully simple. When Napoleon gives the word, all the cages will be opened simultaneously, releasing a small army of rabbits into the countryside. The hunters will then fan out and begin their sport. What nobody realizes is that the majority of these rabbits have spent their entire lives in captivity. They've been hand-fed by farmers, handled by humans, and generally treated as livestock rather than wild animals. They don't have the instincts that would make them good hunting targets. They don't know they're supposed to be afraid of humans. The hunting party gathers in the main field, and Napoleon gives a little speech about the day's activities. He's in his element, commanding attention, setting the tone for what he expects to be a memorable day. The rifles are loaded, the beaters are in position, and everyone's ready for the grand release. Berthier gives the signal, and all across the hunting grounds cage doors swing open. Hundreds of rabbits hop out into the sunshine, probably blinking in the sudden brightness, and looking around to get their bearings. For a brief moment, everything appears to be proceeding as planned. The hunters spread out across the field, rifles ready, expecting the rabbits to scatter in all directions and provide them with moving targets. Napoleon himself takes a position in the centre of the field, probably feeling very satisfied with how well everything is organised. But then something unexpected happens. Instead of running away from the humans, the rabbits start moving toward them. Not just a few rabbits, but dozens of them, then hundreds. They're hopping across the field with what appears to be determination, heading straight for the hunting party. At first, the scene probably seems amusing rather than alarming. Maybe Napoleon chuckles and makes a joke about brave rabbits. Maybe some of the officers laugh about rabbits that don't know they're supposed to be afraid of hunters. It's quirky and unexpected, but not necessarily problematic. But the rabbits keep coming, and more rabbits keep emerging from the woods. And instead of providing moving targets running away from the hunters, they're converging on the humans like they're expecting something, which, of course, they are. They're expecting to be fed, just like they've been fed every day of their lives. The hunting party starts to realise that something is going very wrong with their carefully planned day of sport. These aren't wild rabbits behaving like wild rabbits. These are domestic rabbits behaving like domestic rabbits, and domestic rabbits have very different ideas about what humans are for. As you drift off to sleep, imagine Napoleon standing in that field, rifle in hay, observing hundreds of rabbits hopping toward him with an unmistakable confidence, and beginning to realise that his perfect hunting party is about to transform into something entirely different. Do you recall the moment when you become aware of a dire situation, yet uncertain about how to address it? That's exactly where Napoleon finds himself as hundreds of rabbits continue hopping toward the hunting party with what can only be described as enthusiasm. At first, the situation is more puzzling than alarming. These are supposed to be prey animals, after all. They're supposed to run away when they see humans with rifles. Instead, they're approaching like they're expecting a handout. Some of the officers are still chuckling nervously, making jokes about fearless French rabbits showing their patriotic spirit. But the rabbits keep coming, and they're not just approaching, they're surrounding the hunting party. It's like watching a slow-motion avalanche of fur and floppy ears. The rabbits hop closer and closer, and some of them start doing what domestic rabbits do when they want attention from humans. They start climbing. Imagine Napoleon, the Emperor of France and conqueror of Europe, standing in a field as rabbits begin hopping onto his boots, then onto his legs, then up with his coat. These aren't tiny rabbits either. These are well-fed farm rabbits, some of them weighing several pounds each, and they're treating Napoleon like he's their favourite farmer coming to feed them. The other hunters are experiencing the same problem. Rabbits are climbing all over them, getting tangled in their hunting gear, and generally behaving like overly friendly pets rather than wild game. Some of the officers are trying to gently push the rabbits away, but there are too many of them, and they keep coming. Napoleon's initial amusement is rapidly turning to irritation. This is not how an imperial hunting party is supposed to go. He's supposed to be demonstrating his marksmanship, enjoying civilized sport with his colleagues, and creating stories that will enhance his reputation. Instead, he's being overwhelmed by affectionate rabbits. The situation gets worse when the rabbits start exhibiting more aggressive behaviour. They are not aggressive in the sense of attacking, but aggressive in the sense of relentlessly pursuing their desires. And what they want, having been trained by a lifetime of human interaction, is food and attention from these humans who have appeared in their territory. Some of the larger rabbits begin to exhibit bolder behaviour. They're not just climbing on the hunters, they're exploring pockets, chewing on clothing, and generally treating the hunting party like a mobile petting zoo. Napoleon finds himself with rabbits in his coat pockets, rabbits tugging at his buttons, and rabbits that seem determined to climb all the way up to his shoulders. The rifles, intended for hunting, turn into completely useless tools. You can't shoot at rabbits that are climbing all over you without risking injury to yourself or your fellow hunters. And even if you could get a clear shot, these rabbits are so tame and friendly that shooting them would feel less like hunting and more like massacre. Berthier, watching this disaster unfold, probably realises exactly what went wrong. Instead of encountering wild rabbits, Berthier has encountered domestic rabbits, who view humans as sources of food and comfort, rather than as potential predators. But realising the problem and fixing it are two different things, especially when you're dealing with hundreds of determined rabbits. The hunters try various strategies to deal with their situation. Some attempt to walk away from the rabbits, but the rabbits simply follow them, treating the scenario as a fun game. Others try to shoo the rabbits away, but the rabbits interpret this as playful interaction and become even more enthusiastic. Napoleon, meanwhile, is getting genuinely frustrated. He's trying to maintain his imperial dignity while literally covered in rabbits. Every time he manages to remove one rabbit from his person, two more take its place. His carefully planned hunting outfit is getting covered in rabbit fur and possibly other things that rabbits leave behind. The other members of the hunting party are having their struggles. These men, important government officials and military officers, are accustomed to receiving respect and deference. Instead, they're being treated like walking rabbit toys by an army of overly friendly farm animals. The beaters, who were supposed to drive the rabbits toward the hunters, are standing around looking confused. Their job was to make sure the rabbits ran in the right direction, but these rabbits don't need to be driven anywhere. The rabbits are precisely where they should be, swarming all over the humans they believe are there to feed them. As the situation continues to deteriorate, Napoleon starts giving orders. He's a military commander after all, and his instinct when faced with a crisis is to take charge and start issuing commands. What exactly do you instruct when you're being surrounded by amiable rabbits? Retreat from the rabbits doesn't sound very imperial. Tonight, as you settle in, picture Napoleon standing in that field, his imperial composure beginning to crack as he realizes that he's about to suffer one of the most ridiculous defeats of his career, at the hands of creatures that weigh less than his boots. Every disaster culminates in a realization that maintaining dignity is no longer a luxury. For Napoleon, that moment arrives when a particularly large rabbit manages to climb all the way up his coat and perch on his shoulder like some kind of furry, floppy-eared parrot. The Emperor of France, the man who has stared down the armies of Austria, Prussia and Russia, finds himself in the utterly ridiculous position of being unable to dislodge a single rabbit from his person without losing his balance and potentially falling over. Naturally, dozens of other rabbits surround his feet, hopping back and forth, rendering any abrupt movement hazardous. You can imagine the thoughts going through Napoleon's head at this moment. This is supposed to be a relaxing day of sport, a chance to unwind with his closest associates and enjoy some traditional aristocratic entertainment. Instead, an army of overly affectionate farm animals is treating him like a jungle gym. The other hunters are faring no better. The creatures that eat lettuce are defeating these seasoned military officers who have charged into battle without flinching. Some of them are trying to maintain their composure, but it's hard to look dignified when you're covered in rabbit fur and there's a rabbit trying to nest in your hat. The situation reaches its peak when someone, history doesn't record who, makes the fatal mistake of trying to run away from the rabbits. Perhaps it's one of the younger officers, someone who thinks he can simply outrun the problem, but running turns out to be exactly the wrong strategy, because it triggers every rabbit's instinct to chase after something that's moving. Suddenly, instead of just climbing on the stationary humans, the rabbits start hopping after the running humans. And rabbits, it turns out, are surprisingly fast when they want to be. They can hop at speeds of up to 25 miles per hour, which is considerably faster than most humans can run while carrying hunting rifles and wearing formal hunting attire. Napoleon, seeing one of his officers being chased across the field by a horde of bouncing rabbits, probably realizes that the situation has moved beyond embarrassing and into the realm of the completely absurd. This is the kind of scene that would be funny if it were happening to someone else, but is absolutely mortifying when it's happening to you. The decision is reached, though it is not entirely clear who made it, that the hunting party should retreat. It's not a tactical repositioning or a strategic withdrawal, but a genuine retreat from an army of rabbits. Napoleon, who has never retreated from a human enemy, is about to retreat from a bunch of farm animals. But retreating from rabbits turns out to be more complicated than retreating from, say, Austrian cavalry. The rabbits don't understand military protocol, they don't recognise surrender flags or ceasefire signals. They just see their favourite humans trying to leave, and they're determined to follow. The hunting party starts moving toward their carriages, but the rabbits move with them. It's like trying to evacuate a building while being followed by hundreds of overly enthusiastic pets. Every step toward the carriages is accompanied by a bouncing escort of rabbits, who seem to think their presence is the most entertaining thing that's ever happened to them. Napoleon, trying to maintain some semblance of imperial dignity, walks as calmly as he can toward his carriage. But it's hard to look imperial when you're brushing rabbits off your coat every few steps, and there's rabbit fur floating around you like some kind of barnyard snowstorm. The carriages, when they finally reach them, present their problems. The rabbits completely terrify the horses. Horses and rabbits don't normally interact, and the horses aren't sure what to make of these small bouncing creatures that keep hopping around their hooves. Some of the horses are dancing nervously, others are trying to back away, and the coachmen are struggling to keep them under control. Getting into the carriages becomes an operation in itself. The moment someone opens a carriage door, rabbits start trying to hop inside. They're not being malicious. They just want to continue their interaction with these fascinating humans. But having a carriage full of rabbits is not exactly what Napoleon had in mind for his dignified departure. The scene becomes increasingly chaotic as the hunting party tries to separate themselves from their rabbit admirers. Some of the officers are literally having to pick rabbits off themselves and set them down before climbing into carriages. Others are trying to create barriers to keep the rabbits from following them. Napoleon finally makes it to his carriage, probably with less grace than he's used to displaying in public. The coachman, who's never dealt with a rabbit siege before, is doing his best to keep the rabbits from climbing onto the carriage itself. Some of the more athletic rabbits are actually managing to hop onto the running boards and peer into the windows. As you drift off tonight, imagine Napoleon sitting in his carriage, looking out at a field full of rabbits, who are probably wondering why their new human friends are leaving, and trying to figure out how he's going to explain the matter to anyone. The carriage ride back to Malmaison is probably one of the most awkward journeys in Napoleon's life. Here he is, the Emperor of France, fresh from one of the most embarrassing defeats in military history, and he has to sit there with rabbit fur still clinging to his coat while pretending that what just happened was somehow normal. You can imagine the silence in that carriage. How do you address the situation after being unexpectedly overrun by a group of domestic rabbits? How might one present that in a way that appears impressive rather than absurd? Napoleon, who typically possesses a wealth of words, likely spends the entire journey attempting to contextualize this disaster. The other carriages are dealing with their own awkward situations. These are high-ranking military officers and government officials who have just experienced something that defies all their training and experience. They've been in battles, they've negotiated treaties, and they've dealt with political crises, but none of that prepared them for being climbed on by overly friendly farm animals. Some officers may be joking to lighten the mood, but what do you joke about when rabbits have just defeated your emperor? Others are maintaining a dignified silence, pretending that nothing unusual has happened. A few are probably already trying to figure out how to tell this story to their wives without sounding completely insane. Meanwhile, back at the hunting grounds, Berthier is left to deal with the aftermath. Berthier must decide how to handle the hundreds of rabbits roaming the estate. He can't just leave them there. They're not wild rabbits, so they don't know how to survive on their own. But he also can't exactly round them all up and return them to their original owners, because that would require admitting what happened. The estate staff is probably having the strangest day of their careers. The groundskeepers, who are expecting to help with a normal hunting party, are now dealing with a rabbit population explosion. The stable hands are trying to calm down horses who are still spooked by the morning's events. Everyone is attempting to restore some semblance of normalcy to the once peaceful country estate. Word of the rabbit incident starts spreading almost immediately, despite everyone's best efforts to keep it quiet. Servants talk to other servants, coachmen share stories with other coachmen, and pretty soon the tale is making its way through the social circles of Paris. But the stories that spread aren't exactly accurate. They're embellished, exaggerated, and twisted into something even more ridiculous than what actually happened. Meanwhile, Napoleon grapples with a crisis of public relations. Napoleon has established his reputation by being invincible, mastering every situation, and never letting anyone catch him off guard. The idea that he could be defeated by a bunch of rabbits is exactly the kind of story that his political enemies would love to spread around Europe. The official version of events that emerges is carefully sanitized. The hunting party was successful and enjoyable, the emperor demonstrated his excellent marksmanship, and everyone had a thoroughly imperial time. Any mention of rabbits behaving unusually is carefully omitted from the official records, but you can't completely suppress a story this good. Whispers and private letters circulate the rabbit incident as a historical anecdote. Military officers tell the story to their friends, government officials share it with their families, and gradually it becomes part of the unofficial history of Napoleon's reign. The irony lies in the fact that this absurd rabbit defeat occurs during the pinnacle of Napoleon's power. He's just negotiated the Treaty of Tilsit, he controls most of Europe, and he's at the peak of his political and military influence. However, he finds himself completely powerless against a group of domestic rabbits who merely seek food and affection. Years later, when Napoleon is in exile on St. Helena, he probably has plenty of time to reflect on the rabbit incident. The story becomes increasingly humorous over time and distance, yet it also serves as a poignant illustration of how even the most powerful individuals can succumb to unforeseen circumstances. Berthier, meanwhile, learns a valuable lesson about the importance of understanding your resources. He has successfully managed military logistics for some of the most complex campaigns in European history, but his failure to distinguish between wild and domestic rabbits has led to his defeat. It's probably not a mistake he'll ever make again. The rabbits themselves, having had their brief moment of historical significance, are eventually rounded up and returned to more conventional lives. Some probably end up back on farms, others might be relocated to areas where they can live more naturally. But for one morning in 1807, they were the most important creatures in France. As you settle in for the night, think about how this story reveals something essential about human nature. No matter how powerful or important we become, we're all just one encounter with unexpected rabbits away from looking completely ridiculous. The beautiful thing about Napoleon's rabbit incident is how it perfectly captures the absurdity that lurks beneath all human pretension. Here we have the most powerful man in Europe, someone who has literally reshaped the political landscape of an entire continent, and he's brought down by creatures most people consider suitable for children's petting zoos. The story's continued survival, despite everyone's best efforts to suppress it, adds to its delight. Napoleon's government certainly didn't want this story getting out, and most of the participants probably preferred not to talk about their morning being overwhelmed by farm animals, but the story was simply too good to stay buried. Over the years, the rabbit incident has taken on a life of its own. Each telling, like all good historical anecdotes, embellishes and exaggerates the story. In certain renditions, thousands of rabbits completely overwhelm Napoleon. In other versions, the rabbit attack actually injures Napoleon. Some stories claim the rabbits were deliberately released as part of a practical joke, while others suggest they were trained to attack rabbits deployed by his enemies. The truth, as you now know, is both more mundane and more amusing than the legends. It wasn't thousands of rabbits, and they weren't trying to attack anyone. It was simply a case of domestic rabbits behaving like domestic rabbits, treating humans as sources of food and comfort rather than as predators to be avoided. But the story endures because it reveals something important about power and human nature. Napoleon dedicated the majority of his career to demonstrating his ability to surmount any challenge through his unwavering determination, strategic planning, and exceptional organizational skills. He defeated armies, conquered nations, and rewrote the laws of entire societies. However, he was unable to overcome a group of hungry rabbits. There's something deeply satisfying about this story, especially for those of us who sometimes feel overwhelmed by the ordinary challenges of daily life. If rabbits can defeat Napoleon Bonaparte, perhaps our own minor setbacks don't carry such embarrassment. Maybe getting flustered by a technology problem, or being outwitted by a household pet, or failing to assemble a piece of furniture properly puts us in pretty good company. The rabbit incident also highlights the importance of understanding your resources and your environment. Berthier was an excellent organizer, but he failed to ask the right questions about the rabbits he was acquiring. He focused on quantity rather than quality, and he didn't consider how the rabbits' background might affect their behavior. It's a lesson that applies to everything from military campaigns to dinner parties. The details matter, and assumptions can be dangerous. Modern historians have used the rabbit story as an example of how even the most carefully planned events can go wrong in unexpected ways. It's become a case study in the limits of control and the importance of contingency planning. Military academies sometimes use it as a humorous example of how intelligence gathering should include seemingly trivial details. This story has also become a favourite among those who study the psychology of power. Napoleon's reaction to the rabbit incident, his apparent inability to laugh at himself, his focus on damage control rather than enjoying the absurdity, reveals something about how absolute power can make people lose their sense of humour about themselves. But the rabbit incident's most lasting lesson is that life is unpredictable and absurd, no matter who you are or how powerful you are. Napoleon could plan brilliant military campaigns and reorganize entire legal systems, but he couldn't plan for the possibility that hundreds of domestic rabbits would mistake him for their favourite farmer. The rabbits, of course, were completely innocent in all this. They were just being rabbits, following their instincts and their training. They saw humans and expected food and attention, just as they'd been conditioned to expect throughout their lives. From their perspective, the humans were the ones behaving strangely by running away instead of providing the expected carrots and lettuce. In the end, the rabbit incident becomes a perfect metaphor for the gap between our plans and reality, between our self-image and how the world actually works. Napoleon saw himself as the master of Europe, but the rabbit saw him as a potential source of breakfast. Both perspectives were valid, but only one of them was prepared for what actually happened that morning. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember that no matter how important our plans seem to us, somewhere there are rabbits who have their ideas about how things should work, and sometimes, just sometimes, the rabbits win. Margaret Holloway had always prided herself on being the sort of person who read instruction manuals. Particularly for toasters, her insurance company continued to mention the incident from 19 years ago in hushed, traumatized tones. So when she inherited her great-aunt Millicent's peculiar collection of antiques, including what appeared to be a medieval astrolabe made of suspiciously modern materials, she naturally assumed there would be documentation. There wasn't. What there was, tucked behind the device like a guilty afterthought, was a post-it note reading, "Don't touch the blue bits when Mercury's in retrograde. M." Margaret, who possessed both a master's degree in library science and a healthy skepticism toward astrological nonsense, promptly touched the blue bits. It was Tuesday morning. She had already dealt with 3 passive-aggressive emails from her supervisor, and Mercury could frankly retrograde itself into the sun for all she cared. The astrolabe hummed. This was Margaret's first indication that perhaps Great-Aunt Millicent had been more eccentric than previously documented. The second indication was the way her kitchen began folding itself inside out like origami designed by a mathematician having an existential crisis. "Oh, bollocks," and Margaret had said, which were destined to be the last words spoken in her ranch-style home in suburban Ohio for approximately 700 years. The world transformed into a pretzel, infused with cosmic salt, and offered itself to the universe, accompanied by temporal displacement. Margaret found herself lying face down in what smelled suspiciously like a combination of horses, unwashed humans, and regret. When she lifted her head, she discovered she was wearing a brown woolen dress that itched in places she didn't know could itch, and her sensible flats had been replaced by leather things that appeared to have been crafted by someone who had only heard footwear described second-hand. Around her, a medieval village conducted its morning business with the sort of casual chaos that suggested this was perfectly normal Tuesday behaviour. A man chased a pig while shouting what Margaret assumed were medieval profanities. A woman emptied a chamber pot from a second-story window with the practised aim of someone who had clearly done this before. Children played in the dirt with sticks, apparently finding the activity the height of entertainment. Margaret sat up slowly, her librarian instincts immediately cataloguing the historical inconsistencies. The architecture was wrong for any specific period she could identify. The clothing was a mixture of styles spanning roughly 3 centuries. Was the man over there wearing what appeared to be a digital watch? "Is this your first time?" asked a voice behind her. Margaret turned to find a woman in her 50s, wearing robes that managed to look both authentically medieval and suspiciously well-tailored. Her smile was knowing, and her teeth were far too straight for someone living in the pre-dental era. "May I ask for your pardon?" Margaret asked. Margaret asked, then immediately regretted it. In her experience, begging anyone's pardon in an unfamiliar situation typically led to complications. "Time travel," the woman clarified, as if the solution were obvious. "You've got that look. You've recently realised that physics is more of a suggestion than a law. I'm Sister Agatha, formerly Dr. Agnes Whitmore, of the Cambridge Medieval History Department. And you're clearly not from around here, temporally speaking." Margaret stared. "This is impossible." "Oh, honey," Sister Agatha laughed, a sound that carried distinct notes of hysteria carefully controlled through years of practice. "Impossible was last Tuesday. This is just inconvenient. Come on, let's get you oriented before the anachronism police show up." "The what now?" But Sister Agatha was already walking away, her robes swishing with the authority of someone who had learned to navigate both medieval politics and university bureaucracy. Margaret scrambled to follow, her new shoes making sounds like frustrated cats on the cobblestones. As they walked through the village, Margaret noticed more inconsistencies. A blacksmith hammered what looked suspiciously like a smartphone case. A merchant sold authentic medieval remedies from bottles that clearly bore modern safety seals, and everywhere people moved with the particular sort of resigned efficiency that Margaret recognised from her office environment. "Right," Sister Agatha said, stopping outside what appeared to be a tavern with a sign reading, "The Temporal Refugee." "Here's the situation. Welcome to Kronos Commons, the accidental dumping ground for temporal tourists, displaced individuals, and the generally temporally confused. We've got Romans, Victorians, a perplexed gentleman from 1623 who keeps asking about the location of the nearest Starbucks, and last week we acquired a flapper from the 20s who has already revolutionised our cocktail menu." Margaret felt a familiar sensation that she usually associated with faculty meetings, the gradual realisation that she was trapped in something that made no sense but would somehow become her responsibility. "How do I get home?" she asked. Sister Agatha's smile took on the sort of kindness typically reserved for delivering catastrophic news. "Well, that's the question, isn't it? Some people figure it out, others don't. But the good news is, we've developed quite a nice little community here. We've got running water, thanks to a Roman engineer, decent food courtesy of a Victorian chef, and surprisingly progressive social policies implemented by a group of suffragettes who arrived last spring." Margaret looked around at the village with new eyes. It wasn't medieval at all, she realised. It was something entirely new, a place where time had hiccuped, collected its mistakes, and decided to make the best of things. "How long have you been here?" she asked. 5 years is a subjective time. It could be 5 minutes or 5 decades in the real world. Time's a bit wobbly here. Sister Agatha shrugged. "But I've got to say, the research opportunities are unparalleled. Where else can you get primary source material from actual primary sources?" Margaret felt herself beginning to panic, which was unfortunate because panic had never been particularly useful in her experience. "But I have a job, I have a mortgage, I have a cat." "Had," Sister Agatha corrected gently. Past tense is crucial when you're dealing with temporal displacement, but look on the bright side. No more mortgage payments. The Temporal Refugee turned out to be precisely what it sounded like. A tavern for people who had accidentally fallen through the cracks in time and were making the best of it with varying degrees of success. The proprietor was a cheerful woman named Gladys, who claimed to be from 1943 and had arrived during the Blitz expecting to find an air raid shelter. Instead, she'd found herself the accidental mayor of history's most confused municipality. "New arrival," Gladys announced as Sister Agatha led Margaret through the door. "Welcome to the club that no one desired to join, yet everyone inextricably finds themselves a part of. The first drink is free, the second is on credit, and the third is your responsibility because you should know our economy by then." The tavern's interior was a fascinating collision of architectural periods. Tudor beams supported what appeared to be Art Deco light fixtures, while Roman mosaics decorated floors laid with Victorian tiles. The overall effect was like walking into time and having an identity crisis. At a corner table, a man in what looked like 18th century clothing was engaged in animated conversation with a woman wearing a 1960s mod dress, and a Roman centurion who had apparently decided to keep his armour but update his attitude. Their discussion appeared to centre around the best methods for organising a democratic government when your citizenry spanned roughly 2,000 years of political evolution. "That's our steering committee," Sister Agatha explained. "We found that representative democracy works surprisingly well when everyone's equally confused about the present situation. Thomas, who hails from the year 1776, arrived shortly after signing a document he describes as terribly important, which is why he has strong opinions about governance. Veronica, who is from 1967, holds strong opinions on a wide range of topics. Marcus has strong opinions about military organisation, primarily suggesting that all disputes should be settled through combat." Margaret accepted a drink from Gladys that tasted like it had been invented by someone who remembered alcohol fondly, but had to work with medieval ingredients. Although it wasn't entirely unpleasant, the drink felt like a metaphor for her entire situation. "So how does this work?" Margaret asked. "The day-to-day, I mean. You can't all just sit around drinking and forming committees." "Oh, heavens no," Gladys laughed. "We've got quite the economy going. It turns out when you put together people from different times, you get a lot of useful knowledge exchange. Marcus taught us Roman construction techniques, which the Victorian engineer improved with modern material science, which Thomas enhanced with democratic labour practices, which Veronica revolutionised with modern efficiency methods." She gestured toward the window where Margaret could see people working on what appeared to be a construction project involving both medieval stonework and suspiciously modern-looking plumbing. "We're building a proper town hall," Sister Agatha explained, "complete with meeting rooms, a library, and what Veronica insists on calling a social services department. Apparently temporal displacement comes with its own unique set of bureaucratic needs." "But surely someone's trying to get home?" Margaret asked. The tavern went quiet in a way that suggested she'd touched on a sensitive subject. Gladys polished a glass with unnecessary intensity, while Sister Agatha developed a sudden interest in the pattern of the tablecloth. "Well," Thomas said from the corner table, his colonial American accent carrying clearly across the room, "that's rather the central question, isn't it? Some folks spend all their time trying to figure out the way back. Others come to the conclusion that staying in the present isn't necessarily a bad thing. And some—" He trailed off. "Some?" Margaret prompted. "Some discover that home isn't quite what they remembered," Veronica finished, her London accent crisp despite the anachronistic setting. "Turns out when you've been gone for subjective years, certain assumptions about what you want to return to start looking rather questionable." Marcus, the Roman centurion, nodded gravely. "I was fleeing Gaul when I arrived here. The situation, which involved a superior officer's wife and a misunderstanding about Roman marriage customs, was rather embarrassing. Point is, going back would involve considerably more crucifixion than I'm comfortable with." Margaret felt the weight of her life settling around her like an ill-fitting coat. Her job at the library, while stable, had become increasingly automated and decreasingly fulfilling. Her marriage had ended 2 years ago when her husband discovered that his midlife crisis required a motorcycle and a 25-year-old named Crystal. Her mortgage was for a house that had always felt too large for one person and too small for the life she'd imagined she'd have. "How do you know if you want to go back?" she asked quietly. "That," said Sister Agatha, "is the question everyone asks, and nobody can answer for anyone else. But I will say this. In 5 years here, I've published more original research than I did in 20 years at Cambridge. It turns out that primary source material is much easier to obtain when your sources are sitting at the next table." Gladys set down her glass and leaned against the bar. "I've been thinking about that night in London when I ended up here. The sirens were going off, bombs were falling, and I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life. But I was also more alive than I'd felt in years. 3 years had passed since my husband's death. My children had grown and left, and I was merely existing. You need me here. I'm building something." "But don't you miss it?" Margaret asked. "Your real life?" "This is my real life," Gladys said simply. "The other one was just what happened before I started living." The tavern door abruptly opened, suggesting either extreme urgency or poor door maintenance. A young man stumbled in wearing clothes that looked like a confused merger between medieval peasant wear and what Margaret was beginning to recognise as the standard-issue temporal refugee uniform. "Emergency committee meeting," he announced breathlessly. "We've got anachronism police incoming, and they're asking about unauthorised timeline modifications." The tavern erupted into organised chaos. Thomas immediately began drafting what he called emergency protocols for democratic crisis management. Veronica started organising people into what she termed efficiency groups. Marcus began discussing defensive strategies that involved words like phalanx and tactical retreat. "Anachronism police," Margaret asked Sister Agatha about the commotion. "Time travel's governing body," Sister Agatha explained grimly. "Consider them to be the universe's hall monitors, but with the authority to erase entire timelines if they think things have gotten too messy. They don't like places like this. Too many variables, too much potential for paradox. What do? Best case scenario, they relocate us to approved temporal zones. Worst case scenario, they decide we're too much of a risk and..." Sister Agatha made a gesture that could be interpreted as either poof or obliteration. Margaret felt that familiar librarian instinct kicking in, the one that appeared whenever someone threatened to reorganise her carefully maintained systems without consulting her first. It was the same feeling she got when patrons tried to return books to the wrong shelves, or when her supervisor suggested improving efficiency through methods that would clearly make everything worse. "Right," she said, surprising herself with her decisiveness. "What actions are necessary?" The emergency committee meeting took place in what Gladys optimistically called the community centre, which was actually the tavern with the tables pushed together and everyone trying to look official, although half of them were drinking ale at 10 in the morning. Margaret found herself appointed as Secretary of Records primarily because she was the only one present who knew what carbon paper was and could also operate the hand-cranked printing press that a Victorian gentleman named Nigel had constructed from memory and spare parts. "Right then," Thomas said, calling the meeting to order, with the sort of gravitas that suggested he'd had practice at this sort of thing. "Jeremiah, report." Jeremiah, the young man who'd brought the news, stood up and consulted what appeared to be notes written on bark. 3 Anachronism police officers arrived this morning via what looked like a temporal vortex disguised as a travelling merchant's wagon. They are staying at the inn and asking questions about unauthorised timeline modifications and dangerous temporal accumulations. "Dangerous temporal accumulations," Sister Agatha repeated thoughtfully. "That's what they call places like us. We have an excessive number of individuals from various eras residing in one place. We're apparently creating what they term chronological instability." "Bollocks," said Veronica firmly. "We're creating a chronological community. There's a difference." Marcus nodded approvingly. "In Rome we had a saying, when the bureaucrats arrive, hide the wine and sharpen the swords." "We're not hiding wine or sharpening swords," Thompson said quickly. "We're civilized people having a civilized discussion about how to handle a bureaucratic situation through proper democratic channels." "Have you met bureaucrats?" Gladys asked dryly. "In my experience, proper democratic channels work about as well for people in London during the Blitz as they do now. That is, not at all, and you mostly have to muddle through and hope for the best." Margaret found herself taking detailed notes, partly out of professional habit and partly because writing things down helped her think. As she wrote, patterns began to emerge. The Anachronism police seemed concerned about their community's effect on the timeline, but from what she could gather, they hadn't actually done anything to affect it. They were just living their lives in a place that technically shouldn't exist. "What exactly is the timeline we're supposedly affecting?" she asked. The room went quiet. Margaret was beginning to recognise this particular type of silence. It was the same one that occurred in library staff meetings when someone asked obvious questions that revealed fundamental problems with the entire system. "Well," Sister Agatha said slowly, "that's rather complicated. See, technically none of us should be here. We should all be in our original times, living our original lives, making our original contributions to history. But we're not affecting our original times," Margaret pointed out. "We're not there. If anything, our absence should have more impact than our presence here." "Ah," said Nigel, the Victorian engineer, speaking up for the first time. "That's where it gets intriguing. My research, which I've dedicated a significant amount of time to, indicates that our disappearances have received compensation." "Compensated how?" Thomas asked. "Replacements," Nigel said simply. "The timeline has generated substitute versions of us to fill the gaps we left behind. My wife believes I died in a factory accident. Sister Agatha's university believes she took early retirement. Margaret's library believes she moved to Florida to care for an elderly relative." Margaret felt a chill that had nothing to do with the medieval heating system. "So there's another version of me living my life?" "A timeline-generated approximation," Sister Agatha confirmed. "Close enough to maintain continuity, but not actually you. Think of it as temporal autocorrect." "That's deeply unsettling," Margaret said. "Welcome to time travel," Gladys said cheerfully. "Nothing about it makes sense, and the more you think about it, the more you realise that sense was always overrated anyway." The meeting continued for another hour, with various committee members proposing solutions that ranged from diplomatic negotiation, Thomas, to strategic misdirection, Veronica, to trial by combat, Marcus predictably. Margaret found herself thinking about the other version of herself living in her house, doing her job, and presumably feeding her cat. Was that version of her fulfilled? Was she living the life Margaret had been too afraid to lead? "I propose," she said, interrupting a discussion about the proper protocol for addressing temporal law enforcement, "that we find out what the Anachronism police actually want before we decide how to respond to them." "Revolutionary thinking," Veronica said approvingly. "Gather intelligence before forming strategy." I like her. "It's called reconnaissance," Marcus added. "Basic military procedure." "It's called common sense," Gladys said. "But I suppose that's revolutionary enough in most situations." Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "Margaret raises an excellent point. We've been assuming they want to shut us down or relocate us, but perhaps their concerns are more specific. Jeremiah, what exactly were they asking about?" Jeremiah consulted his bark notes again. They wanted to know about unauthorized historical documentation, anachronistic technological development, and unsanctioned temporal education programs. Margaret felt her librarian instincts tingling. Those are very specific concerns, not general timeline protection, specific activities. Sister Agatha's been writing papers about medieval life based on direct observation, Nigel said slowly. I've been developing hybrid technologies using knowledge from multiple times, and we've all been sharing knowledge across historical boundaries. We've been learning from each other, Margaret said, and apparently that's what they're worried about. The room fell silent again, but this time it was the thoughtful silence of people realizing they were in more trouble than they'd initially understood, but also possibly more right than they'd dared to hope. So, Thomas said finally, we're not just temporal refugees, we're temporal revolutionaries. Accidental temporal revolutionaries, or Sister Agatha corrected. The best kind, Veronica said with satisfaction. Nobody expects the accidental revolutionaries. Margaret looked around the room at her fellow temporal misfits and felt something she hadn't experienced in years. The sense that she was precisely where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she was supposed to do. She appeared to be tasked with challenging the fundamental principles of temporal law enforcement by radically establishing a functional community. Right then, she said, surprising herself again with her decisiveness. Let's go talk to these anachronism police and find out exactly what kind of revolution we're accidentally leading. Based on her experience with various forms of bureaucratic authority, Margaret expected the anachronism police to be polite, efficient, and firmly convinced that their approach was the only logical one. They had taken up residence in the village's only inn, which was run by a cheerful woman from the 14th century who had adapted to her unusual clientele by developing what she called a flexible approach to customer service. The three officers were sitting in the inn's common room when Margaret's diplomatic delegation arrived. Thomas had insisted on formal protocols, Veronica had insisted on strategic positioning, and Marcus had insisted on bringing weapons, ceremonial purposes only, he'd assured them, while checking the edge on his gladius. Margaret had insisted on bringing tea service because, in her experience, any difficult conversation went better with proper refreshments. The lead officer was a woman who introduced herself as Inspector Kronos, which Margaret suspected was either an assumed name or evidence that the Anachronism Police had a department devoted entirely to ironic nomenclature. She was wearing what appeared to be a uniform designed by someone who had been told to create timeless professional attire and had interpreted the term as a boring grey suit that could plausibly exist in any century. "Thank you for meeting with us," Inspector Kronos said as Margaret arranged the tea service on the inn's largest table. "We appreciate your cooperation in this matter." "Our pleasure," Thomas replied smoothly, "though I confess we're uncertain about the nature of the matter that requires our cooperation." Inspector Kronos consulted a tablet that definitely hadn't existed in any time period Margaret could identify. "You're aware that this settlement exists in violation of several temporal accords?" "We weren't aware there were temporal accords," Sister Agatha said mildly. "Perhaps you could enlighten us?" Margaret poured tea while listening to Inspector Kronos explain the complex legal framework that apparently governed time travel. According to the temporal accords, unauthorized time travel was prohibited, temporal settlements were forbidden, and cross-temporal knowledge sharing was considered a Class 3 chronological offence punishable by timeline rehabilitation. "Timeline rehabilitation sounds ominous," Veronica observed. "It's a humane process," Inspector Kronos assured her. "We simply relocate individuals to appropriate temporal zones where they can live productive lives without disrupting historical continuity." "Separate us, you mean," Margaret said, offering the sugar cubes. "Send us back to our original times whether we want to go or not." "The personal preferences of temporally displaced persons are secondary to the stability of the timeline," Inspector Kronos replied, accepting her tea with the sort of politeness that suggested she'd been trained in diplomatic protocols but found them tedious. Margaret felt that familiar librarian anger rising, the specific fury that came from dealing with people who prioritized systems over people and called it necessary efficiency. And who decided that timeline stability was more important than personal autonomy? Inspector Kronos looked genuinely puzzled by the question. "The temporal authority, of course. Timeline stability maintains the proper order of historical events." "Whose proper order?" Thomas asked, his colonial revolutionary instincts clearly activated. Who gave this temporal authority the right to determine how people should live their lives? The authority derives from temporal law, which exists to prevent paradoxes and maintain historical accuracy, Inspector Kronos explained patiently, as if speaking to children who couldn't understand basic concepts. Historical accuracy according to whom? Sister Agatha asked. I've spent 5 years here conducting primary research that's revealed significant errors in accepted historical narratives. Are you more interested in preserving factual accuracy or in upholding your own interpretation of accuracy? Margaret watched Inspector Kronos' face carefully. Years of dealing with library patrons had taught her to recognize the exact moment when someone realized their position might not be as unassailable as they'd assumed. Inspector Kronos was having that moment right now. Your research is part of the problem, one of the other officers said, speaking for the first time. You're creating unauthorized historical documentation that could alter scholarly understanding of past events. You mean it could improve scholarly understanding, Margaret said sweetly, refilling his teacup. Isn't that what research is supposed to do? Not when it disrupts established historical consensus, the officer replied. Established historical consensus has been wrong before, Veronica pointed out. I should know. I lived through the 60s, and the established historical consensus about that decade is almost entirely bollocks. Margaret could see that this conversation was heading toward the sort of philosophical impasse that typically resulted in either violence or very long meetings. In her experience, violence was messier, but often more efficient than meetings. However, both typically ended with someone feeling aggrieved and nothing actually resolved. Inspector Kronos, she said, interrupting what appeared to be the beginning of a lecture about the importance of historical stability. May I ask you a personal question? Inspector Kronos looked wary. I suppose. When did you last have a vacation? The question clearly wasn't what Inspector Kronos had expected. That's not relevant to this investigation. Humour me, Margaret said, employing the same tone she used with particularly stubborn library patrons. When did you last take time off from work? Temporal authority agents don't take vacations, Inspector Kronos said stiffly. We have important work to do. Everyone needs time off, Margaret said gently. Otherwise work becomes the only thing that gives life meaning, and that's not healthy for anyone. Trust me, I speak from experience. She gestured around the inn's common room, where the afternoon light was streaming through windows that had been designed by someone from the 18th century, built by someone from ancient Rome, and decorated by someone from the 1960s. The result was chaotic, but somehow harmonious, like a visual representation of their entire community. This place works, she said. We have people from a dozen different times living together, sharing knowledge, building something new. We're not disrupting the timeline. We're creating something the timeline never had before, something beautiful. Unauthorized beauty is still unauthorized, Inspector Kronos said, but her voice lacked conviction. According to the temporal accords, yes, Margaret agreed. But have you considered that the temporal accords might be wrong? The silence that followed was different from the previous uncomfortable silences. This silence was the result of someone who had blindly followed the rules for years, suddenly forced to question their logic. The accords exist for good reason, Inspector Kronos said finally. I'm sure they do, Thomas said diplomatically, but good reasons can become bad reasons if circumstances change. In my experience, the best laws are the ones that can adapt to new situations. What if, Sister Agatha suggested carefully, instead of shutting us down, you studied us? We could be a pilot program for controlled cross-temporal community development. Think of the research opportunities. Margaret could see Inspector Kronos wavering. Years of bureaucratic training were warring with what appeared to be genuine curiosity, and possibly the first intriguing conversation she'd had in decades. That would require authorization from the temporal authority, Inspector Kronos said slowly. Then let's get authorization, Margaret said briskly. I assume there's some sort of application process? Inspector Kronos stared at her. You want to apply for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community? Why not? Margaret shrugged. We're already here, we're already functioning, and apparently we're already breaking the rules. Might as well break them officially. Applying for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community turned out to involve approximately 17 different forms, each of which had to be filled out in triplicate using writing implements appropriate to the time period of the person filling them out. Margaret found herself wielding a quill pen for the first time in her life, while cursing whoever had decided that bureaucracy should be deliberately difficult. "This is ridiculous," Veronica muttered, struggling with what appeared to be a form designed to assess cross-temporal cultural integration protocols. "They want to know our policy for resolving conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices." "We don't have conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices," Thomas pointed out, working his way through a form about democratic governance in multi-period communities with the sort of methodical precision that suggested he'd had experience with colonial paperwork. "Exactly," Sister Agatha said. "Marcus handles military justice, Nigel handles infrastructure disputes, you handle governance issues, and Gladys handles everything else because she's the only one who's actually good at managing people." Margaret looked up from Form 47B, Justification for Temporal Cohabitation, and realised something important. They hadn't just accidentally created a community, they'd accidentally created a functioning government. And not just any government, but one that actually worked because everyone involved was too confused and too practical to waste time on politics. "We need to document this," she said suddenly. "Document what?" Inspector Kronos asked. She had remained at the inn to oversee the application process, but Margaret suspected that her primary reason for staying was her interest in their community, which she found far more engaging than her usual assignments. "This is how we govern ourselves," Margaret explained, reaching for a fresh sheet of paper. "If we're applying to be an experimental community, we need to show that our experiment actually produces results." Over the next several hours, Margaret found herself doing what she did best, organising information. With input from the others, she documented their decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation systems, and their integration protocols. What emerged was a picture of a community that had organically developed solutions to problems that political scientists spent decades debating. "This is extraordinary," Inspector Kronos said, reading over Margaret's documentation. "You've created a functional multi-temporal democracy with built-in cultural sensitivity protocols and adaptive governance structures." "We've muddled through," Gladys corrected, bringing them all another round of tea. "We've made the best of it, just like anyone else who finds themselves in an unexpected situation." "But that's precisely the point," Inspector Kronos said, excitement creeping into her voice for the first time since Margaret had met her. "Most temporal displacement results in psychological trauma, cultural isolation, and eventual breakdown. You've created something that not only works, but actually enhances the lives of everyone involved." Margaret looked around the inn's common room, where their impromptu government session had attracted an audience of curious community members. Marcus was explaining Roman military organisation to a group that included a Viking warrior, 2 medieval merchants, and what appeared to be a flapper who had arrived just that morning. Nigel was sketching engineering diagrams on a napkin, while a Renaissance artist offered suggestions about aesthetic improvements. Thomas and Veronica were deep in discussion about the practical applications of democratic theory, with a gentleman who claimed to be from the court of Louis XIV. "It works because we need it to work," Margaret had said. "We can't go home, so we have to make this place home, and that means figuring out how to live together even when we come from entirely different worlds." "The temporal authority should see this," Inspector Kronos said. "They've been trying to solve the problem of the temporal displacement for centuries, and you've accidentally discovered the solution." "What's the problem with temporal displacement?" Sister Agatha asked. "Displaced persons typically suffer from severe temporal culture shock," Inspector Kronos explained. "They can't adapt to their new time, but they can't return to their original time either. Most end up in specialised care facilities or isolated temporal reservations." Margaret felt a chill. Temporal reservations? "Quarantine zones where displaced persons can live out their lives without affecting the timeline," Inspector Kronos said, apparently not noticing the horror on everyone's faces. "It's considered the most humane solution." "Humane?" Thomas repeated flatly. "You isolate people from society and call it humane." "It's better than the alternative," Inspector Kronos said defensively. "Uncontrolled temporal displacement can cause paradoxes, timeline disruptions, and even reality cascades." "Has that actually happened?" Margaret asked. "Or is it theoretical?" Inspector Kronos paused. "Well, theoretical. But the risk is theoretical," Margaret finished. "Meanwhile, the reality is that you're condemning people to isolation based on theoretical risks." She stood up, feeling the same sense of righteous indignation that had sustained her through years of fighting budget cuts and bureaucratic interference at the library. Inspector Kronos, I think it's time the Temporal Authority met with some people who have actually made temporal displacement work. You want to petition the Temporal Authority directly? Inspector Kronos asked, looking alarmed. I want to invite them to visit, Margaret corrected. Let them see what we've built here. Let them meet our community. Let them understand that temporal displacement doesn't have to be a problem to be managed. It can be an opportunity to be embraced. The room went quiet again, but this time it was the excited silence of people who had just realised they were about to do something either very brave or very stupid, and weren't entirely sure which. That, said Veronica slowly, is either brilliant or completely insane. In my experience, Gladys said cheerfully, the best ideas are usually both. Inspector Kronos looked around the room at the faces of people who had accidentally revolutionised temporal community planning, and were now proposing to take their revolution directly to the highest levels of temporal authority. Margaret could see her trying to calculate the potential consequences, weigh the risks against the benefits, and figure out whether supporting this plan would advance or destroy her career. I'll need to send a preliminary report first, she said finally. Prepare them for the possibility of an unconventional solution to the displacement problem. Unconventional solutions are the best kind, Marcus said approvingly. In Rome we had a saying, when conventional tactics fail, try something so unexpected that your enemies defeat themselves through confusion. Did Romans actually say that? Thomas asked. No, Marcus admitted cheerfully, but they should have. It's excellent advice. Margaret looked at Inspector Kronos, who was staring at their community with the expression of someone who had come to enforce the rules and instead discovered that they might need changing. Inspector, she said gently, when did you last do something that made you excited about your work? Inspector Kronos was quiet for a long moment. I can't remember, she said finally. Then maybe it's time to try something new, Margaret suggested. Maybe it's time to help us show the Temporal Authority that some problems are actually opportunities in disguise. The Temporal Authority's response to Inspector Kronos' preliminary report arrived 3 days later in the form of what appeared to be a medieval messenger, who rode a horse that moved slightly too smoothly and cast no shadow. The message itself was written on parchment that looked authentic but felt like high-quality printer paper, and the ink had the peculiar property of remaining wet until someone read it, at which point it dried instantly. Margaret had become fascinated by these temporal inconsistencies. Everything about the Temporal Authority seemed designed to look period-appropriate while functioning with modern efficiency, as if they couldn't decide whether they wanted to blend in with history or transcend it entirely. They're sending a delegation, Inspector Kronos announced, reading the message aloud to the assembled community. Senior Inspector Paradox, Inspector Causality, and Director Temporal will arrive tomorrow to assess the viability of Kronos Commons as an experimental temporal community. Director Temporal, Sister Agatha asked. That's either a critical person or someone with a deeply unfortunate name. Both, probably, Veronica said. In my experience, the most important bureaucrats always have the most ridiculous titles. Margaret felt the familiar flutter of anxiety that preceded any important inspection, whether it was library auditors, health department officials, or, apparently, temporal law enforcement. But underneath the anxiety was something else. Excitement. For the first time in years, she was part of something that mattered, something worth fighting for. Right then, she said, standing up with the sort of decisiveness that surprised everyone, including herself. We have 1 day to prepare for the most important visitors this community has ever received. I suggest we show them exactly what we've accomplished here. The next 24 hours passed in a blur of organised chaos that would have made any event planner weep with either admiration or despair. Gladys organised a feast that showcased culinary techniques from 12 different times. Nigel provided the entire village with a comprehensive overview of infrastructure improvements, highlighting the innovations that emerged from the fusion of Roman engineering, Victorian precision, and modern material science. Thomas prepared a presentation on their governance structure that managed to be both academically rigorous and practically applicable. Margaret found herself coordinating the entire effort, which felt remarkably similar to organising the library's annual fundraising gala, except with more times involved and significantly higher stakes. She discovered that her years of managing library events had prepared her surprisingly well for managing temporal diplomacy. The delegation arrived precisely at noon, stepping out of what appeared to be a travelling merchant's wagon that definitely hadn't been there moments before. Director Temporal turned out to be a woman who looked like she could have been anywhere between 30 and 300 years old, wearing robes that managed to suggest both medieval authority and modern professionalism. Senior Inspector Paradox was a tall man with the sort of precisely groomed appearance that suggested he took temporal regulations very seriously indeed. Inspector Causality was younger, with the eager expression of someone who had recently been promoted and was determined to prove worthy of the position. "Welcome to Kronos Commons," Margaret said, stepping forward with the sort of confidence usually reserved for dealing with particularly difficult library board members. "We're honoured by your visit." Director Temporal looked around the village square, where the community had assembled to greet their visitors. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Margaret caught her pausing to study the architectural innovations, the way people from different times were naturally interacting, and the general atmosphere of purposeful activity. Inspector Kronos has submitted a preliminary report suggesting that this community represents a viable alternative to traditional temporal displacement protocols, Director Temporal said. "We're here to assess the accuracy of that assessment." "We'd be delighted to show you around," Thomas said, stepping forward with colonial diplomatic charm. "Perhaps we could begin with our governance centre." What followed was the most unusual tour Margaret had ever participated in. They showed the delegation their democratic decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation system, and their integration protocols. At each stop, community members demonstrated not just how their systems worked, but why they worked. "The key insight," Sister Agatha explained as they stood in what had become their informal research centre, "is that temporal displacement doesn't have to mean cultural isolation. When you put people from different times together, they don't just adapt to each other. They enhance each other." She gestured to a wall covered with research notes, engineering diagrams, artistic collaborations, and what appeared to be a detailed analysis of democratic theory, written in 4 different languages by authors from 4 different centuries. "We're not just preserving historical knowledge," she continued. "We're creating new knowledge by combining historical perspectives in ways that have never been possible before." Inspector Causality was taking in emailed notes, while Senior Inspector Paradox maintained an expression of professional skepticism. Director Temporal, however, was studying the research wall with the sort of intense focus that suggested she was seeing something she hadn't expected. "This is unprecedented," she said finally. "Cross-temporal knowledge synthesis on this scale. The implications are extraordinary." "The implications are what we live with every day," Gladys said cheerfully, appearing with a tray of refreshments that somehow managed to appeal to taste preferences from across the centuries. "Turns out when you stop worrying about the implications and start focusing on the practicalities, most problems solve themselves." The tour continued through the afternoon, with the delegation observing everything from Marcus's conflict resolution sessions, which involved more shouting than Margaret was comfortable with but seemed to work, to Nigel's engineering workshops, which had produced innovations that probably shouldn't have been possible with available materials. However, Margaret was aware that the evening feast would determine the success or failure of their argument. As the community gathered around tables that had been built by combining Roman construction techniques with Victorian craftsmanship and modern ergonomic principles, she watched the delegation observe something that couldn't be documented or measured: the simple fact that their community was genuinely happy. "I have a question," Director Temporal said as the meal wound down. "What happens when someone wants to leave?" The question lingered in the air, akin to an uncomfortable truth that everyone had been evading. Margaret felt her stomach clench because this was the one aspect of their community they hadn't fully addressed. "Well," Thomas said slowly, "that's rather complicated. We haven't actually figured out how to leave, even if someone wanted to." "But would you?" Inspector Causality asked. "Want to leave, I mean? If you could." Margaret looked around the table at faces that had become more familiar to her than her family. These people had become her colleagues, her friends, her chosen community in a way that her old life had never provided. "I think," she said carefully, "that's the wrong question. The right question is, would we want to go back to the lives we were living before we came here?" "And the answer to that question?" Director Temporal asked. Margaret smiled. "Ask me tomorrow." The temporal authority's decision came in the form of an official proclamation that somehow managed to be both bureaucratically precise and genuinely revolutionary. Kronos Commons was granted experimental status as the first authorised cross-temporal community development project with funding, legal recognition, and most importantly, official permission to continue existing. "Congratulations," Director Temporal said, presenting Margaret with a document that looked like a medieval charter, but contained clauses about innovative temporal integration methodologies and sustainable anachronistic community planning. "You've accidentally solved a problem we've been working on for centuries." "We've accidentally solved several problems," Veronica corrected. "Temporal displacement, cross-cultural integration, sustainable community development, and Margaret's midlife crisis." Margaret laughed because it was true. Somewhere between organising emergency committee meetings and negotiating with temporal bureaucrats, she had discovered that her midlife crisis hadn't been about her age or her circumstances. It had been about the fact that she hadn't been living a life that felt like her own. "So what happens now?" she asked. "Now," Director Temporal said, "you become a model for other temporal displacement situations. We'll be sending observers, researchers, and probably a few more accidental time travellers your way. You're going to be busy." "We're already busy," Gladys pointed out. "But we're good at busy. Busy is what happens when you're doing something that matters." As the Temporal Authority delegation prepared to leave, Inspector Kronos approached Margaret privately. "I've submitted a request for reassignment," she said. "I'd like to stay here as a permanent liaison between the community and the authority." "Why do you want to be reassigned?" Margaret asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. "Because for the first time in decades I'm engaged in work that feels significant," Inspector Kronos stated plainly. "And because someone needs to document what you're accomplishing here. Future temporal communities are going to need guidance, and you've already figured out most of the answers." Margaret nodded. "We'll need help with the paperwork anyway. Temporal bureaucracy is even more complicated than regular bureaucracy." That evening, as the community gathered for what had become their traditional end-of-day meeting, Margaret reflected on the strange journey that had brought her here. 6 months ago, she had been living a life that felt too small, too predictable, and too much like settling for less than she deserved. Now she was helping to pioneer a new form of human community that existed outside normal time and space. "Any regrets?" Sister Agatha asked, settling into the chair beside her. Margaret considered the question seriously. Did she miss her old life? Did she miss her house, her job, her routine? Or did she miss the person she had been when those things had felt like enough? "I miss my cat," she said finally. "But cats are adaptable. If he could see me now, he'd probably approve. He always thought I was capable of more than I believed." "Cats are excellent judges of character," Thomas agreed. "They see potential that humans often miss." "Speaking of potential," Veronica said, "what do we want to be when we grow up? Now that we're officially experimental, we get to decide what we're experimenting with." The question sparked the sort of enthusiastic discussion that Margaret had learned to associate with her new community. Ideas flew around the room like butterflies, establishing a university for cross-temporal studies, developing sustainable technologies that combine knowledge from multiple time periods, creating artistic collaborations that had never been possible before, and writing the definitive guides to temporal community planning. "We could change how people think about time itself," Nigel suggested. "Demonstrate that past, present and future aren't separate things. They're different perspectives on the same human experience." "We could revolutionize historical research," Sister Agatha added. "Imagine what we could learn if historians could actually talk to the people they study." "We could perfect democracy," Thomas said with the enthusiasm of someone who had spent centuries thinking about political theory. "Test different approaches with people who have lived under different systems." "We could just keep being ourselves and see what happens," Gladys said pragmatically. "In my experience, the best revolutions are the ones that happen naturally, because people are living the lives they want to live." Margaret listened to the conversation swirl around her and felt something she had never experienced before, complete certainty that she was precisely where she belonged, doing exactly what she was meant to do, with exactly the people she was meant to do it with. "I have a proposal," she said, and the room quieted to listen. "What if we stop defining ourselves and just become who we want to be? We're not just a temporal community or an experimental project or an accidental revolution. We're people who found each other across time and space and decided to build something beautiful together." "That," said Marcus approvingly, "is the sort of proposal that wins wars." "Are we at war?" Inspector Causality asked, looking alarmed. "We're at war with the idea that people have to accept the lives they're given instead of creating the lives they want," Margaret said. We're at war with the notion that different is dangerous instead of wonderful. The belief that the future must mirror the past, simply because it's the norm, is what we're fighting against. Revolutionary wars are the best kind, Veronica said with satisfaction, especially when you win them by accident. As the meeting wound down and people began drifting back to their homes that had been built by combining architectural knowledge from across the centuries, decorated with art created through cross-temporal collaboration, and filled with the sort of contentment that came from living in a community where everyone belonged, Margaret stepped outside to look up at stars that had witnessed all of human history. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new visitors, and new opportunities to prove that their accidental experiment in temporal community building could work on a larger scale. There would be more paperwork, more bureaucracy, and more negotiations with authorities who still weren't entirely convinced that rules were meant to be broken. But tonight, Margaret was simply a woman who had accidentally time-travelled into the best life she'd never imagined living, surrounded by friends she had never expected to make, working on projects that mattered in ways she was still discovering. She thought about the other version of herself, living in her old house, working at her old job, probably wondering why life felt so unsatisfying. Margaret had been awaiting approval to pursue her desired life. This Margaret had learned that sometimes the best thing you can do is stop waiting for permission and start creating the life you deserve. The stars looked exactly the same as they had in her time, which somehow made everything else feel possible. Time was more flexible than anyone had imagined, community was more important than anyone had realized, and revolution could happen accidentally when people simply decided to treat each other with kindness and respect across the barriers that were supposed to divide them. Margaret smiled and went inside to help Gladys plan tomorrow's menu, because even accidental revolutionaries had to eat, and someone needed to coordinate the logistics of changing the world one shared meal at a time. After all, she was still a librarian at heart, and librarians understood that the most important revolutions were the ones that happened quietly, one person at a time, through the simple act of helping people find exactly what they were looking for, even when they hadn't known they were looking for it. Okay, check this out. You're stepping into the year 1066, and you've just witnessed the most successful hostile takeover in English history, though they didn't call it that back then. William the Conqueror, who probably would have made an excellent corporate CEO, has just defeated Harold at Hastings, and suddenly everyone who matters is speaking French. The Norman court wasn't like the chaotic Saxon halls of old, where warriors might burst into song between courses and dogs wandered freely among the rushes. No, William brought continental sophistication to England, which was rather like introducing fine wine to a group of people who'd been perfectly happy with ale. You can imagine the culture shock. One day you're an Anglo-Saxon noble, comfortable in your familiar world of mead halls and familiar customs, and the next day there's a French-speaking king issuing orders in a language that sounds like someone gargling honey. The Normans didn't just conquer England, they redecorated it entirely. William's court moved constantly. A medieval roadshow that would have given modern event planners nightmares. The royal household packed up every few weeks and trudged from castle to castle, carrying everything from the king's favourite chair to the royal toilet seat. Yes, medieval kings had portable toilet seats. Even conquerors need comfort. The Domesday Book, William's famous survey of England, reads like the world's most comprehensive tax audit. Imagine teams of Norman clerks descending on English villages like medieval accountants, counting every pig, chicken and patch of turnips. The locals must have watched these proceedings with the same enthusiasm modern people show for tax season. What made the Norman court fascinating was that it was essentially a start-up that achieved success beyond anyone's expectations. William took a relatively small group of French nobles and convinced them to cross the Channel and reinvent an entire kingdom. They brought new architecture, new laws, new fashions, and most importantly new ideas about how royal courts should function. The Normans turned the English court into Europe's most efficient government machine. They created a bureaucracy so organised that historians still marvel at it today. Every penny was accounted for, every legal decision recorded, and every royal progress planned with military precision. If the Saxons had been jazz musicians, improvising freely and following their instincts, the Normans were a full orchestra, playing from carefully written sheet music. What's remarkable is how quickly the two cultures began to blend. Within a generation, Norman knights were marrying English heiresses, and their children grew up bilingual. The court became a place where French efficiency met English practicality, creating something entirely new. You might say it was the medieval equivalent of fusion cuisine, except instead of mixing Thai and Mexican flavours, they were blending governmental systems. The castle became the symbol of this new order. These weren't just fortresses, they were corporate headquarters, law courts, tax offices, and luxury hotels all rolled into massive stone packages. You were entering the nerve centre of a kingdom that was systematically reorganising from the ground up when you stepped into a Norman castle's great hall. Fast forward to the Plantagenets, and you'll find yourself in what amounts to the world's longest-running family drama. If the Normans were efficient administrators, the Plantagenets were passionate performers who happened to run a kingdom on the side. Henry II, the first Plantagenet king, inherited an empire that stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. Managing this required him to be part politician, part general, part diplomat, and part travelling salesman. He was constantly on the move, governing his vast territories with the energy of someone who'd had far too much medieval coffee, if such a thing had existed. The Plantagenet court was where politics became personal in the most spectacular ways. Take Henry's marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, a woman who was essentially the power broker of her age. Eleanor had already been Queen of France before marrying Henry, bringing with her the sophisticated culture of southern France. She turned the English court into a place where troubadours sang love songs, poets competed for royal favour, and courtly romance flourished like exotic flowers in a hothouse. But Eleanor and Henry's marriage was less romance novel and more psychological thriller. They spent years alternately partnering in ambitious political schemes and plotting each other's downfall. Their 4 sons, Henry the young king, Richard the Lionheart, Geoffrey and John, grew up watching their parents' complex relationship and apparently decided that family harmony was overrated. The result was a royal family that treated succession planning like a contact sport. The princes rebelled against their father, formed alliances with foreign kings, and generally behaved like teenagers with armies. When Henry the young king died in 1183, he was technically still in rebellion against his father. Family dinners must have been extraordinarily awkward. Richard I, the Lionheart, spent most of his reign away from England, crusading in the Holy Land. He treated his kingdom rather like a wealthy parent might treat a trust fund, a reliable source of income for more exciting adventures elsewhere. Richard spoke little English and visited England perhaps twice during his 10-year reign. However, he continues to be one of England's most renowned monarchs, demonstrating that time apart can truly deepen one's affection. Then came John, and if you've seen any movie about Robin Hood, you know John as the villain. The real John was more complex than Hollywood suggests, less cartoonishly evil, more disastrously incompetent. He succeeded in losing the majority of his French territories, facing excommunication from the Pope, and inciting armed rebellion among his own barons. In 1215, they literally cornered him at Runnymede and made him sign Magna Carta, which was medieval England's way of saying, "We need to have a serious talk about your management style." The Plantagenet court during John's reign likely felt like working for a startup, in which the CEO continually makes decisions that everyone knows will lead to failure. Yet no one can determine how to intervene. The barons ultimately took action, establishing the first formal limits on royal power in English history. John's son, Henry III, inherited this mess at age 9. Growing up as a child, king meant that Henry's entire education in kingship came from watching regents and advisors manage the kingdom's recovery from his father's disasters. Perhaps this explains why Henry developed such an obsession with beautiful things, architecture, art and luxury goods that would make medieval Instagram followers weep with envy. Henry III's court was where English royal ceremonial really began to flourish. He reconstructed Westminster Abbey in the Gothic style, setting the stage for the crowning of English monarchs for the ensuing 8 centuries. He collected art, patronised scholars, and turned the royal court into a cultural centre that attracted talent from across Europe. The Plantagenets established patterns that would echo through English royal history. The tension between the king's personal desires and his public duties, the constant need to balance English interests against continental ambitions, and the recurring discovery that even kings must occasionally listen to their subjects' opinions about governance. Edward I arrived on the throne like someone finally reading the instruction manual after generations of improvisation. Where his predecessors had stumbled through the complexities of medieval kingship, Edward approached the job with the systematic thoroughness of a master craftsman. You can picture Edward's court as a place where everything finally ran on time. This was a king who conquered Wales not through dramatic cavalry charges, but through methodical strategic planning and superior logistics. He built a ring of castles that looked like they'd been designed by someone who'd studied every military engineering textbook ever written, which, in a sense, Edward had. The court of Edward I buzzed with legal innovations that would have impressed modern constitutional lawyers. Edward didn't just rule, he legislated. He created new laws, reformed old ones, and established legal procedures that lasted for centuries. His statutes read like the work of someone who genuinely enjoyed the technical challenges of governance. While other kings saw lawmaking as a tedious necessity, Edward treated it as creative problem-solving. But Edward's greatest innovation was turning royal ceremony into political theatre. His conquest of Wales culminated in one of history's most effective publicity stunts, presenting his infant son Edward, later Edward II, to the Welsh as their Prince of Wales. A native-born ruler who happened to speak no Welsh, but whose birth in Caernarfon Castle made him technically Welsh enough to satisfy the political requirements. The court during Edward's reign felt like the headquarters of a successful consulting firm, organised, purposeful, and slightly intimidating to outsiders. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting medieval chaos, and instead found clerks who could produce any document within minutes, treasury officials who knew exactly how much money was available for any proposed venture, and a king who actually read the briefing papers. Edward's relationship with Parliament illustrates his practical approach to politics. He didn't summon Parliament because he believed in democratic principles. Such ideas were still centuries in the future. He called Parliament because he needed money for his military campaigns, and he discovered that representatives were more likely to approve taxes if they felt consulted about how those taxes would be spent. It was medieval crowdfunding with a constitutional twist. The court's daily routine reflected Edward's systematic nature. Morning councils dealt with administrative business, afternoon sessions handled legal appeals, and evenings were reserved for diplomatic receptions and cultural events. Even the royal meals followed precise protocols, not because Edward was particularly formal, but because he'd figured out that consistent procedures prevented the sort of chaos that had plagued earlier reigns. Edward's queen, Eleanor of Castile, brought her own sophisticated household that merged seamlessly with the English court. Eleanor was no mere ornamental royal wife. She was a political partner who managed extensive estates, engaged in diplomatic negotiations, and helped create the cultural atmosphere that made Edward's court a magnet for European talent. The famous Eleanor crosses, the elaborate monuments Edward erected at every place Eleanor's funeral procession rested on its way to Westminster, weren't just expressions of royal grief. They were architectural advertisements for the Plantagenet dynasty's sophistication and power. Each cross served as a visual cue that those ruling this kingdom understood both emotional depth and artistic excellence. Edward's court produced the administrative innovations that allowed England to function as a unified kingdom rather than a collection of semi-independent regions. The Royal Chancery developed standardised procedures for everything from diplomatic correspondence to land grants. The Exchequer refined accounting methods that tracked royal income with precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. When Edward died in 1307, he left his son a kingdom that functioned like a well-designed machine. Unfortunately, as we'll discover, not every king was mechanically inclined. Edward II inherited his father's efficient kingdom and promptly demonstrated that governmental expertise isn't necessarily genetic. If Edward I's court had been a precision timepiece, his son's court was more like an expensive watch that kept losing time because the owner couldn't stop fiddling with the mechanism. The problem wasn't that Edward II lacked intelligence or education. He'd received the finest medieval schooling available and understood royal duties perfectly well in theory. The problem was that Edward II found the actual work of kingship monumentally boring. He preferred spending time with his close friends, engaging in manual crafts and generally behaving like someone who'd inherited a successful family business, but would rather be pursuing artistic interests. This created the medieval equivalent of an office where the CEO spends most of his time in the employee break room, while important decisions pile up on his desk. Edward's court became a place where ambitious nobles competed not for the king's attention regarding policy matters, but for positions in his inner social circle. The situation became complicated when Edward developed an intensely close relationship with Piers Gaveston, a young nobleman who possessed the medieval equivalent of magnetic charisma. Gaveston was witty, stylish, and completely uninterested in the sort of respectful deference that other nobles expected to receive from royal favourites. He nicknamed the powerful earls with insulting pet names, and generally behaved like someone who'd never read the handbook on medieval court politics. The established nobility watched this relationship with the mounting horror of senior executives discovering that the boss's college roommate has been appointed as their new supervisor. Gaveston wasn't just inappropriate, he was effective at making the traditional power brokers feel excluded from important decisions. The court split into factions, those who found the situation tolerable and those who decidedly did not. The result was a series of political crises that read like medieval office politics taken to their logical extreme. The barons repeatedly forced Edward to send Gaveston into exile. Edward repeatedly found ways to bring him back, and Gaveston repeatedly managed to offend everyone who mattered. The cycle continued until 1312, when a group of earls decided to solve the problem permanently by murdering Gaveston. Edward's reaction to his favourite's death transformed him from an ineffective but harmless king into a genuinely dangerous enemy. The gentle artistic soul who'd preferred crafts to conquest suddenly developed a talent for sustained vengeance that would have impressed his warrior father. The court became a place where courtiers calculated not just political advantage, but personal survival. The Despencer family, Hugh the Elder and Hugh the Younger, replaced Gaveston as Edward's closest advisors, but they brought none of Gaveston's charm and all of his talent for making enemies. The Despensers treated royal favour as a license for systematic corruption, using their positions to acquire lands, titles and wealth through methods that would have embarrassed medieval robber barons. Meanwhile, Edward's queen, Isabella of France, watched her husband's relationships with male favourites and gradual descent into political paranoia with the patience of someone waiting for the right moment to file for divorce, if such a thing had existed in medieval royal marriage contracts. Isabella's transformation from neglected wife to political revolutionary deserves its own chapter in any study of medieval character development. She began the reign as a conventional royal consort, dutifully producing heirs and managing her household. By 1325 she had evolved into a master political strategist who could give lessons in regime change to modern intelligence agencies. Her alliance with Roger Mortimer, one of England's most powerful barons, created the medieval equivalent of a shadow government. Isabella and Mortimer established themselves in France, gathered military support, and planned their invasion of England with the thoroughness that Edward II had never applied to actual governance. When Isabella's forces landed in England in 1326, Edward's government collapsed with the speed of a house of cards in a stiff breeze. The king, who had spent 20 years alienating his most important supporters, discovered that loyalty cannot be stored like grain in a royal warehouse. It spoils if neglected for too long. Edward's capture and forced abdication in 1327 ended one of the most psychologically complex reigns in English history. His court had become a cautionary tale about what happens when personal relationships override political judgment, and when kings forget that their private preferences cannot be separated from their public responsibilities. Edward III inherited a kingdom that desperately needed someone who actually wanted to be king. Fortunately, that's exactly what they got. Where his father had approached kingship like a reluctant employee showing up for a job he'd never wanted, Edward III embraced royal power with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting his entire life for the opportunity. The court of Edward III felt like a medieval version of mission control during an exciting space program. Everything was focused on the great project of proving that England could compete with France as a major European power. This required transforming English military capabilities, diplomatic relationships, and cultural prestige simultaneously. Edward's solution was to turn warfare into a combination of professional efficiency and chivalrous spectacle. His court became the headquarters for military innovations that would revolutionize European combat. English longbowmen weren't just skilled archers, they were precision weapons specialists whose training regimens would have impressed modern Olympic coaches. The creation of the Order of the Garter in 1348 illustrates Edward's genius for combining practical politics with romantic imagery. The story goes that Edward rescued a lady's garter that had fallen during a court dance, declaring, "Honi soit qui mal y pense," shame on him who thinks evil of it. Whether this actually happened matters less than Edward's insight that knightly honour needed institutional structure to remain politically useful. The Garter Knights weren't just ceremonial appointments. They were Edward's core military and political leadership, bound together by oaths that merged personal loyalty with service to the kingdom. It was medieval team building with lasting constitutional implications. Edward's court during the early phases of the 100 Years' War buzzed with the confidence of a successful startup that's just secured major funding. The victory at Crécy in 1346 proved that English tactical innovations could defeat traditional French military superiority. The capture of Calais gave England a permanent foothold on the continent. The victory at Poitiers in 1356, where Edward's son, the Black Prince, captured the French king himself, established the English royal family's reputation as Europe's most formidable military dynasty. But courts that revolve around military success face inevitable challenges when the victories stop coming. The Black Death, which reached England in 1348, killed approximately 1/3 of the population and disrupted the economic systems that funded Edward's continental ambitions. Suddenly the court found itself managing not just military campaigns but social revolution. The plague's aftermath created labour shortages that gave surviving peasants unprecedented bargaining power. Traditional social hierarchies began shifting in ways that made established nobles nervous. The court had to navigate between maintaining traditional privileges and acknowledging new economic realities. Edward aged into someone who'd learned that even successful kings cannot control all the variables that determine their reign's outcomes. The energetic warrior who'd launched England's bid for continental empire became a somewhat melancholy figure presiding over a kingdom that was simultaneously more powerful and more troubled than it had been at his accession. The court during Edward's final years reflected this complexity. Royal ceremonies maintained their magnificence, diplomatic negotiations continued across Europe, and military campaigns proceeded according to established strategies. But underneath the familiar routines, everyone could sense that the assumptions underlying Edward's early successes were becoming increasingly questionable. The Black Prince's premature death in 1376 symbolised the broader challenges facing the Plantagenet system. Edward III had created a court culture based on chivalrous military excellence, but chivalry offered limited guidance for managing plague-disrupted social structures, economic inflation, and the growing political sophistication of England's urban populations. When Edward III died in 1377, he left a kingdom that had achieved his goal of establishing England as a major European power, but at costs that his successors would spend generations calculating. 10-year-old Richard II inherited a kingdom expecting another warrior king, and instead got an artist who happened to wear a crown. If Edward III's court had been focused outward toward continental conquest, Richard's court turned inward toward creating something unprecedented, a royal household that treated cultural sophistication as seriously as previous generations had treated military prowess. You can imagine the confusion this caused among nobles who'd spent their entire careers preparing for careers as knights and military commanders. Suddenly they found themselves in a court where success meant understanding poetry, appreciating architectural innovations, and navigating social protocols that resembled elaborate performances more than traditional feudal relationships. Richard's court developed its own aesthetic that modern art historians still study with fascination. The king commissioned illuminated manuscripts that looked like medieval graphic novels, patronised architects who created buildings that seemed to float despite being constructed from heavy stone, and surrounded himself with intellectuals who treated political philosophy as an art form worthy of lifetime dedication. The famous Wilton diptych, probably created for Richard's court, captures the atmosphere perfectly. It shows Richard being presented to the Virgin Mary by his patron saints, but the painting's real subject is the idea that royal authority derives from divine aesthetic judgment rather than military prowess. Richard looks less like a warrior and more like a medieval art critic who's discovered something beautiful. This cultural revolution wasn't just decorative. Richard understood that royal authority needed new foundations now that the Black Death had disrupted traditional social hierarchies. If kings could no longer rely solely on military force and feudal obligation to maintain power, they needed to create new forms of prestige and authority. Richard's solution was to make the royal court so culturally magnificent that association with it became irresistible to ambitious nobles. The result was a court where political negotiations felt like elaborate theatrical performances. Richard developed ceremonies that turned routine administrative tasks into rituals that demonstrated royal authority through aesthetic excellence rather than raw power. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting traditional medieval formality, and instead encountered governmental procedures that seemed designed by choreographers. Richard's personal style reflected this approach. He dressed with an attention to detail that would have impressed Renaissance fashion designers, spoke with the precision of someone who'd studied rhetoric as a fine art, and carried himself with the conscious grace of a performer who understood that every public appearance was a political statement. The king's relationship with literature produced some of the most important cultural developments in English history. Richard's court patronised Geoffrey Chaucer, whose Canterbury Tales captures the social complexity of late medieval England with psychological insight that still amazes modern readers. Chaucer's position as a royal customs official allowed him to observe English society from both aristocratic and commercial perspectives, giving his writing a breadth that purely academic poets couldn't match. But Richard's aesthetic approach to kingship created its own political challenges. Nobles who'd expected to advance their careers through military service found themselves competing in cultural arenas where they felt disadvantaged. The court became a place where traditional warriors tried to master skills, sophisticated conversation, appreciation of artistic subtlety, understanding of literary references that seemed to have little connection to the practical business of governing a kingdom. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 tested Richard's unconventional approach to royal authority. When Wat Tyler led thousands of rebellious peasants to London, demanding social and economic reforms that would have dismantled the feudal system, the 14-year-old king faced his first major political crisis. His response demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of his aesthetic approach to power. Richard met the rebels personally, using his royal presence and rhetorical skills to diffuse their immediate anger. For a moment it seemed as if the young king's cultural sophistication might succeed where traditional military responses would have failed. But when Tyler was killed during the negotiations, Richard's promise of reforms was quickly forgotten, and the revolt was suppressed with traditional violence. The experience seems to have convinced Richard that cultural authority alone wasn't sufficient for royal survival. His court during the 1390s combined aesthetic magnificence with increasingly authoritarian political methods. Richard began demanding new forms of royal reverence, creating ceremonies that elevated the king above traditional feudal relationships. The famous scene where Richard required nobles to approach his throne on their knees and address him only when spoken to wasn't just royal vanity. It was a systematic attempt to reconstruct royal authority along different lines than his predecessors had used. Richard understood that if cultural prestige was going to replace military dominance as the foundation of royal power, then royal dignity needed unprecedented protection. By the late 1390s, Richard's court had become a place where aesthetic excellence coexisted with political paranoia. The king who'd created England's most culturally sophisticated royal household was simultaneously alienating the noble families whose support he needed for political survival. The beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art were real achievements, but they couldn't substitute for the practical political skills that successful medieval kingship required. When Henry Bolingbroke deposed Richard II in 1399, he faced a challenge that no previous English king had confronted. How do you establish legitimacy when you've just proven that royal authority isn't actually sacred? Henry IV's court had to function simultaneously as a functioning government and as a constant argument for why the Lancastrian dynasty deserved to rule England. The solution was to create a court culture that emphasised practical competence over aesthetic magnificence. Where Richard's court had felt like an art gallery that occasionally conducted government business, Henry's court operated more like a well-run law firm that happened to be housed in royal palaces. Henry IV understood that his questionable claim to the throne meant he needed to govern more effectively than kings with uncontested legitimacy. His court established administrative procedures aimed at showcasing royal competence by ensuring visible efficiency. Foreign ambassadors and domestic nobles alike could see that this government actually worked. Bills were paid on time, legal decisions were rendered promptly, and military campaigns were organised with professional thoroughness. The Lancastrian court's relationship with Parliament illustrates this practical approach. Henry didn't call Parliament because he enjoyed legislative debate, but because he needed regular communication with the social groups whose support maintained his dynasty's position. Parliamentary sessions during Henry's reign felt less like royal ceremonies and more like business meetings where practical people discussed practical problems. This created a court atmosphere that was less visually spectacular than Richard's, but more politically sustainable. Henry's courtiers advanced their careers through administrative competence, military effectiveness, and practical problem-solving rather than cultural sophistication or aesthetic sensitivity. The change wasn't necessarily an improvement. England lost some of the cultural achievements that Richard's patronage had fostered, but it was more suited to the political realities of usurped kingship. Henry V inherited this practical court culture and applied it to the grandest possible project, proving that the Lancastrian dynasty could achieve military successes that would justify its questionable origins. His court became the planning headquarters for the most successful military campaign in English history. The preparation for Henry's French campaigns reveals how the Lancastrian court had evolved into something resembling a modern general staff. Every aspect of the Agincourt campaign — logistics, intelligence gathering, diplomatic preparation, financial planning — was organised with systematic attention to detail that previous generations of English kings had rarely achieved. Henry's court during the French campaigns must have felt like mission control during a successful space program. Maps covered the walls, dispatches arrived daily from agents throughout France, and treasury officials calculated the costs of maintaining English armies on foreign soil with accounting precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. The victory at Agincourt in 1415 provided exactly the legitimacy boost that Lancastrian kingship needed. Henry had proven that his dynasty could achieve military successes that rivaled the greatest accomplishments of the Plantagenets. The court's practical approach to governance had produced practical results that no one could question, but Henry's early death in 1422 left his infant son, Henry VI, to inherit both the French conquests and the systematic court culture that had achieved them. This created a fascinating problem. What happens when a court designed around practical competence is headed by someone who's more interested in scholarly pursuits than administrative efficiency? Henry VI's court represents one of the most intriguing experiments in English royal history. The king was genuinely pious, intellectually gifted, and temperamentally unsuited for the aggressive political leadership that his father's legacy required. His courtiers found themselves managing a kingdom on behalf of someone who was more interested in founding educational institutions than maintaining military conquests. The result was a court where practical administrators gradually took over the functions that previous kings had performed personally. This might have worked if Henry's nobles had been content with administrative kingship, but many of them had their own ideas about how royal authority should function. Henry VI's court was too well organised for its own good, which contributed to the start of the Wars of the Roses. The efficient administrative systems that Henry IV and Henry V had created continued to function even when the king himself provided minimal leadership. This allowed ambitious nobles to use royal administrative machinery for their purposes, turning the crown's own governmental effectiveness against Lancastrian authority. By the 1450s, the Lancastrian court had become a place where formal governmental procedures continued, while actual political power shifted toward noble factions that were preparing for civil war. The courtiers who'd created England's most efficient medieval government found themselves managing the systematic destruction of the dynasty they'd served so effectively. Edward IV's court after 1461 faced the peculiar challenge of governing a kingdom where everyone had just learned that kings could be overthrown by subjects with sufficient military support and political determination. The Yorkist solution was to create a royal. The court was so magnificently impressive that people would forget how recently the dynasty had come to power. Edward understood that successful usurpers need to establish legitimacy through demonstration rather than argument. His court became a showcase designed to prove that Yorkist kingship represented not just political change but cultural advancement. Every ceremony, every architectural project, and every diplomatic reception was planned to demonstrate that this dynasty governed with a sophistication that justified its hold on power. The Yorkist court's daily routine reflected this strategy. Morning administrative sessions handled governmental business with efficiency that maintained continuity from Lancastrian practices, but afternoon and evening events showcased royal magnificence that surpassed anything England had seen since Richard II's aesthetic experiments. Edward's personal style contributed significantly to this atmosphere. The king was exceptionally tall, strikingly handsome, and possessed the sort of natural charisma that made people want to be associated with his court. Foreign visitors consistently reported that Edward looked like what they expected a king to look like, which provided exactly the sort of visual legitimacy that usurped dynasties particularly needed. But the Yorkist court's real innovation was its approach to economic policy. Edward IV was the first English king to understand that royal authority in the late 15th century needed to be financially self-sustaining. His court developed trading relationships, investment strategies, and revenue-generating systems that made the crown less dependent on parliamentary grants than any previous medieval dynasty. This economic independence allowed Edward to create a court culture that combined political effectiveness with cultural sophistication. Royal patronage during his reign supported architectural projects, manuscript illumination, and musical innovations that demonstrated England's growing cultural confidence. The court became a place where practical governance and aesthetic achievement reinforced each other rather than competing for royal attention. Edward's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville in 1464 illustrates both the strengths and the complications of this approach. Elizabeth wasn't a foreign princess whose marriage would cement diplomatic alliances. She was an English widow whose family connections could strengthen domestic political networks. The decision was politically practical but socially controversial, creating court factions that would influence English politics for decades. The Woodville family's rapid advancement through royal favour created the medieval equivalent of nepotism concerns, but their actual administrative competence was generally impressive. Elizabeth's relatives brought new energy and fresh perspectives to court positions that had sometimes become routine under previous dynasties. Edward's court during the 1470s represented the high point of Yorkist achievement. The king had successfully combined military effectiveness, administrative competence, and cultural sophistication in ways that seemed to justify the Wars of the Roses as necessary modernisation rather than destructive civil conflict. The brief restoration of Henry VI in 1470 to 1471 provided an inadvertent demonstration of how much English royal court culture had evolved under Edward's leadership. Henry's restored court felt archaic and ineffective compared to the Yorkist innovations that courtiers had recently experienced. When Edward returned from exile to reclaim his throne, he found that many previously neutral nobles had decided that Yorkist kingship was simply more impressive than Lancastrian alternatives. Edward's sudden death in 1483 at age 40 ended this experiment in systematic royal magnificence, before its long-term effectiveness could be fully evaluated. His brother Richard III inherited a kingdom where court culture had become central to political legitimacy, but where the specific elements of that culture were closely associated with Edward's personal charisma and leadership style. Richard III's court represents one of history's most fascinating studies in the relationship between political effectiveness and public perception. By most objective measures, Richard was a competent administrator who governed England efficiently during his brief reign. His court maintained the organisational systems that Edward had established, continued the cultural patronage that had made Yorkist kingship impressive, and handled domestic and foreign policy with reasonable skill. But Richard's court could never escape the circumstances of his accession to power. The disappearance of his nephews, Edward V and Richard, Duke of York, created suspicions that no amount of governmental competence could overcome. Richard found himself managing a court where formal procedures continued normally, while underlying political support steadily eroded. The irony of Richard's reign was that he'd inherited the most sophisticated royal court in English history, at precisely the moment when court sophistication ceased to matter. The Yorkist innovations in governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and economic independence were genuine achievements, but they couldn't compensate for fundamental questions about dynastic legitimacy. When Henry Tudor landed at Milford Haven in 1485, he represented not just another dynastic claimant, but a return to the principle that royal courts should be judged primarily on their political effectiveness rather than their cultural achievements. The Battle of Bosworth Field ended the Yorkist experiment and began a new phase in English royal court development. Henry VII's court, after 1485, functioned like a start-up company, whose founder understood that survival required completely different strategies than those needed for initial success. Having won the crown through military victory, Henry faced the challenge of establishing a dynasty that could maintain power through means other than continued warfare. The early Tudor court was deliberately modest compared to Yorkist magnificence. Henry understood that impressive ceremonies and cultural patronage were luxuries that usurped dynasties could afford only after establishing unquestioned legitimacy. His court focused on administrative competence, financial responsibility, and the systematic elimination of potential rivals. You can picture Henry's court as a place where accountants held higher status than poets, where treasury records received more attention than architectural projects, and where every expenditure was evaluated for its contribution to dynastic security. This wasn't because Henry lacked appreciation for culture or ceremony, but because he understood the priorities that newly established dynasties must observe. The court's daily routine reflected these priorities. Morning sessions dealt with financial planning that would have impressed modern budget analysts. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that gradually established England's credibility with European powers who were still uncertain about Tudor legitimacy. Evening events were modest affairs that demonstrated royal dignity without the extravagance that might suggest governmental irresponsibility. Henry's marriage to Elizabeth of York was perhaps the most successful political alliance in English history. By uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims, Henry created a dynasty whose legitimacy was based on national reconciliation rather than factional victory. The court became a place where former enemies worked together on shared governmental projects, demonstrating that the Wars of the Roses had truly ended. The Tudor court's approach to noble management was particularly innovative. Rather than trying to eliminate powerful aristocratic families, Henry created systems that channeled noble ambition towards service to the crown. Court positions became opportunities for career advancement that required demonstrated loyalty and competence, rather than hereditary privilege alone. This created a court atmosphere that combined traditional medieval hierarchy with meritocratic elements that anticipated later governmental developments. Noble birth remained important, but actual responsibility was distributed based on proven ability to advance Tudor dynastic interests. Henry VII's success in establishing financial independence for the crown had profound implications for court culture. Unlike previous dynasties that needed to maintain parliamentary support for regular tax grants, the Tudor court could plan long-term projects without constant negotiation with potentially hostile legislative assemblies. This financial autonomy allowed Henry VIII to inherit a court that could support dramatic cultural and political innovations. Where his father had necessarily focused on consolidation and survival, Henry VIII could pursue grander ambitions that would transform English royal authority in fundamental ways. Henry VIII's court represents the moment when medieval kingship evolved into something recognisably modern. The young king inherited his father's financial resources and administrative competence, but applied them to projects that would have seemed impossible to previous generations of English monarchs. Henry VIII achieved a dramatic change in royal court culture, as illustrated in the Field of the Cloth of Gold in 1520. This meeting with Francis I of France was essentially a 3-week festival that demonstrated English wealth, cultural sophistication, and technological capability on a scale that amazed contemporary observers. The temporary buildings constructed for the event rivaled permanent royal palaces in their magnificence, but Henry's court culture wasn't just about impressive displays. The king assembled intellectual and artistic talent that transformed England's cultural landscape. Thomas More, Hans Holbein, Thomas Cranmer, and Thomas Cromwell all contributed to creating a court that combined Renaissance learning, artistic innovation, and administrative efficiency in unprecedented ways. The king's break with Rome in the 1530s transformed the English court into something unprecedented. A royal household that functioned simultaneously as a government headquarters, a centre of religious reform, and a cultural laboratory, experimenting with new forms of royal authority. Henry's court during the Reformation years buzzed with the energy of people who understood they were participating in historical changes that would reshape European civilization. Courtiers found themselves managing not just traditional governmental business, but also the systematic reorganisation of English religious life, the redistribution of monastic wealth, and the creation of new legal frameworks for royal supremacy. The dissolution of the monasteries provided Henry's court with resources that previous English kings could hardly have imagined. Suddenly, centuries of religious patronage had given the crown control over vast estates, architectural treasures, libraries, and artistic collections. The court became a place where former monastic buildings were converted into royal residences, where illuminated manuscripts were repurposed for secular use, and where centuries of religious art were evaluated for their potential contribution to royal magnificence. Thomas Cromwell's role in managing these transformations demonstrates how Tudor court culture had evolved beyond traditional feudal relationships. Cromwell was neither a powerful nobleman nor a church official, but a lawyer and administrator, whose expertise in governmental procedure made him indispensable to Henry's revolutionary projects. His rise to power illustrates how the Tudor court had become a meritocracy, where technical competence could overcome traditional social limitations. Henry's 6 marriages created a court atmosphere where personal relationships and political calculations became inseparably intertwined. Each wedding brought new families into royal favour. Each divorce or execution eliminated established court networks, and each new queen created opportunities for ambitious courtiers to advance their careers through association with her household. The court during Henry's final years had become a place where survival required constant attention to the king's changing moods, shifting political alliances, and evolving religious policies. Courtiers developed the sort of psychological sensitivity that would have impressed modern diplomatic corps, learning to interpret royal gestures, decode ambiguous statements, and anticipate policy changes before they were officially announced. Elizabeth I inherited a kingdom exhausted by religious upheaval and dynastic uncertainty, then spent 45 years transforming her court into the most successful piece of political theatre in European history. If Henry VIII's court had been a workshop for religious and political innovation, Elizabeth's court was a stage where every day brought new performances designed to demonstrate that England had achieved cultural and political greatness. You can imagine the challenge Elizabeth faced as a young queen in 1558. She was unmarried in an age when female rule was considered unnatural, religiously suspect in a kingdom divided between Catholic and Protestant factions, and politically vulnerable in a Europe where major powers were actively plotting England's destruction. Her solution was to create a court culture so dazzling that domestic and foreign observers became too fascinated by the spectacle to focus on the underlying vulnerabilities. The Elizabethan court operated on multiple levels simultaneously. The surface level was pure pageantry, elaborate costumes, complex ceremonies, and artistic displays that made royal receptions feel like theatrical performances. But underneath the spectacle was a sophisticated intelligence operation that gathered information from across Europe, a diplomatic network that played major powers against each other, and an administrative system that managed England's transformation into a major commercial power. Elizabeth's famous progresses, her annual tours through England's countryside, illustrate this multi-layered approach perfectly. From one perspective, these were costly exercises in royal vanity that allowed the Queen to enjoy magnificent hospitality at her subjects' expense. From another perspective, they were systematic efforts to demonstrate royal accessibility, gather intelligence about local conditions, and maintain personal relationships with the noble families whose support the Crown needed for political stability. The progresses also served as mobile advertisements for Elizabethan achievement. When the Queen's enormous entourage arrived at a country estate, local populations could see for themselves the wealth, sophistication, and cultural confidence of their government. These visits were live demonstrations that England under Elizabeth was prospering in ways that justified the religious and political changes of the previous generation. The court's relationship with literature during Elizabeth's reign created some of the greatest achievements in English cultural history. Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen was essentially an extended compliment to Elizabeth that happened to be written in some of the most beautiful poetry in the English language. Christopher Marlowe and William Shakespeare wrote plays that explored themes of power, ambition, and political legitimacy with psychological depth that still amazes modern audiences. But this wasn't just royal patronage of talented artists. Elizabeth understood that cultural achievement was a form of political power. When foreign ambassadors attended performances of Shakespeare's plays at court, they were witnessing demonstrations of English intellectual sophistication that carried diplomatic implications. A kingdom that could produce such art was clearly not the backward, isolated nation that hostile European observers preferred to imagine. The famous question of Elizabeth's marriage demonstrates how thoroughly she had integrated personal decisions with political strategy. Every potential marriage alliance was simultaneously a romantic possibility, a diplomatic negotiation, and a piece of theatrical performance designed to keep foreign powers guessing about English intentions. The Queen's courtship with various suitors, Philip II of Spain, Eric XIV of Sweden, Archduke Charles of Austria, and most famously Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, provided ongoing entertainment that distracted attention from more sensitive political matters. Elizabeth managed to keep multiple marriage negotiations active for decades without actually committing to any of them, using romantic possibility as a diplomatic tool with unprecedented skill. The court's response to the Spanish Armada in 1588 showcased Elizabethan political theatre at its most effective. Elizabeth's appearance before her troops at Tilbury, declaring that she had the body of a weak and feeble woman, but the heart and stomach of a king, was political communication that transformed a potential military disaster into a moment of national inspiration. The victory over the Spanish Armada validated all of Elizabeth's governmental strategies simultaneously. English naval innovations had proven superior to Spanish military tradition, Protestant religious conviction had apparently received divine approval, and Elizabeth's unmarried status, which critics had long considered a national weakness, suddenly appeared to be evidence of her unique dedication to England's welfare. The Elizabethan court during the 1590s felt like the headquarters of a successful revolution that had exceeded everyone's expectations. England had become a major European power despite lacking the traditional resources, vast territories, massive populations, abundant precious metals that other powers relied upon for their international influence. Elizabeth's achievement was to demonstrate that a relatively small kingdom could compete with continental empires through superior organisation, cultural sophistication, and political creativity. Her court became the model that later English monarchs would many attempt to emulate her, but few can match her unique combination of theatrical flair and practical effectiveness. James I's arrival in England in 1603 created a fascinating collision between Scottish royal traditions and Elizabethan court culture. James brought with him ideas about kingship that were theoretically more sophisticated than Elizabeth's practical approach, but proved less suited to English political realities. The Jacobean court resembled a university that had unexpectedly taken on governmental duties. James was genuinely learned. He wrote books on political theory, theology, and even tobacco control, but his intellectual approach to kingship sometimes conflicted with the practical political skills that successful English monarchy required. You can picture the culture shock that occurred when James's Scottish courtiers encountered the complex protocols of Elizabethan court life. The Scots were accustomed to more informal relationships between the king and his nobles, while English courtiers had developed elaborate ceremonial procedures that treated royal access as a carefully rationed privilege. The result was a court where two different styles of monarchy existed in constant tension. James preferred scholarly discussion and theoretical debate, while his English courtiers were more comfortable with the sort of political theatre that had made Elizabeth's reign successful. The mixture produced some fascinating cultural achievements, but also political complications that would influence English history for generations. James's court patronised the translation of the Bible that bears his name, the King James Version, completed in 1611, which became one of the most influential works of English prose ever written. The king's personal involvement in this project demonstrates how Jacobean court culture could combine serious intellectual work with practical political purposes. The new Bible translation was simultaneously a scholarly achievement, a religious statement, and a political document designed to establish royal authority over English spiritual life. The court's relationship with theatre during James's reign produced some of Shakespeare's greatest plays. King Lear, Macbeth, and The Tempest were all written for royal audiences who understood the political themes these works explored. When courtiers watched Macbeth's meditation on the relationship between ambition and legitimacy, they were seeing their own political concerns reflected in dramatic poetry of extraordinary power. But James's theoretical approach to monarchy created practical problems that became increasingly serious as his reign progressed. His belief in the divine right of kings was intellectually coherent, but politically impractical in a kingdom where Parliament had grown accustomed to being consulted about major policy decisions. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 provided James with an opportunity to demonstrate that his scholarly approach to kingship could handle serious political crises. His investigation of the conspiracy showed genuine detective skills, and his management of the aftermath demonstrated both mercy toward the innocent and decisive action against genuine threats. However, James's financial management created ongoing tensions that his son Charles I would inherit along with the crown. The Jacobean court was expensive in ways that even Elizabeth's magnificent progresses had not been. James distributed titles, lands, and pensions with generosity that reflected his theoretical belief that royal magnificence was essential to monarchical dignity, but his practical accounting skills were less impressive than his theoretical knowledge. Charles I inherited his father's intellectual approach to kingship, but lacked James's political flexibility and personal charisma. Charles's court became a place where theoretical perfection was pursued, with systematic dedication that ignored the political compromises that successful monarchy required. The Caroline court during the 1630s achieved a level of artistic and cultural sophistication that rivaled the greatest European achievements. Anthony van Dyck's portraits of Charles and his family created visual representations of royal dignity that still influence how we imagine 17th century monarchy. The court masques designed by Inigo Jones combined architecture, music, poetry, and theatrical spectacle in ways that amazed contemporary observers. But this cultural achievement existed in increasing tension with political realities that Charles seemed determined to ignore. His court became a place where beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art coexisted with governmental policies that were systematically alienating the social groups whose support the English monarchy traditionally required. The 11-year period when Charles ruled without Parliament, the so-called personal rule from 1629 to 1640, transformed the royal court into something unprecedented in English history, a government that functioned independently of the legislative institutions that had been central to English political development since medieval times. Charles's court during these years operated with efficiency that would have impressed his Tudor predecessors, but its effectiveness was undermined by growing popular conviction that the king was governing in ways that violated fundamental English political traditions. The court became isolated from the broader political nation in ways that made future conflicts almost inevitable. When Charles finally recalled Parliament in 1640, his court found itself confronting political opposition that had been growing stronger while royal authority had been growing more rigid. The result was a political crisis that neither traditional royal authority nor innovative court culture could resolve through conventional means. The execution of Charles I in 1649 created a unique situation in European history, a major kingdom attempting to function without any royal court at all. The Commonwealth period represents the ultimate test of whether traditional governmental functions required traditional royal ceremonies and protocols. Oliver Cromwell's government faced the challenge of maintaining domestic order and international respectability without the institutional structures that had supported English political authority for centuries. The result was a series of improvised solutions that were sometimes successful but never entirely convincing to domestic or foreign observers. You can imagine the confusion that ordinary English people felt when familiar royal ceremonies simply disappeared from public life. No more royal progresses through the countryside, no more elaborate court celebrations to mark important occasions, and no more visible demonstrations of governmental continuity that had reassured previous generations about political stability. The Cromwellian court, though it was never officially called a court, developed its own protocols that attempted to combine republican simplicity with the ceremonial dignity that governmental authority seemed to require. Foreign ambassadors still needed to be received with appropriate formality, important state occasions still required public ceremonies, and political authority still needed visible demonstrations of its legitimacy. Cromwell's personal style reflected this challenge. He rejected royal titles and traditional monarchical ceremonies, but he lived in royal palaces, used royal ceremonial objects, and gradually adopted many of the protocols that had previously been associated with crowned kings. The line between republican leadership and monarchical authority proved more difficult to maintain than theoretical political philosophy had suggested. The Commonwealth period's cultural achievements were real, but different from traditional royal patronage. John Milton's political writings, including The Tenure of Kings and Magistrates, and later Paradise Lost, explored themes of authority, rebellion, and political legitimacy with intellectual depth that surpassed most court-sponsored literature. But these works were produced despite governmental policy rather than because of royal encouragement. The absence of a royal court also affected English international relations in ways that became increasingly problematic as the Commonwealth period continued. European monarchs were reluctant to treat Cromwell's government as a legitimate equal, partly because it lacked the ceremonial structures that traditional diplomacy required for normal international relationships. When Cromwell died in 1658, his son Richard briefly attempted to continue the Commonwealth system, but the experiment quickly demonstrated that republican government required personal authority that couldn't be inherited through family succession. The irony was that effective republican leadership seemed to require many of the same qualities that successful monarchy demanded. Charles II's return to England in 1660 created one of the most remarkable transformations in English court history. The king had spent his exile in French and Dutch courts that had continued developing while England experimented with republicanism. When Charles established his restored court, he brought continental innovations that revolutionized English royal culture. The Restoration Court felt like a party that had been postponed for 11 years and was finally being celebrated with accumulated enthusiasm. Charles understood that his restoration needed to demonstrate not just political legitimacy, but cultural superiority over the republican experiment that had temporarily replaced traditional monarchy. You can picture the excitement that must have filled London when familiar royal ceremonies returned to English public life. The coronation processions, court celebrations, and royal progresses provided visual evidence that normal political order had been restored. But Charles's court was more than just a return to pre-Civil War traditions. It was an upgrade that incorporated the best features of European royal culture. The king's personal style reflected his continental education. Charles was witty, sophisticated, and possessed the sort of easy charm that made people want to spend time in his presence. His court became a place where conversation was considered an art form, where scientific discussion coexisted with theatrical entertainment, and where English cultural life reconnected with broader European developments. The Royal Society, founded in 1660, illustrates how the Restoration Court supported intellectual achievements that combined practical utility with cultural prestige. When Isaac Newton, Christopher Wren, and Robert Hooke conducted their experiments under royal patronage, they were advancing human knowledge while simultaneously demonstrating that the English monarchy supported the sort of scientific progress that was transforming European civilization. Charles's court was also where English theatre achieved some of its greatest successes. The king's enthusiastic support for dramatic performances helped create the conditions that produced Restoration comedy, a theatrical form that combined sophisticated social observation with entertainment that appealed to both courtly and popular audiences. But the Restoration Court's most significant innovation was its approach to religious diversity. Charles's personal Catholic sympathies were balanced by his political understanding that England required Protestant royal authority for domestic stability. His court became a place where religious differences were managed through practical tolerance rather than theoretical resolution. This created a court atmosphere that was more intellectually diverse than England had experienced since before the Reformation. Catholics, Anglicans, and various Protestant denominations all found places in court life, though their relationships were sometimes tense and always politically complicated. The Great Fire of London in 1666 provided Charles's court with an opportunity to demonstrate royal leadership during a genuine national crisis. The king's personal involvement in firefighting efforts and his support for Christopher Wren's rebuilding plans showed that the restored monarchy could provide effective practical leadership, as well as ceremonial magnificence. James II's accession in 1685 created immediate tension between the court culture that Charles had established and James's determination to restore Catholicism as England's official religion. James had inherited his brother's sophisticated court system, but lacked Charles's political sensitivity about the religious compromises that the English monarchy required. The Jacobite court during James's brief reign felt like a place where people were waiting for something dramatic to happen, though no one was quite sure what form that drama would take. James's policies systematically alienated the Protestant political establishment that had supported his brother's restoration, while his court ceremonies increasingly emphasised Catholic religious elements that made most English observers nervous. When William of Orange landed in England in 1688, James's court collapsed with startling speed. The king, who had inherited the most sophisticated royal household in English history, found himself with almost no domestic political support when the crisis finally arrived. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 fundamentally changed the relationship between English royal courts and political authority. William III and Mary II established a court system that operated within constitutional limitations that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations of English monarchs. The new royal court had to function simultaneously as a ceremonial centre that maintained monarchical dignity and as a governmental institution that acknowledged parliamentary supremacy over major policy decisions. This required developing new protocols that preserved royal prestige while respecting the political realities that the Glorious Revolution had established. You can imagine the delicate balance that court officials needed to maintain during this transitional period. Royal ceremonies still needed to demonstrate appropriate majesty, but they couldn't suggest that the crown claimed authority that Parliament now controlled. Foreign diplomats still needed to be received with suitable formality, but diplomatic policies required legislative approval in ways that complicated traditional royal prerogatives. The Hanoverian succession in 1714 brought another continental influence to English court culture, but George I's court faced the additional challenge of establishing legitimacy for a dynasty with limited English connections. The early Georgian court compensated for this linguistic and cultural distance by developing ceremonial procedures that emphasized constitutional propriety rather than personal charisma. George II's court achieved a more comfortable balance between German royal traditions and English constitutional requirements. The king spoke better English than his father, understood English political customs more thoroughly, and created a court atmosphere that successfully combined continental sophistication with domestic political sensitivity. But it was during George III's long reign that the Georgian court system reached its mature form. George III was the first Hanoverian monarch who was thoroughly English in education, temperament, and political understanding. His court became the template for constitutional monarchy that would influence British royal culture for the next 2 centuries. The Georgian court's daily routine reflected these constitutional limitations. Morning sessions dealt with ceremonial business that maintained royal dignity without challenging parliamentary authority. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that required coordination with government ministers who were responsible to Parliament rather than to the Crown alone. George III's court during the American Revolution demonstrates how constitutional monarchy functioned during major political crises. The king personally opposed American independence, but his court had to manage a military conflict that was primarily directed by ministers who were accountable to Parliament. Royal authority and parliamentary government operated in parallel rather than in the hierarchical relationship that had characterised earlier periods. The court's response to George III's periodic mental illness created unprecedented constitutional challenges that required improvised solutions. The Regency crisis of 1788 forced Parliament and the royal household to develop procedures for managing governmental continuity when the monarch was unable to perform his constitutional duties. These experiences established precedents that would prove crucial during the formal Regency period from 1811 to 1820, when the future George IV governed on his father's behalf. The Regency court represented the full flowering of Georgian royal culture, sophisticated, cosmopolitan, and expensive enough to scandalise contemporary critics. George IV's court as Prince Regent achieved a level of cultural patronage that rivaled the greatest European achievements. The rebuilding of the Royal Pavilion at Brighton, the planning of Regent Street and Regent's Park in London, and the support for artists, writers and musicians created a court culture that combined aesthetic achievement with constitutional propriety. Victoria's accession in 1837 created a dramatic transformation in English court culture that reflected broader changes in social attitudes, economic relationships, and imperial responsibilities. The 18-year-old Queen inherited a court system that had been designed for Georgian royal lifestyle, but would need to accommodate Victorian moral expectations and global imperial duties. The early Victorian court faced the challenge of establishing respect for a young female monarch in an age when political authority was generally associated with masculine leadership. Victoria's solution was to create a court culture that emphasised moral authority, domestic virtue, and imperial responsibility rather than the personal charisma or cultural sophistication that had characterised earlier royal traditions. You can imagine the dramatic change in the court atmosphere that Victoria's moral standards produced. Where Georgian court life had celebrated wit, sophistication, and a certain tolerance for personal scandal, Victorian court culture emphasised duty, propriety, and the sort of moral earnestness that would have made earlier generations of courtiers deeply uncomfortable. Victoria's marriage to Prince Albert in 1840 established the partnership that would define Victorian royal culture for the next 2 decades. Albert brought German thoroughness and intellectual seriousness to English court life, creating an atmosphere where governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and moral improvement were pursued with systematic dedication. The Victorian court's approach to ceremonial innovation illustrates this new seriousness of purpose. The Great Exhibition of 1851, organised under Albert's leadership, was simultaneously a celebration of British industrial achievement, a demonstration of imperial wealth, and a moral statement about the benefits of international cooperation and technological progress. Albert's influence on court culture extended far beyond ceremonial occasions. He reorganised royal finances, modernised royal estates, and established new standards for the sort of cultural patronage that the monarchy should provide. The prince consort treated royal duties with the systematic attention to detail that successful businesses required, applying commercial principles to monarchical responsibilities. The court's daily routine during Albert's lifetime reflected this business-like approach. Morning sessions handled administrative business with efficiency that would have impressed Tudor bureaucrats. Afternoon meetings dealt with the charitable organisations, educational institutions, and cultural projects that had become central to Victorian royal identity. Victoria's grief after Albert's death in 1861 transformed the court once again, this time in ways that created long-term problems for monarchical prestige. The The Queen's withdrawal from public ceremonial duties meant that the Victorian court maintained its administrative functions while losing much of its symbolic visibility. The court, during Victoria's widowhood, operated like a governmental department whose chief executive had chosen to work from home. While royal business proceeded efficiently, the ceremonial aspects of monarchy, which served as public demonstrations of constitutional continuity, saw a significant reduction. This created opportunities for other members of the royal family, particularly the Prince of Wales, the future Edward VII, to develop alternative approaches to royal public life. Edward's court-in-waiting became a centre for the sort of social activities that Victoria's mourning had eliminated from official royal culture. The tension between Victoria's withdrawn approach and Edward's sociable style created two different models of royal behaviour that coexisted uncomfortably within the same constitutional system. The Queen's moral authority was unquestioned, but her son's understanding of royal ceremonial requirements seemed more suited to practical political needs. Victoria's Golden Jubilee in 1887 and Diamond Jubilee in 1897 demonstrated that the Queen's moral authority had created a new form of monarchical prestige. These celebrations weren't just British occasions, they were imperial festivals that demonstrated how Victorian royal culture had expanded to encompass global responsibilities. The Victorian court's final achievement was establishing the constitutional framework that would allow the British monarchy to survive the democratic transformations of the 20th century. Victoria's combination of moral authority, imperial responsibility, and constitutional propriety created a template for monarchical relevance that proved adaptable to changing political circumstances. As we reach the end of our gentle journey through these centuries of royal courts, you might find yourself reflecting on how these ancient patterns still echo in contemporary life. The challenges that medieval kings faced, balancing personal desires with public responsibilities, managing competing interest groups, adapting traditional institutions to changing circumstances, remain remarkably familiar to anyone who observes modern politics or organisational leadership. English royal courts evolved from William the Conqueror's efficient Norman administration to Victoria's moral imperial authority, illustrating humanity's continuing experiment with the relationship between individual authority and collective governance. Each generation discovered that successful leadership required adapting inherited traditions to contemporary realities while maintaining enough continuity to preserve institutional legitimacy. Perhaps the most striking pattern is how consistently English royal courts served as laboratories for political innovation. The Magna Carta emerged from King John's administrative failures. Parliament developed from Edward I's financial needs. The Reformation grew from Henry VIII's personal circumstances, and constitutional monarchy evolved from the Glorious Revolution's political necessities. These weren't planned developments guided by theoretical political philosophy. They were practical solutions to immediate problems, created by people who were trying to make inherited governmental systems work under changing circumstances. The genius of English political development was its capacity to transform temporary expedients into permanent constitutional principles. The human stories behind these institutional changes, Eleanor of Aquitaine's political sophistication, Richard II's aesthetic innovations, Elizabeth I's theatrical statecraft, and Charles II's continental sophistication, remind us that political systems are ultimately expressions of individual personality interacting with historical circumstance. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot tonight, you might consider how these royal courts created the governmental traditions that still influence democratic societies today. The idea that political authority requires popular consent, that governmental power should be limited by law, and that cultural achievement enhances political legitimacy. These concepts developed through centuries of experimentation in royal households that were trying to solve practical problems of leadership and governance. The English royal court's evolution from medieval warrior kings to constitutional monarchs reflects humanity's broader journey toward more sophisticated forms of social organisation. Each generation built upon previous achievements while adapting to new challenges, creating institutional continuity that allowed gradual transformation rather than revolutionary upheaval. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you carry with you the stories of nearly 1,000 years of human creativity, adaptation, and the endless fascinating complexity of people learn to live together in organised societies. Sweet dreams, and may your rest be as peaceful as a medieval monastery garden on a quiet summer evening. Picture yourself waking up in a narrow bed that's barely wider than a coffin, but somehow more comfortable than anything you'd known before coming to Ashworth Manor. The room you share with 2 other housemaids is tucked under the eaves, where the ceiling slopes down so dramatically that you've learned to duck instinctively when getting dressed. The walls are thin enough that you can hear Mrs. Pemberton, the head cook, already clattering about in the kitchen 3 floors below, her wooden spoons conducting an orchestra of copper pots. It's 4:30 in the morning, and your body has become a living alarm clock. After 18 months in service, you no longer need the bell that Martha, the senior housemaid, rings to wake everyone. Your bones simply know when it's time to begin another day in the wonderful machine of the manor house. You slide your feet into boots that have moulded themselves to your particular brand of exhaustion, comfortable in all the wrong places, worn thin where you need them most. The floorboards creak their familiar greeting as you tiptoe around your sleeping roommates. Sarah, the scullery maid, talks in her sleep about her sweetheart back in the village, while Emma, who works in the laundry, snores with the dedication of someone who's earned every moment of rest. The servants' staircase serves as your primary route to all important places. It's narrow and steep, designed by architects who clearly never had to carry a coal scuttle up 4 flights, while balancing a chamber pot and trying not to wake the entire household. You've developed a peculiar grace navigating these stairs, part mountain goat, part ballet dancer, all determination not to tumble backward into catastrophe. Your first stop is the magnificent hall, where yesterday's ashes in the massive fireplace look like the remains of a small dragon. The grate is heavy enough to anchor a ship, and cleaning it requires the kind of athletic ability that would impress circus performers. You've learned to approach it like a puzzle. First the smaller pieces, then the grate itself, always mindful that coal dust has a magical ability to appear on surfaces you haven't even touched yet. The manor wakes up around you in layers. First come the other servants, moving through their morning routines with the synchronized precision of dancers who've rehearsed the same performance for years. Then come the dogs, Lord Ashworth's hunting hounds, who seem to insist on serving breakfast at 5 sharp, regardless of human convenience. Finally, the house itself begins to stir, floorboards settling, pipes gurgling their morning complaints, and somewhere in the distance, the grandfather clock in the entrance hall chiming the hours like a stern headmaster, keeping everyone on schedule. You've learned to love these early morning moments, when the manor belongs entirely to its servants. There's something peaceful about moving through rooms that will later buzz with the complicated social machinery of the upper classes, but for now exist in a state of suspended animation. The drawing room, with its silk wallpaper and furniture that costs more than most people earn in a decade, feels almost friendly in the pre-dawn darkness. You dust the mahogany tables and straighten the cushions on chairs that probably have their own names and pedigrees. The morning light filtering through the tall windows reveals dust motes dancing in the air like tiny rebellious spirits. You've developed a personal relationship with dust. It's your constant companion, your eternal opponent, and occasionally, when the light hits it just right, your unwitting collaborator in creating something almost beautiful. Dust, you've learned, has personality. The dust in the library is scholarly and dignified, settling politely on leather-bound books. The dust in the children's playroom is chaotic and adventurous, hiding in corners and emerging at the most inconvenient moments. By 6 o'clock, you've already accomplished what most people would consider a full day's work. The fires are lit, the main rooms are clean, and you've managed to avoid waking anyone who might dock your wages for disturbing their beauty sleep. Your back aches in that particular way that comes from bending over grates and reaching under furniture. But there's also a satisfaction in seeing the manor slowly come to life around your efforts. The kitchen, when you finally make it there for your breakfast, is a warm refuge filled with the smell of fresh bread and the comfortable chaos of Mrs. Pemberton's domain. She rules her realm with the authority of a general and the warmth of a favourite aunt, dispensing both orders and wisdom in equal measure. The pecking order in a Victorian mansion is more complex than the family tree of European royalty, and twice as confusing for newcomers. You've learned to navigate this social labyrinth with the skill of a diplomat, always mindful of who outranks whom, and exactly how much courtesy each position demands. At the top of the servants' hierarchy sits Mr. Whitmore, the butler, who carries himself with the dignity of a man who's never doubted his place in the world. Mr. Whitmore, the butler, possesses the ability to elevate the mundane task of polishing silver to a sacred ritual, and his disapproval is unmistakable. You've seen him reduce footmen to stammering apologies with nothing more than a raised eyebrow and a slight tightening around the eyes. Just below him reigns Mrs. Hartwell, the housekeeper, who manages the female staff with the organisational skills of a military commander and the intuition of someone who's raised 12 children. She carries a massive ring of keys that jangles with every step, announcing her presence like a one-woman brass band. These keys unlock everything from the linen closets to the wine cellar, and the sound of them has become the soundtrack of authority in your daily life. Mrs. Pemberton rules the kitchen with an iron ladle and a heart that's softer than her Yorkshire pudding. She's a cook who meticulously remembers each servant's preferred tea and consistently provides an extra biscuit during a particularly challenging day. Her domain is distinct from the rest of the house hierarchy, as she reports directly to Mrs. Hartwell. However, within her kitchen, her authority is unquestioned. You've found your place somewhere in the middle of this complex social machinery. As a housemaid, you're above the scullery maids and the kitchen help, but below the ladies' maids and the governess. It's a position that requires a peculiar kind of social awareness. You need to be respectful to those above you, kind to those below you, and cautious around those at your level, because horizontal politics among servants can be more treacherous than anything happening upstairs. The footmen occupy their own strange category in this hierarchy. They're technically your equals, but they seem to believe their fancy uniforms and proximity to the dining room make them practically members of the family. James, the senior footman, has mastered the skill of sneering at people, while simultaneously serving them soup. His pomaded hair and pristine white gloves make him look like he's constantly ready for a formal portrait, even when he's just carrying coal scuttles. The daily dance of precedence plays out in 100 small ways. Who enters the servants' hall first for meals, who gets the best seat near the fire, who's allowed to voice opinions about the family's guests, and who must simply listen and nod. You've learned to read these subtle cues like a scholar studying ancient texts, because misunderstanding your place can result in anything from cold shoulders to actual dismissal. The strangest part of this hierarchy is how it mirrors the family upstairs while remaining completely separate from it. Lord Ashworth might be the master of the house, but he has no idea that William, the second footman, has been conducting a subtle campaign of psychological warfare against Thomas, the hall boy, over whose responsibility it is to polish the brass doorknobs. These servant dramas unfold parallel to the family's lives, invisible to them but consuming tremendous energy below stairs. You've developed a strategy for navigating these social waters that involves generous amounts of tea, careful listening, and an almost supernatural ability to become invisible when tensions rise. The key is understanding that everyone, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most exalted lady's maid, is desperately trying to maintain their dignity in a world that offers very little of it to people in service. The laundry maids exist in their own steamy universe, emerging from the basement washhouse looking like they've been wrestling with clouds. They speak their language of starch and soap, and their hands are permanently pruned from constant contact with water. Emma, who shares your attic room, comes to bed every night smelling like carbolic soap and lavender, a combination that's become as comforting as a lullaby. The truly fascinating members of this servant ecosystem are the specialists, the lamp trimmer, who treats each fixture like a delicate patient requiring surgery, the boot boy, who knows the footwear preferences of every family member and guest, and the under-butler who's being groomed for Mr. Whitmore's position and carries the weight of that future responsibility like a crown that's still being fitted. Living in a Victorian mansion means existing in two worlds simultaneously, like being an actor in a play where half the cast doesn't know the other half exists. You've mastered the art of becoming functionally invisible when family members are present, a skill that requires more athleticism than most people realise. The back staircase is your lifeline to invisibility. It's a narrow, winding passage that connects every floor of the house, designed specifically so servants can move through the mansion without disturbing the family's carefully orchestrated daily life. You've learned to navigate these stairs in complete darkness, your feet knowing exactly where each step creaks and which handrail wiggles. It's like having a secret passage to everywhere that matters, except the secret is that you're not supposed to exist while using it. The family's daily routine creates a complex choreography that you've learned to dance around. Lady Ashworth takes her morning tea at precisely 8 o'clock, which means you need to have her sitting room immaculate by 7:30. She has a particular way of sighing when things aren't arranged to her satisfaction. Not quite disapproval, but definitely disappointment, that can ruin your entire morning if you're not prepared for it. The children present their own unique challenges. Master Frederick, 8 years old and convinced of his military greatness, has transformed the third floor into his personal battlefield. You've learned to clean around elaborate arrangements of toy soldiers, knowing that disturbing his campaigns could result in the kind of tantrum that brings his mother running and gets servants blamed for corrupting young minds. His sister, Miss Caroline, is 12 and has recently discovered the power of treating servants like her personal confidants, which is flattering until you realise she's practising her future role as mistress of her household. The guests are where things get intriguing. Every visitor brings their expectations, their servants, and their own way of treating the household staff. You've learned to read people quickly. Some guests treat you like furniture, others like family pets, and a precious few like actual human beings. Those who attempt to appear friendly, yet make it evident that they view you as a completely different species, are the worst. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, Lady Ashworth's sister, visits monthly and treats the servants' hall like her personal entertainment venue. She sweeps through, asking intrusive questions about your personal life, while simultaneously rearranging everything according to her own preferences. Her lady's maid, Miss Prentice, apologises constantly for her mistress's behaviour, while somehow making it clear that she considers herself superior to the permanent staff. The dinner parties are where your invisibility skills get their greatest workout. You've learned to move through the dining room like a ghost, refilling water glasses and replacing courses while 8 to 12 people conduct conversations that range from fascinating to horrifying, often within the same sentence. The trick is to listen without appearing to listen, to anticipate needs without seeming to pay attention, and to remember everything while pretending to forget it all the moment you leave the room. Overhearing conversations about politics, finance, and social scandals that would make excellent gossip if you could share them, you've gained valuable insights. The family discusses their neighbours' affairs, their business dealings, and their opinions about everything from the weather to the empire, all while servants move around them like well-trained spirits. It has provided you with an education in human nature that no school could match. The most challenging aspect of this upstairs-downstairs existence is maintaining your sense of self while pretending to be invisible. You've learned to find moments of genuine connection with the family members, a shared joke with Miss Caroline, a moment of appreciation from Lady Ashworth when you've arranged her flowers particularly well, or a nod of approval from Lord Ashworth when you've managed to clean his study without disturbing his carefully organised chaos. The house itself becomes a character in this daily drama. Different rooms have different personalities, different moods, and different requirements for how you're supposed to behave in them. The library demands quiet reverence. The drawing room requires careful attention to every surface, and the nursery needs the kind of vigilance that comes from knowing that children can destroy a perfectly clean room in the time it takes to blink. Cleaning a Victorian mansion is like being a detective, a chemist, and an athlete all rolled into one exhausting profession. You've learned that every stain tells a story, every surface has its personality, and every cleaning solution has the potential to either save the day or create a disaster that follows you for months. The cleaning supplies in Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard look like ingredients for either medicine or mayhem, depending on your level of expertise. Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard contains a variety of cleaning supplies, including carbolic acid for the floors, vinegar for the windows, and a product known as Monkey Brand soap, which, while purportedly effective on everything from brass to boots, often leaves your hands feeling as if you've been handling sandpaper. You've developed a personal relationship with different types of dirt. There's the honest dirt that comes from daily living, dust, mud, the occasional spilled tea, which responds to straightforward cleaning methods and doesn't hold grudges. Then there's the sneaky dirt that hides in corners and behind furniture, waiting to embarrass you when important guests visit. The worst is the mysterious dirt that appears overnight on surfaces you cleaned perfectly the day before, which you're convinced is either supernatural or the result of some servant conspiracy you haven't figured out yet. The weekly ritual of cleaning the chandeliers requires the kind of courage usually reserved for mountain climbing. You've mastered the art of dismantling these crystal monsters, meticulously cleaning each individual crystal with a solution that Mrs. Hartwell fervently advocates but withholds the recipe. The crystals have to be dried with specific cloths, polished with particular movements, and reassembled in exactly the right order, or they'll catch the light wrong and everyone will notice. Carpet cleaning is where you've truly earned your stripes as a domestic warrior. The dining room carpet, which depicts some sort of hunting scene with more deer than you'd see in an actual forest, requires weekly attention with a carpet beater that's heavier than most people's luggage. You've learned to read the carpet's mood. Some weeks it gives up its dirt easily, other weeks it clings to every speck like it's fighting for its life. The silver service is your nemesis and your pride simultaneously. There are pieces in the butler's pantry that have been in the family for generations, each with its own cleaning requirements and its own way of making you look incompetent. The tea service from Lord Ashworth's grandmother requires a special polish that has to be applied in circular motions, never straight lines, and buffed to a shine that can blind unsuspecting footmen. You've discovered that cleaning is really about understanding chemistry, even if nobody calls it that. Different materials require different approaches, different solutions, and different techniques. The marble in the entrance hall needs gentle treatment with specific soaps, while the wood panelling in the study requires oils that have been mixed according to recipes that are closely guarded family secrets. The laundry presents its own scientific challenges. You've learned to identify stains by sight, smell, and sometimes by the story behind them. Blood requires cold water and salt. Wine needs to be treated immediately with white wine if you can get it. And mysterious stains on the children's clothing usually respond to a combination of prayer and whatever Mrs. Pemberton recommends from her arsenal of kitchen remedies. Your skills truly test during the seasonal cleaning rituals. Spring cleaning means taking apart every room, cleaning surfaces that haven't seen attention since the previous year, and discovering problems that have been hiding all winter. You've learned to approach these marathons like a military campaign, with careful planning, strategic supply management, and the kind of determination that comes from knowing that failure means starting over from the beginning. The tools of your trade have become extensions of your body. You know exactly how much pressure each brush can handle, which cloths work best on which surfaces, and how to make a feather duster perform like a precision instrument. Your hands have developed calluses in places that tell the story of your daily routine, and your back has learned to bend and twist in ways that would impress contortionists. The kitchen is the heart of the manor, but it's a heart that beats with the rhythm of organised chaos, military precision, and the occasional minor explosion when someone forgets that the temperamental stove has a mind of its own. You've learned to navigate this culinary battlefield with the skill of a diplomat and the reflexes of someone who's been hit by flying pastry once too often. Mrs. Pemberton governs her domain with a wooden spoon that has endured more use than most medieval weapons. Mrs. Pemberton is a cook who adeptly prepares a 7-course dinner for 12 guests, manages the daily meals for 23 servants, monitors dietary restrictions that fluctuate with the weather, and maintains a constant commentary on the moral failings of anyone who has ever questioned her gravy. The kitchen follows a schedule that would leave railway conductors feeling envious. Breakfast preparation begins at 4:30, with the great stove being coaxed to life like a temperamental dragon that requires specific rituals to avoid breathing fire in the wrong direction. The bread has to rise at precisely the right temperature. The porridge must be stirred in a particular pattern to avoid lumps, and the bacon requires the kind of attention usually reserved for diplomatic negotiations. You've learned to read the kitchen's moods like a weather forecaster. When Mrs. Pemberton starts humming while she kneads bread, it's going to be a good day. When she begins muttering about ungrateful families and servants who don't appreciate proper cooking, it's time to become very useful, very quietly, and very far from her line of sight. When she starts banging pots louder than necessary, everyone knows to work faster and speak less. The scullery maid, poor Sarah, lives in a world of endless dishes where every meal creates a mountain of plates, glasses, and serving pieces that need to be washed, dried, and put away before the next meal begins the cycle again. She's developed arms that could probably arm wrestle most of the footmen, and a philosophical approach to dishwater that borders on the mystical. Her domain is the enormous sink, a porcelain monster that could probably bathe a small horse, and she approaches each load of dishes like a general planning a campaign. The preparation of meals for upstairs is a performance that requires choreography, timing, and the kind of attention to detail that would impress Swiss watchmakers. Every plate must be warmed to the exact temperature, every garnish placed with artistic precision, and every course timed to arrive at the dining room exactly when the family is ready for it. You've learned to move through this ballet without disrupting the flow, carrying messages between the kitchen and the dining room, adjusting plans when last-minute guests arrive, and somehow managing to be helpful without getting in the way. The servants' meals present their challenges. We need to feed 23 people substantial, satisfying food that is efficient to prepare and doesn't require the same ingredients as the family's meals. Mrs. Pemberton has mastered the skill of maximising the use of ingredients, resulting in meals that are not only economical but also delicious, despite her reluctance to acknowledge their deliciousness. The weekly delivery of supplies turns the kitchen into a small version of a marketplace. Tradesmen arrive with vegetables, meat, dairy and dry goods, and Mrs. Pemberton inspects everything with the critical eye of someone who's been fooled by wilted lettuce exactly once and learned her lesson. She haggles over prices, rejects inferior products, and somehow manages to maintain relationships with suppliers that ensure the manor gets the best of everything while staying within budget. The kitchen gossip network is more efficient than the postal service. Information travels from the tradesman's entrance to the servants' hall faster than steam from a kettle, and Mrs. Pemberton somehow knows about neighbourhood scandals before they happen. She dispenses wisdom about everything from unreliable butchers to unsuitable marriages, all while stirring sauces and timing roasts with the precision of a master conductor. The kitchen reveals its true character during the evening clean-up. After a day of constant activity, the great room needs to be restored to perfect order for the next day's battles. Every surface must be scrubbed, every pot cleaned and put away, and the stove banked for the night like a faithful pet being tucked into bed. It's during these quiet moments that you appreciate the kitchen's warmth, both literal and metaphorical, and understand why it's considered the heart of the entire household. Living in a Victorian mansion also makes you an unwilling keeper of family secrets, neighbourhood gossip and blackmail material, which you would never do because that would be wrong and you need this job. The servants' hall after dinner is where information flows like tea from a pot. Sometimes bitter, sometimes sweet, always hot. You've learned to listen carefully and speak cautiously, because gossip is currency in the servant world, and spending it unwisely can leave you socially bankrupt. The trick is knowing which stories are safe to share, which ones are too dangerous to repeat, and which ones are so delicious that keeping them secret feels like a physical sacrifice. Martha, the senior housemaid, has been with the family for 15 years and knows everything about everyone. She possesses an extensive knowledge of scandals, ranging from Lord Ashworth's youthful gambling debts to the reasons behind Lady Ashworth's sister's exclusion from Christmas dinner. Martha dispenses this information like a careful pharmacist, giving you just enough to satisfy your curiosity without providing enough to get you into trouble. The most fascinating discoveries come from cleaning the family's private spaces. You've mastered the art of interpreting clues, such as the hastily hidden letters upon entering a room, the abrupt halts in conversations when servants arrive, and the poignant glances shared among family members that reveal intricate details about situations you're not expected to comprehend. The art is in appearing oblivious while actually being quite observant, and in remembering everything while pretending to forget it all. The guest rooms hold a wealth of information about the family's social connections. You've learned to deduce entire stories from the contents of visitors' luggage, their correspondence, and their requests for specific services. Colonel Weatherby, who visits quarterly, always brings his soap and requests extra towels, which suggests either fastidious hygiene or something more interesting that you're not supposed to think about. Mrs. Vanderbilt always travels with her sheets and insists on having her tea prepared with water that's been boiled exactly twice, which tells you something about either her standards or her superstitions. The most dangerous secrets are the ones that involve the family's finances. You've overheard enough conversations to understand that the manor's magnificent appearance might not reflect the actual state of the family's resources. There are whispered discussions about mortgages, investments, and the need to make certain economies that must never be apparent to visitors. This knowledge lingers in your mind, too significant to overlook, yet too perilous to divulge. The romantic entanglements of the family provide endless entertainment for the servants' hall. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the moment when Miss Caroline's parents will notice her obvious infatuation with the young curate, who is visiting to discuss her charitable work. Master Frederick's current obsession with military history seems to be connected to his desire to impress Miss Julia, the daughter of a visiting general, which is adorable until you realise that 8-year-old romantic strategies involve increasingly elaborate displays of toy soldier expertise. Observing the relationship between Lord and Lady Ashworth from the unique perspective of someone who maintains their private spaces is a fascinating study in Victorian marriage. They maintain the perfect facade of domestic harmony in public, but you've learned to read the subtle signs of tension, separate bedrooms during certain weeks, conversations that are too polite to be natural, and the way they sometimes communicate through servants rather than directly to each other. The most unexpected secrets are the ones that reveal the family's humanity. You've discovered that Lord Ashworth writes poetry, which he hides in his desk drawer like it's evidence of criminal activity. Lady Ashworth discreetly transfers funds to her former governess, who is struggling financially. Master Frederick sleeps with a stuffed elephant he's had since infancy, and Miss Caroline keeps a diary locked in a box you would never dream of opening, even though you know exactly where she hides the key. The neighbourhood scandals that filter through the servants' network are like chapters in a novel that never ends. There's the ongoing mystery of why the Pemberton family down the road suddenly dismissed their entire staff last month. The speculation about whether Mr. Harrington's new wife is actually as young as she claims to be, and the delicious controversy surrounding the Methodist minister's daughter, who's been seen walking unchaperoned with a young man who's definitely not from a suitable family. After 18 months in service, you've learned that life in a Victorian mansion is built on rhythm. The daily beat of routine that keeps everything functioning, punctuated by moments of unexpected magic that make all the hard work worthwhile. Your days have developed a musical quality, each task flowing into the next with the kind of precision that comes from repetition and the knowledge that 22 other people depend on you doing your part perfectly. The changing seasons bring different rhythms to the manor. Spring means opening windows that have been sealed against winter's cold, beating rugs that have collected months of fireplace smoke, and the general resurrection of a house that's been hibernating. Summer brings garden parties, house guests, and the challenge of keeping cool in rooms that face the afternoon sun. Autumn means preparing for winter's siege, preserving food, and the melancholy beauty of watching the grounds transform into a landscape painting. Winter brings the cosy intimacy of smaller, warmer spaces, the constant tending of fires, and the satisfaction of keeping a large house comfortable when nature is doing its best to freeze everything solid. You've learned to find beauty in the most mundane tasks. There's something almost meditative about polishing silver until it reflects your face with perfect clarity, or arranging flowers in a way that makes an ordinary room feel like a scene from a fairy tale. The repetitive nature of your work has taught you to appreciate small improvements, tiny victories, and the satisfaction that comes from doing something well, even when nobody notices. The family has grown from distant figures to real people with quirks, habits, and personalities that you've learned to accommodate and even appreciate. Lord Ashworth's absent-minded professor tendencies mean you never move anything on his desk, even when it's been sitting in the same spot for months. Lady Ashworth's perfectionist streak has taught you to anticipate problems before they occur and to take pride in exceeding expectations. The children have shown you that growing up in privilege doesn't necessarily mean growing up without challenges, and that being wealthy doesn't protect you from the universal experiences of childhood confusion and the need for kindness. Your fellow servants have become the family you never expected to find. Martha's tough exterior conceals a heart shattered by numerous disappointments, yet she's the first to extend assistance when you're in need. Mrs. Pemberton's persistent complaints about ungrateful people conceal a profound joy in providing nutritious food and maintaining their health. Even Mr. Whitmore, with his intimidating dignity, has shown moments of unexpected humour and surprising kindness. The skills you've developed in service have changed you in ways you didn't anticipate. Your hands have become capable of delicate work that would have been impossible 18 months ago. Your back has grown stronger from all the bending and lifting. Your mind has become more organised, more efficient, and better at solving problems quickly. You've learned to read people's moods, to anticipate needs, and to provide comfort without being asked. The most surprising discovery is how much you've learned about yourself. Living in service has taught you resilience, patience, and the value of work well done. You've learned that you can adapt to unexpected situations, that you can do more than you thought, and that dignity isn't based on social status. The future stretches ahead, with possibilities you're still learning to imagine. Some servants spend their entire careers in service, rising through the ranks to positions of respect and responsibility. Others save their wages and eventually establish their households. A few marry and leave service altogether, carrying their skills into different lives. You haven't decided which path you'll take, but you've learned that having choices is a luxury you're grateful for. As you settle into your narrow bed at the end of another long day, listening to Sarah murmur about her sweetheart and Emma's reliable snores, you realise that this life you've built in service is more than just a job. It's a community, an education, and a foundation for whatever comes next. The manor house sleeps around you, peaceful and secure, and you drift off knowing that tomorrow will bring the same rhythm of routine and the same possibility of small magic. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the grandfather clock in the entrance hall, chiming the hours with the same steady reliability that has marked your days since you arrived. It's a comforting sound, a reminder that some things endure and that your part in keeping this small world functioning matters more than you might have thought when you first climbed those steep servant stairs with your single bag of possessions and a heart full of uncertainty. Your life in service has taught you that home isn't always the place you're born and family isn't always the people you share blood with. Sometimes home is a narrow bed under sloped ceilings, and family is the people who know exactly how you like your tea and never forget to save you the last slice of Mrs. Pemberton's apple tart.